Everybody, and welcome back to Radlett. The Royal London Cup about to get underway again here in Hertfordshire. Middlesex on the back of 4 straight victories, and Warwickshire sat just behind in 4th spot with 3 victories, 1 tie and 1 defeat to their name so far. News of the toss this morning is that Warwickshire have won it. They've elected to field first. I'm Kevin Hand. Alongside me is Alan Coleman, the head of men's performance at Middlesex. And what a run they've been on. The last time we were together, they were off on that road trip, Middlesex, to Grantham and then to Taunton. And, well, come back with 1 victory off the road trip would have been good. To come back with 2 was fantastic, wasn't it? That Middlesex side today: Stephen Eskenazi, Mark Stoneman, Sam Robson, Peter Milan, Max Holden, Joe Cracknell, Luke Holman, Martin Anderson, Umesh Yadav, Toby Greatwood and Max Harris. And there are Eskenazi, and I think you'll see Mark Stoneman in a moment, but Sam Robson in front of him, preparing to come out in a few moments. The Warwickshire fielders on the side: Dom Sibley, Rob Yates, Will Rhodes, Michael Burgess, the wicketkeeper, Rhodes the captain of course, Matthew Lamb, Ethan Brooks, Kai Smith, Liam Norwell, George Garrett, Oliver Hannon Dalby and Hamza Sheikh are the 11. So no Pandya for Warwickshire today, a slight niggle for him. Same for Ethan Bamber. He's got a bit of a groin problem which has kept him out of the last couple, and as a precaution he's still out of this one. So our umpires today are Chris Watts and Jack Shantry. Jason Swift, the match official, is a couple of tenths along from us in the commentary position as well. There are the openers, Stoneman and Eskenazi, who was out for below 50 in the last match. He's rubbish. He was lucky to hold on to his place in the side after that, wasn't he? Yeah, I was going to say a freak, yeah. It was almost a shot for a man who's in too good a form. Perhaps he was taking a slight liberty wide outside off with the distinctive roll of the wrist of Eskenazi turning to the onside nonchalantly. So there he is, the Middlesex captain, preparing to take guard. So yeah, the top of the table is pretty tight at the moment in this competition. Middlesex with 2 home games here against Warwickshire, then again on Sunday, and finishing up at Hove on Tuesday. They'll very much hope that they can take a couple of strong results from Fortress Radlett, which was penetrated by the Foxes, of course, in that opening game, with Leicestershire picking up a victory, which still rankles, I think, with Middlesex, a game that they very much feel they could and perhaps should have won. Right, here we go. It's going to be Liam Norwell with ball in hand from the Salters Field end. Eskenazi is on strike. There are 2 slips in place this morning. There's obviously been a little bit of rain around the last couple of days, so it's not quite damp underfoot, but a bit of moisture around. And 4 runs to get Eskenazi off and running, nudged away fine. And that was a beautiful little clip off the hips from Eskenazi. So he is up and running, so Middlesex, and yeah, just looking at that table again, which is where we were coming to for the one-day cup. It is a tight one at the top. A massive game for these two, with Warwickshire having played 5, 3-1-1 is their record, that tie with Surrey. That's better from Norwell, angled in. Leicestershire top them, 6 played, 10 points. Sussex 6 played, 8 points, and then Middlesex 5 played, 8 points. So looking to climb back towards the top at the moment. Sussex with an incredible net run rate of 1.3. Middlesex the 3rd best net run rate actually in the group, 0.72. And Nottinghamshire 0.775. But they sit back in 5th. Nottinghamshire, having played 6 games, 6 points. Top ball again into the offside, but yeah, Alan, it's pretty tight in the table, isn't it? Nottinghamshire and Gloucestershire, of course, we visit here on Sunday. They won't have completely given up. 6 from 6, the pair of those. Just a victory here or a defeat there at this stage tightens it all up. Maybe a slight technical problem here at Radlett this morning. Apologies if so. Bring Alan in a moment and we'll double check that his mic and levels are okay. So here's Norwell. Oh, that's a beaut. Lovely, lovely ball from Liam Norwell. Just drew Eskenazi into the defence, quite rightly so. That first ball, or second ball indeed, that angled in towards off after the first ball was down the leg side. There's a little movement of the hand from the batter which says, yeah, just nipped a bit. 2 slips in place, deep third, point to cover and a mid-off, mid-on, deep square and short fine leg. So deep square and deep third, the 2 back. There's another little tickle past the short fine leg, that's the danger. We've talked about this a lot across the games here at Radlett, that the line to bowl here is very straight. That's this out ground, but if you are slightly off then down that leg side, little tickles there for a batter to get it away, especially with fine leg up inside the circle. Eskenazi on to 8, wants to come at the opening over. Oh, that's lovely from Norwell to finish the over. Well, what an over. A couple of boundaries tickled away, a couple of superb deliveries, beating the outside edge, and then 2 solid forward defences in there for Eskenazi as well. A nudge of the gloves with Mark Stoneman, who has had a good few cameos so far in the One Day Cup, but yet to really find those runs that he'll want. He's been, well, prolific with his strike rate in each of the games. He'll be keen to kick one of those scores on in these next few games. Perhaps he's saving it all for the knockouts, which Middlesex still haven't made yet, I should add, just in case Angus Fraser's tuned in. Give me a clip around the ear later on. Hannon Dalby it is then. Oliver Hannon Dalby, a familiar foe over the years for Middlesex. Oh, lovely ball. Straight onto the spot, Hannon Dalby, testing Stoneman. 1-2, come in, Alan Coleman.
I think I'm back. I think I'm here. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see here. This pitch, obviously, we haven't really said it much this year, but this pitch been undercover for a couple of days, obviously with the rain that's been around. So it might just offer a little bit for the seamers early on. We saw Norwell towards the back end of that first over get a ball to nip away from Eskenazi, and that one looks similar from Hannon Dalby to Stoneman. So could be a little bit in it for the bowlers here in the first 5 or 6 overs.
Well played. So Middlesex would have done likewise. They'd have fielded.
I think that was where they were leaning towards. The statistics actually say to bat first at the ground. There's seven list day games I think played here, and 7 wins for the team batting first. So, but with a pitch that's been undercover for a couple of days now, it does lean towards bowling first. I'm pretty certain that's where Middlesex would have gone in this game as well.
So it's not good practice to lean over the commentator's shoulder and nick all his notes there on statistics. Extensive crib of notes prepared for this one. Nice shot, nicely fielded. Brilliant stop in the covers by Matt Lamb. Saves the boundary. Once it's away here, isn't it, at Radlett? But no, it's an interesting stat. I mean, it has been fortress Radlett for Middlesex, hasn't it? So, yeah, repeat it one more time for the viewers.
I believe in 7 list day games played at Radlett, the team batting first have won all 7 games.
Oh, down the track comes Stoneman. A little bit of lift there from the tall figure of Hannon Dalby. A little bit of bounce.
Bit of tennis ball bounce there. This pitch not as hard as that there earlier on, having a look with Richard Johnson. Not as firm as some of the previous pitches that have been played here in T20 cricket and list day cricket this year, because of the lack of sun over the last couple of days, and Nick Searle and his staff protecting it from the rain. So, as I said, we'll be in it a little bit more in it for the bowler to start with. May just take the batters a bit of time just to assess conditions.
It's a nice looking drive for a single by Stoneman, gets him off the mark. 5th ball on to come of the over. How is Jono? How's he finding life? I did see him at Grantham when I went to get a cup of tea in the chase at the end, and obviously it was a bit nervy. He was sat on the. I called him out of the corner of the eye. He was sat on the edge of the physio's bench, and to say he was gripping the physio's bench at that point.
It's a great thing about outgrounds, isn't it? And this cricket, you get the staff are able to get around and interact a little bit more than at Lords, where you're stuck over the other side, aren't you? So well,
actually, I do seem to. Now I say I hadn't thought of it, but when you look, when we do pan up on the home dressing room at Lords, actually quite often that's the end of the second over, a dot ball. And Middlesex put in 9 without loss after 2. When we do pan up on the home dressing room, you actually do see Richard Johnson sat there quite often on the edge of the physio. Is that his viewing platform, the physio's bench, gripping tightly when things get a bit tense? Is it a lucky seat for him?
I think the cynics amongst Middlesex members will say that he spent a lot of time on that physio bed as a player, and therefore is pretty comfortable. He certainly won't agree with that. But no. Jono's brilliant. He's very relaxed around the group, brings a really calm aura. And in those tight run chases that Middlesex have had over the last couple of games, yeah, a very calming influence in the changing room, very level, whether Middlesex win or lose. There's not a huge amount of change in his demeanour, and has been a really positive influence over this group of players this season.
Norwell to Stoneman for the first time, right armour around the wicket to the left-hander. And a nice single taken by Mark Stoneman, who, as we were saying, hasn't quite got the big score yet in this competition. He's had some really good starts for Middlesex and contributed to some fantastic power plays with Stephen Eskenazi, who, well, all but Taunton has, again, you know, he's seen the power plays, every single one of them, seen them through. But just looking at his scores in the list A, he got that 65 up at Chesterley Street. 62 indeed, my apologies, up at Chesterley Street in the victory up there. Oh, a little bit of width, and Eskenazi goes after it. Looks to carve that one away through the covers.
Yeah, very full from Norwell here, asking the ball to swing a little bit. And Eskenazi's thrown the kitchen sink at that. One of those that if he'd have middled, it'd have flown through cover, and if he'd have edged, it'd have probably flown over slip. He's gone so hard at that, as batters often do in the power play.
Let's go back to Stoneman for a moment. So he's gone 35, 62, 23, 29. So he's had scores. It was Naught at Taunton. Oh, a little bit of lift there for Norwell, which Eskenazi rides well. We saw a little bit of that the other day here at Radlett against Surrey. And two of them just going prod at the surface. Wasn't a snorter of a ball, that one, was it? But just an extra little bit of bounce, which Norwell and Hannon Dolby at the other end will very much be hoping to find. Did it catch the glove? Just seeing him throw out his hand there a little. Leaves alone, outside off. A little tempter from Norwell to follow, and that little bit of doubt that would have been in the batter's mind. Norwell saying, well, you sure about this?
Yeah, definitely a bit slower, this pitch, as you can see through for the carry through to Burgess with the gloves on there for Warwickshire. The previous sort of hybrid pitches that have been played on here, the ball has flown through, quite steep bounce through to the keeper and the slips, and these are just sort of on their way down as they get to the Warwickshire wicketkeeper Burgess.
Left again, want to come with the third. It's interesting actually, in the power plays, they've all been roughly 50 to 60. In pretty much all the games that Middlesex have played, opposition and Middlesex, been there or thereabouts. It's been somewhere that's been the medium of the power play returns, which doesn't necessarily suggest, oh well, another 350 on the board here, but that's what again they've all pretty much been in terms of the totals. Oh, nearly drags on again, this time down onto the pads. A little bit of luck on his side this time, Eskenazi, after that drag on the other day at Taunton. He has 8, Stoneman has 2 and has the strike. 3 gone, 10 without loss.
I think you described the power plays here so far for the teams batting first as more watchful. You know, as you said, 5 or 6 and over, not losing wickets and just trying to assess conditions a little more. And that's what I think the Middlesex batters will now do here. They've seen the ball not really coming on with the pace that it has done in previous white ball games of cricket here at Radlett, so they will be more watchful without a doubt. They will be sitting and waiting for a bad ball in this power play, and will probably be quite happy to get through to that 50 total after the first 10. Solid defence from Stoneman, way into the offside of Hannon Dolby to start. But there is just so much time, isn't there? I know we talked about it when last we were together. I was discussing it up at Grantham and Taunton as well. That 100 off the last 10. You know, 5 fielders back, but if you've got wickets in hand, you want circa 100 off the last 10. But nobody's telling batters to go out there. You want 100 off the first 10 when you've got only 2 fielders allowed out. Lovely from Stoneman. Gave it a real thump as well, didn't he? But with the usual aggressive elegance that you associate with Mark Stoneman. Yeah, he's really thrown his hands through this ball. Not quite a half volley, it didn't look from live, just sort of a little bit on the up. Very well controlled drive through extra cover for Mark Stoneman's boundary. But I do think on that point, Kev, batters aren't phased anymore, are they? 12 and over off the last 10 overs. If you've got 6, 7, 8 wickets in the bank, teams aren't worried about that anymore. In the past, you think that's game done, and now, just with the explosive power that the batters have these days, no game is done.
So it's a quick single into the onside. Yeah, Powerplay 2, I think, has been the making of the modern day making of this format. It's breathed new life into it, and I think it's a fascinating Powerplay, the second one, which of course was the bane of list day for so long, those middle overs. It
was. Traditionally, you just saw 5 fielders out on the boundary rope and batters nudging 4 or 5 singles and over. Now it's a real opportunity with that extra fielder in the circle for a batter to take a calculated risk and move the scoreboard on, and it has made that 10 overs to 40 over period really interesting viewing for all cricket spectators.
Looking to leave, I think, Eskinazi. He was caught in 2 minds there. Does manage to pick up a single down to deep third. Sometimes with Eskinazi, you're never quite sure because of the way he does roll the wrist, whether it was a
run down leave, that was, wasn't it?
Well, the form he's in at the moment, you wouldn't put anything past him. He did say all the way along heading to Taunton. He's done it at Radlett. He's done it at 2 other outgrounds. Goes to Taunton. Pretty flat one. That's going to be the one where he fails. Single taken by Stoneman. Definitely dabbed on this occasion. Middlesex Open, I want to come for the over. Nail biting on Sunday at Taunton. I just saw Martin Anderson. I said, well batted, and he said, yeah, apart from a silly call. To be fair, it was a stunning run out as he for Warwickshire fans. He was just needed one off the final over to win. Hit the first ball to mid off. He looked as I mean, I was starting to call it as well. That's it. That's the win. And oh no, he's run him out.
Yes, an interesting decision with 6 balls left for Martin to sort of hit one to a fielder and run.
To be fair to him, I did feel there was live. It felt like, yeah, he's got it. Oh no, he hasn't.
You could see the thinking there. Put the fielder under pressure and take your chance. I think, in hindsight, Martin will say with 6 balls left in the game, perhaps just sit and wait. I think it was Sale bowling the over who was likely to bowl you something that you could throw your hands through. And as you get deeper into the over, you could take more of a calculated risk. But yep, scraped over the line. Middlesex for their run chase of over 350, so a fantastic effort from the batting group. Peter Milan 110, Max Holden 71 in that chase, and I think that will be the assessment from the Middlesex team will be they should have won it more comfortably with how easy Milan and Holden were making that game look.
Oh, just the one slip in place now for Norwell around the wicket to Stoneman. That was a lovely ball to start up though. Changes their mind about bringing in a second.
It looks like they've just taken that second slip out into an extra cover region. That, as you said, Mark Stoneman in the previous over did drive a little bit on the up, and they may just be thinking with this slightly slower bounce off the surface that it could be more of a wicket where you get your dismissals caught in front rather than behind the stumps.
Cut away. Deep third at the slide. He'll take 2. Let's go back to Eskinazi. It was Renshaw with that underarm throw as well. He'd have only had 1.5 stumps maybe at best to aim at. So on another day he misses the stumps and everyone says good call, Martin, well done. But the runs that led up to it, I did say on the commentary at the time, a little bit redemption for Radlett with that Leicestershire game. Obviously had an over that really went awry. It's cut into the ground by Stoneman, no run. It would have felt good for him, those runs. Would have been nice if it was the winning runs, but nonetheless they were very important runs.
They were, and a pretty decent all-round game from Martin Anderson. Bowled nicely.
A couple of drops, at least one.
Yeah, pretty unforgiving Taunton, as we know, as a surface for a bowler, especially in white ball cricket. Martin bowled with consistency, and then a very crucial innings at the back end that he didn't quite see over the line, but those runs were very, very crucial in Middlesex's win.
Oh, look at that. It went off the surface, swung after passing the batter.
Yeah, a bit of a nip away there from Norwell round the wicket.
Again, it's good from Norwell. Be interesting if Stoneman just reins himself back in again. Again, he's had a really good power play performance from him in the List A so far. 35 against Leicestershire, 62 up at Chesterley Street, 23 against Surrey, 29 against Notts, but just contributing to prolific power plays from himself at one end. He'll desperately want to take it on, though, to a much bigger score at some point. Well, it's a nice shot from Stoneman, put away. I don't know if Angus Fraser would be sitting next to me now, and it was a Middlesex bowler who'd say, you've just beaten him top of off stump last few balls, what are you going for the Yorker for? Leave it on the length.
Yeah, just strayed a bit full there, Norwell, and a lovely clip controlled through the vacant mid-wicket area for 4 runs. Yeah, Gus would have been kicking the dirt there had he have bowled it himself, probably moaning at a foothole or a fly that went in his eye just as he was running up, something like that. But slight overpitch from Norwell, 4 runs, and Middlesex's total continues to tick along.
It's the feet from Eskenazi. So Hannon Dalby's lofted it away into space where it has plugged in the outfield. They'll take 2. Gee, that was in the air for a long while. I have to admit, as that went up, it's a pretty hazy sky up above us, a bit of cloud cover. I'd lost it. I thought, how far is it? It wasn't that far away from mid-on backtracking in the end, where it actually dropped in the end.
I think another indication of the slower nature of this wicket. A couple of games ago, that would have easily flown into the pavilion with a bit more pace onto the mat. That this time sticks in the wicket a little more, and Eskenazi gets a lot of height on that shot.
Just keep the bad angled soft hands. Testing delivery again from Hannon Dalby. It's a solid enough start here in the power play. Again, 50 to 60 is there or thereabouts where Middlesex, all their opponents have been in any of the games. I think Middlesex did go into the 80s, 82, I think the highest of the power play so far. But slightly different pitch today. Batting first as well. Full again. Resisted by Eskenazi, watchfully played.
Talking of men in form, it would be remiss of us not to mention Hannon Dalby. He's got 46 championship wickets so far. Eskenazi been in outstanding form for Middlesex. Hannon Dalby's been phenomenal. I think he's averaging about 22 for Warwickshire in championship cricket, and on these batter-friendly pitches that we've seen this year, that is a phenomenal effort from the Warwickshire bowler.
I said he's a formidable foe for Middlesex, isn't he? 33 years of age now. Oliver Hannon Dalby, Halifax lad, he was part of that Yorkshire side, 2014, 15, 16. Oh! Fabulous effort behind the stumps to get a glove on it. They are going to take a single eventually.
Just maybe a little bit of a way shape there. Eskenazi just looking to ride with the bounce and run the ball down to third man. Actually looked like Burgess got that on the wrist. Almost looked like he dived past it a little bit. Wasn't as wide as he thought. And it's hit him on the bottom of the hand, I believe. It's down here, the Warwickshire keeper.
Oh dear, yes. Well, yeah.
Physio coming on.
live, it looked as though it was a great attempt. But when you see, as you say, slowed down, he actually had gone too far. And dived past the ball, which wears it on the wrist. That would be a huge blow, wouldn't it, for Warwickshire early on. I don't know what their keeping options are in the rest of the sides. Am I right in thinking Sibley may have taken the gloves over the years? That's a complete hunch and stab in the dark there, but I've got a hunch that I've seen him with the gloves once before. But
I like that. I think you may well be right. I remember Sibley as a youngster bowled a little bit of leg spin when he was growing up in the Surrey system. I don't remember if he's ever kept wicket against the Middlesex youth side, but I'm sure they've got a load of talented people out there who will gladly don the gloves. But hopefully Burgess is okay here, just being tended to by the physio at the bottom of the screen.
I mean, it will certainly be a sore one for the rest of the day for the keeper, which, even if he is able to carry on, that's going to be something that he's really going to have to put out of his mind, isn't he, for the rest of the day. There's the temporary stand away to our left as we look over from the pavilion end towards Sources Field. And good numbering again here. They've battled the tube strikes of London. Got on the trains up to Radlett.
Nice to see a few Warwickshire caps in there. A few Warwickshire members and supporters who've made their way down the M40 today.
Yeah, I guess for any side who is travelling Midlands-wise, then Radlett actually shaves an hour off your journey to Lords, doesn't it? Right, so back to the action. And it's painful for Burgess, and it looks as though he's done for now. So, who's it going to be? He's holding that right arm gingerly, isn't he? As though there's a lot of playing right down at the bottom there.
There is feel for Burgess here, fantastic effort. Looks like he may have worn it on the thumb perhaps, or jarred his thumb into the ground. Very talented keeper batter. Burgess started at Surrey as a youngster, played at Sussex, then made the move up to Edgbaston. Real shame here to see him hobble off.
Yep, you never like to see it in any sport. Player injured and having to be taken off, but it's a double blow, isn't it? The dropped catch of the inform Eskenazi and the injury as a result to the keeper. Gets a generous applause from the members away to our right. Good to see. Grantham the other day, and actually Taunton indeed. Taunton as well was fantastic the other day for the applause for Middlesex. Really impressive. Spirit of cricket on display from the home faithful at Taunton.
Has there been a general forgiveness now over 2017 between the Middlesex and
which
the
way?
Somerset members?
I'm not getting involved. Copped enough stick on social media for that. Who is going to take the gloves here? Let's see. Gloves being run out, and the sub-fielder is going to be the keeper. Now, who was the 12th man today? So we'll look over to the front of the pavilion where he's getting a little pep talk. Mark Robinson, who's been out there, obviously. I didn't recognise Robbo for a minute. But Kai Smith comes out with the gloves. So he was part of the side. My apologies. I said it was the 12th man coming on, but he's obviously run off to get the pads and get some gloves and the innards. So Kai Smith back on to take the gloves. I'll tell you who the sub-fielder is in a moment on for Burgess.
So Kai Smith is actually a wicketkeeper, right-handed batter wicketkeeper. Rather interestingly, he's played some international cricket for the United Arab Emirates, Kai Smith. So a little bit of trivia there. I found it on Cricket Info.
And the last ball of the 6th eventually is a single, which Stoneman turns away into the onside. 26 without loss after 6, so yeah, off goes Burgess, which, well, that'll be pretty tough to bat with by the looks of it. The way it was his right hand, somewhere around the thumb it looked like. So that could be a real blow for Warwickshire, something we'll have to watch across the day. Of course, the first thought was keep him, but that could be a batter down.
Yeah, a real shame for it to happen so early in the game as well. And we do wish Michael Burgess well. As I said, he's a great young man and a very talented batter and wicket keeper. And sincerely hope that all is okay with his hand.
Norwell right on the spot again. So four overs of power play, 1 remaining. 24 balls, pretty much a runner ball, then puts Middlesex up around that 50 mark, which is the standard that we've seen so far in most of those list days. And again, you've got to go with the pitches in the match that's in front of you, not history. And the performance so far with the ball has been very good from Norwell and Hannon Dalby. Oh, leading edge. Scooped away into the offside, really, from Stoneman. He just about checked it in time, didn't he? That he didn't push hard at the ball.
Yeah, the dangers of trying to play into the leg side on a slower wicket, as we've discussed a couple of times already this morning. The ball can sit in a little bit, and you just have to wait that fraction longer. The old-fashioned way of play the ball underneath your eyes on a slower pitch and let the ball come to you.
Really good from Norwell and from Warwickshire. They've been right on the spot against, as we said. All right, Stoneman hasn't got the weight of runs, but he has got that strike rate in the power play so far for Middlesex. 15 from 20 today, very much keeping him in check. Whether that plays on his mind at all, but again, the situation to be judged and weighed up. If there's a bad ball, you put it away, of course, but this power play for Middlesex looks like more of a foundation to be built than an aggressive charge at this stage. Fuller again, as you say, from around the wicket. Norwell, he's looking towards the onside to access the onside with that one, but perhaps from the previous delivery. Again, checking the shot, this time a little bit more controlled as it deflects away into the offside.
Very much looks like a sort of run scoring game where you might backload this, so keep wickets in hand, look to score heavily as the game goes on.
Use of the feet, and there he goes. Now, how far does he go? Does it go the whole way? 4 runs. Way to the tented areas, some cover over there from the sun. Brilliant shot from Stoneman.
Well, what do I know? Talking about backloading, keeping wickets in hand. Next ball, Stoneman advances down the pitch, up and over. Extra cover from Norwell, taking advantage of the 2 fielders outside the circle, who are currently at third man and deep square. 4 welcome runs for Middlesex.
Well, there's even an element in this day with 2 new balls at either end of not allowing the bowler to bowl at you. And I assume that's partly on Stoneman's mind there, that he's faced 4 dot balls. Norwell sticking to his length. Goes Fuller again, just watchfully turns into the onside for a single by Stoneman to end the over, and 7 gone, 32 without loss. Stoneman gets up that strike rate up again as he's had it for this competition.
Yeah, Norwell almost forced Stoneman into doing something a little bit different there. Often in these games, it's who makes a move first. 4 dot balls from Norwell. Stoneman had to try something different, felt that he had to try something different, and has advanced down the pitch. Picked the ball up well over extra cover.
As Pavilion, just saw Ethan Bamber arrive a moment ago. We were talking about him missing out on this one for the squad. He's just coming in saying hello to a few down at the front. Good to see him. Wish him well. What is the prognosis there? Is there a hope? I know it's a bit of a precaution, isn't it, to keep him out at the moment? Good start to the over from Hannon Dalby again.
Ethan will be managed on a game-by-game basis, really, I think, from this period. So see how he's progressing, see how he feels, and see the work that the physios do with him over the coming days. And it will be taken very much on a game-by-game basis, I believe. No sort of definitive date if this is when he's going to come back, because it's an injury or a niggle that will be managed rather than kind of cured in the shorter term.
Short And Stoneman pulls it to deep square, and that is the end of the Middlesex Opener. Gone for 20. Another cameo from Stoneman. Got that strike rate up with the 4 at the end of the last over, but Hannah Dolby strikes. And Middlesex lose their first wicket.
Stoneman will be disappointed here. The pull shot, a real strength of his. Hannah Dolby just misses a bit short, and Stoneman manages to pick out the only man on the deep square leg boundary there to pick up Warwickshire's first wicket.
Yeah, continuing with that aggressive style, as you say, that we've seen for all of the cameos so far, where he's only once been out below 20, hasn't he, in this competition so far, but just that 150 as well with the cameos from Stoneman. There is, you know, the slight onus, I guess, whether it's an onus they put on themselves, but to come out of the power play with all 10 wickets standing, it feels as though perhaps you might have left a few runs out there unless things are going very, very well. So I guess there's a slight gamble element about it to try and find those runs.
You're right, it's a balance, isn't it? How many runs, how many wickets are you prepared to lose? I think the disappointing bit there for Stoneman will be it was a ball in an area that is a strength of his, and just to pick out the man directly to him where he hasn't had to move, that will be the biggest disappointment, that he hasn't managed to either get it on the ground or get it just in front, just behind square to beat that fielder for a guaranteed 4, as we know at Radlett.
The Centurions of Grantham, Eskenazi and Robson, played it beautifully that day. Another thrilling game it was against Nottinghamshire. Warwickshire beat last up, of course, Nottinghamshire. But Robson with his second list day century the other day. 106 remains his highest score, out for 103 at Grantham.
This may be a pitch that just suits the more sort of traditional 4-day type player that Robson is. Obviously got some very good attacking shots, as Middlesex members and fans would have seen in this competition, but perhaps just a little more watchful earlier on. Sam will take his time here just to assess the wicket, and will build an innings perhaps more gradually than a traditional white ball player might.
Onto the stump straight away. Hannah Dolby, shortish mid-wicket in there, collecting, but oh. I'm sure that's not a sign for Sam Robson. Nicely bowled again, right on the spot. They really have been all across these opening 8 overs. Warwickshire putting the pressure on. You fancy the conditions, the day for Middlesex. That will just focus the mind a little bit here through to the end of the power play.
And I think these two batsmen, Eskenazi and Robson, will be mindful that Hannah Dolby and Norwell are the 2 experienced bowlers in the Warwickshire lineup. So we'll be prepared to sit and wait for the younger bowlers to come on.
Yeah, they are. I was going to come to that point, actually. They're an excellent opening pair for the One-Day Cup this year. Middlesex have been blessed, haven't they? Yadav and Bamba. Anderson and Greatwood and Harris playing their part in Bamba's absence. But a very experienced opening pair in Norwell and Hannah Dolby here.
I know a number of players have been taken away for the 100, but still some fine cricketers on show that Middlesex have seen over the 5 games into game 6 here, but the 5 games that have been played so far. Some very talented cricketers showing the depth of English county cricket.
End of the 8th, 32 for 1. Yeah, I think the youngsters that have come in for all the counties, Middlesex as well, of course, but for all the counties, I think the youngsters have done a tremendous job, because Middlesex have been tested, and seriously tested, in all the games. I think only perhaps the Surrey game here at Radlett is the one where they perhaps run out relatively comfortable winners, but even in that one, Ryan Patel made sure he was making it difficult. And with the ball, a depleted bowling attack really did stick to the task for Surrey. There's never really been a moment in the competition this year where you thought, goodness me, this is a horrible mismatch. Certainly in any of the Middlesex games that I've watched. They've been tested by all comers so far. And yeah, this opening pair of Hannah Dolby and Norwell, which is going to be changed. And George Garrett, who's been fielding just down in front of us at deep square, is going to be the man to come on at the Saltersfield end. Had this last week here, didn't we, where change, you just thought, well, towards the end of the power play, did they go after the bowler, new bowler? Well left is the answer on this occasion from Stephen Eskenazi. I think it actually was Mark Stoneman, wasn't it, where we thought, well, it wasn't the worst move, where a change of bowler was either the 9th or the 10th over, and having not had time to look at him, I'm pretty sure it was Stoneman, went after the bowler, and then it led to his downfall.
Yeah, smart captaincy, I think, this, to bring on the younger seamer. It does create a bit of doubt in the batter's mind. Do they attack him the last couple of overs of the first power play, or do they assess the conditions and assess the new bowler?
Oh, down the leg side it goes, and away for 4. That's a lovely clip by Eskenazi. Not easy to actually lay bat on that. It was a long way down the leg side, so to get bat on it and to keep control, a doubly good effort.
Yeah, very full and just down the leg side there from Garrett, and well clipped away by Eskenazi. Actually picked up pace off the bat, that one. He timed it so well. And 4 more runs for the Middlesex total.
Well, yeah, just look back on that Surrey game. It was that one, wasn't it? It was Conor McKerr was brought on. Picked up Stoneman for 23. Last ball of the power play. So he was brought on to bowl over 10, McKerr, and that was the change made from Laws and Amir Verdi, who'd opened up that day. Yeah, they went with a spin right up at the top, Surrey. With Amir Verdi here at Radlett, but a very different scene with the bit of weather we've had. That's a beautiful shot. Length ball, a little bit of width, but an inform Eskenazi.
That's definitely on the analyst sheet. Don't bowl wide to Steve Eskenazi. Real strength of his hitting the ball through point off both the front and back foot. Just a bit too much width from Garrett. And Eskenazi's just steered it through that space, and it's raced away for 4 runs. Outfield a little bit slower here, I think, after the rain. Not as lightning quick as we've seen it over the last couple of games at Radlett.
Oh, I just did a little off the surface. Dare I say there's even a slightly greenish tinge returning to Radlett. That's a good follow-up to end the over. 9 gone, 1 left of the power play. Middlesex 40 for 1. Actually, mentioned the grass. You see Taunton the other day on the stream? It was extraordinary how lush that outfield was.
Laws for the test match as well. There was some great pictures in the newspaper, wasn't there, around the view of Regent's Park, and then Lords being sort of a bright green, and then everything else being burnt brown across London.
Lift again for Hannon Dalby. Now you'd expect it from Hannon Dalby on any surface, so it's something for Robson to be watchful of. Last over of the power play. Robson on strike. Does he get lured in by a ball that he goes after that perhaps isn't there?
If there's any bounce in this surface of all the bowlers in the game, Hannon Dalby's going to be the one who finds it, isn't he? We saw again that sort of slow bounce through to the change wicketkeeper Smith.
Again, really, really good from Hannon Dalby. good again. Top of off. This is a really good over from Hannon Dolby.
Skillful bowling here. Previous couple of deliveries have left Robson. That one probably a slight change of seam position in the bowler's hand, and that one's just run straight through to Robson, forcing him to play. Some high quality bowling from Hannon Dolby.
Eased away. Once more by Robson. 2 balls left to the power play. He's on 0 from 8, but again, the experience of Robson. Sure, he won't let it get to his one, and indeed his game, as he said, this is perhaps more of a pitch for a traditional List A batter, top order batter who's there to bat a bit of time. This ball's still got a bit in it clearly for the Warwickshire bowlers. Resisted once more from Robson. It looks as though his mind's set here for Middlesex. He's not going to be perturbed by playing out the power play.
Be interesting to see what the conversation is in the Middlesex change room around what a good score is. Often the batter who's out or the batter who is still not out will be sending messages off, just trying to do an assessment of the pitch. This is the score we need. We've seen scores of 350 here generally in the first innings in 50 over cricket this year so far. Be interesting to see what that revised total is based on this more watchful power play.
Oh, that is an absolute jaffer to finish. Well, what a way to bring power play 1 to an end for Warwickshire. Putting Middlesex in 40 for 1, and Robson understandably done all ends up by that. What a ball.
What a ball and what an over there from Hannon Dalby. Just pitched the ball up. Robson caught on the crease as that ball shapes away through to the wicket-keeper. And I think Robson will be quite thankful he's not edged that.
What a ball that was. Looks even better on the replay, didn't it? So Eskenazi 20 from 25. Robson yet to get off the mark from 10, and Stoneman gone. We've made it to the 20s with an aggressive charge the previous over. And that's good as well. From Garrett onto the spot. But yeah, one thing that you'd said to me, actually, I think one of the Radlett games earlier on here in the competition was it's a day for partnerships. And that actually proved the case when we went to Grantham again. Saw it down at Taunton, that huge partnership between Rue and Renshaw. Wow. It's a thick edge down to third, but he's almost edged that off middle, hasn't he, Eskenazi there?
Yeah, still not fluent yet, you would say. Those that have watched Steve Eskenazi bat a lot this year will know how skillful he is and how well he times a cricket ball. He's not really been able to do that, barring a couple of deliveries here today. So I think partnerships are going to be crucial. I think keeping wickets in hand for the end, where you can make your move around the 35th, 36th over, will be a real key to a high score.
A little fuller from Garrett. Robson still watchful though. Yeah, it feels like a partnership day here again at Radlett, particularly batting first. Balls, or both ends, balls that are offering a little for Warwickshire, who bowled very, very well, hit the spots. Oh, just gets through. Come back for 2 to get Robson off the mark, 12th ball. Which even for Sam Robson, it'll feel nice just to be off the mark.
It will, and there'll be no panic there. Sam will know that 2 boundaries and he's up to a reasonable scoring rate again. So you can afford, as you were talking about earlier, Kev, you can afford to be a bit more watchful in this and take a bit more time. There's a lot of time in this middle phase of 50 over cricket to make your move. And Middlesex's decision will just about be when.
Nice shot. Straight to the fielder, wants to come.
Yeah, Middlesex's decision here will just be about when they choose to make a move. What over is the one where the batters really decide to put their foot down.
Well, what was he, 0 from 11, was it? If he's still there with 100 balls faced next to his figure, then he's pretty much going to be beyond 100, you can almost guarantee it. Because Radlett is a fast-scoring ground, and that's where the partnership comment from yourself came the other day, I think. Very much has been the case since, and again today. Good ball again to end the over from Garrett, just the 3 off it. First over of power play 2. 4 allowed back, 11 gone, 43 for 1. So much experience between those two. And so much experience together as well. Out in the middle for Middlesex. Championship winners in 2016.
Roles reversed, isn't it? Robson and Stoneman open the batting for Middlesex in Championship cricket. Eskenazi bats at 3, and these two, Robson and Eskenazi, swap over for this format. Eskenazi really built a reputation as a fine white ball opening batsman, and Robson shown his versatility by being able to bat more through the middle of an innings.
Norwell's back. Change of ends. Switches to the pavilion end. This is an interesting move. Straight onto the spot once more. It will be a single for Eskenazi.
I think it's done a little bit more from this end, so perhaps that's why Warwickshire have just allowed Norwell to follow Hannon Dalby. Obviously they'll keep Hannon Dalby for the death. He's known for some very, very good Yorkers and a very skilled bowler at the end. And perhaps Warwickshire have identified this is a really key partnership to try and break. So let's get one of our best bowlers on from the end that's doing a little bit.
Be a single, that's the sweeper. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see in this Norwell over, was it the ball, was it the end, or was it the bowler, Hannon Dalby, who's just finding a little bit more? As every bowler does, every bowler finds a little bit something different with whatever ball they have or whatever surface. But yeah, I think quite rightly, as you said there, they'll know that this partnership is a big one. If they can get Milan out there earlier, a century the other day for him, if they can get at him early when there's still a little bit of life in these two balls. Walled up ball again, there was a yes and a no. But yeah, strong start with the ball here from Warwickshire in terms of that scoring rate, so that'll very much be on their mind as well, just to maintain the tempo and the standard that's been set here. That's a nice little tickle. Quite a straight line, but Eskenazi at the moment seeing it big. He moves to 23.
I think that last delivery there is an indication of the outfield. At Radlett's day is a little bit slower. I suspect that one sort of a bit of an inside edge from Eskenazi down to fine leg and quite comfortably picked up for a single. I suspect that might have been closer to being 4 2 games ago, before the rain.
It's a nice shot by Robson. Solid enough push over the ball. He hasn't gone fully through with it. Big scoring area through mid-wicket for Robson. Which again, a mark of the pitch. Just being watchful of this surface. But that's another one that once it's past the fielder here, it's usually a very difficult chase to catch it. Side of the bat, same area, same outcome. 2 more to the total, 12 gone, and Middlesex have the 50 up here at Radlett, 54.
Slightly less control there from Robson. So the first one was a bit more measured through the mid-wicket region. That one a bit more of a flay of the bat and a thicker inside edge that's taking it for the same result, 2 more runs.
So we're sat here thinking for size today, it's 300, not 350 at Radlett today.
I'm going to go somewhere in the middle. I think I'm going to go for a 320, 330 as the target score. Based on this start, 38 overs left in the game. In the Middlesex innings, probably looking for 260, 270 from this point.
The other interesting thing, we talked about the power plays that, you know, both Middlesex and the sides they've been playing. Oh, that was a bit of a heave from Eskenazi. Just opened up once more, looking to hit off the stumps. Saw a thick edge go off middle the last over, this time thick inside edge into the onside. We've talked about the power plays being circa 50 to 60. Middlesex had one up to 82 so far. Also, generally, around the 30 over mark in the majority of the Middlesex games. Generally, the majority of those Middlesex games, around the 30 over mark, it has been 200 on the board, hasn't it? The amount of times when we've sat here at wherever the ground is, whatever the opponent is, and thought 200 on the board, this could be a 400. No one's actually gone to it in any of the Middlesex games yet, opposition or Middlesex. It's again been circa 350 to 360. There's Blake Cullen and Ethan Bamber, a couple of the injured Middlesex bowlers who'd be, well, if not playing in this game, playing in the 100. There's that Robson clip through mid-wicket. This time he does go through with the shot and his first boundary.
Yeah, a bit better time this one from Robson, down towards the shorter boundary of the two today. And this pitch is 2 pitches over to the right as you look on the screen from the bowler's end currently, and Sam's just on top of the bounce and clipped that beautifully through mid-wicket for 4 runs.
Yeah, it was more of a clip, that one, wasn't it? The one in the previous over was just that more watchful push through that area. You could really see him whip that one away. Oh, follows the width, next ball. Bowled by Garrett. But yeah, again, partnerships, and especially here at Radlett, 18 overs time, you couldn't rule out Middlesex scoring 140 and being up around that 200 mark again, if a partnership has been built. It's very difficult to stop the runs here at Radlett if batters are in. Any little stray in line from the bowlers results in runs. And there we go. Just slightly over pitched. Robson, as we've seen earlier in this over, clipping one away through the onside, starting to get his eye in.
We mentioned earlier on about Robson's scoring rate. We said 2 boundaries and sees him up to something different, and there's the second of those 2 boundaries in this over. Classic off drive, beautifully played. Bowler could do nothing about it. Mid-off could just watch and turn and chase that ball. Beautiful shot from Sam Robson, and probably the shot of the day for the purists.
Do you know, again though, this is such a mark of the quality that's in the Royal London Cup this year. Robson and Eskenazi being tested as Stoneman was by a brilliant opening performance by Hannon Dalby and Norwell, and again here by Garrett. But a ball just wasn't quite as full on this occasion. Robson having to stretch for a little bit more. End of the 13th, 59 for 1. Had to say that as well because Norwell was in earshot there. So, but it has been, you know, it's a mark of what we've seen. You know, the 3 batters so far, the 3 bowlers. It's good cricket in the Royal London again, which has been a joy to watch so far this summer.
It has been great standard of cricket, as you said. A couple of depleted sides in one area or the other. Surrey's bowling attack is a little bit depleted against Middlesex, especially when they're missing Dunn, who was their most experienced bowler on the day, but their batting showed its quality with Ryan Patel's 100. Every team has had a strength in at least one of the skills. Does just show the quality that is around and the depth of county cricket squads at the moment. It's a very good Warwickshire side here, who would compete in most formats, you would say.
Just a little note for Warwickshire fans as well. Camera person here at the pavilion end, from where Norwell will be turning in a moment. Noel, he's a Warwickshire fan. There's some sort of threat that he'll only show the good bits for Warwickshire, but I think he wants to work again for Middlesex. That's another good one, but look at how well played that is by Eskenazi. That's a beautiful shot. Virtually the top of off stump, and Eskenazi's run that for 4.
Noel certainly wouldn't have enjoyed that. Length delivery there from Norwell, just into off stump. Actually, not a bad delivery at all. Eskenazi just opened the bat face, run that ball down, and evading the Warwickshire third man for 4 runs. Got a good hand on it, but not enough to stop the boundary.
It's exactly what we say. Once batters get in, there's runs to be had here at Radlett. There always is, but it is very, very much a day for partnerships, even more so perhaps than when we were together last week. Just see there's a little bit more intensity about the batting now. Not urgency, I don't think, but just a slight change of gear.
There has been, and we spoke about the change of ends for Norwell. Perhaps the slightly taller Hannon Dalby getting the ball into the surface little more, got a bit more response. Norwell's not quite found that movement that Hannon Dalby found from this end. And the batters have been able to score a little more freely.
Good again from Norwell. Not put off by that ball, and that's where Warwickshire they've reset well every ball here, haven't they? Anything that's gone away, they haven't been hit off the line. They haven't been perturbed at all by what is a powerful Middlesex top order.
And a lot of batting to come. Milan, Holden, Cracknell, Holman, Anderson. And then the fireworks of Yadav in at 9 as well. So lots to come.
Top ball to end the 14, 63 for 1. That man again, he's had a chance. Stephen Eskenazi, for any viewers just joining us, was put down by the keeper, Michael Burgess, early on. Burgess had to leave the fields, actually dived past the edge, diving away to his right, and his right hand outstretched just seemed to catch lower down on the glove as he'd gone past it, heading towards the wrist, the lower part of the thumb perhaps, but what part Burgess will be able to play with the bat, doubt we'll see him back with the gloves. Kai Smith behind the stumps. Now there's Sam Robson, who, well, the partnership 31 now, after 32 for the opening wicket. These two just starting to settle in. Oh, now that's got big on Robson. And I think he's been relatively lucky that that's hit something soft. Booming bounce from Garrett.
Yeah, steep bounce there from Garrett, from probably just short of a length, and Robson's ridden that very, very well.
A smile on the face.
Smile about it, yeah, which is great to see.
Well, we saw Cameron Steele struck on the grill last week and had to go off. Concussion sub required for, which they didn't have indeed, Surrey, because of that early morning injury, or withdrawal indeed, for Matthew Dunn for family reasons. There's Sibley, a former Surrey man, of course, in the foreground, having a natter with Robson. Some of that conveyor belt of England openers over recent years. And going back to Surrey as well, Sibley.
Some debate in the commentary area here whether Sibley's return to Surrey is cricket rumour or if it's actually true.
A trumour?
Yeah, announced a month ago according to BBC.
Don't trust them. And just to be clear, the rumour about Ryan Higgins is true as well now.
Very true.
He'll be here on Sunday. Well, no, he won't. He's with the 100, of course, isn't he? But his Gloucestershire team will be here on Sunday.
Yeah, he's with the Warwickshire at the moment.
Oh dear. Has anyone spoken to him?
Yeah, in regular contact now with Ryan. Now we're allowed to speak to him. That it's all confirmed. So yeah, Middlesex members and the change room very much looking forward to having Ryan rejoining us.
Young family as well now, isn't he? Is it first child? Saw him with the newborn down at Gloucester in that final blast match.
He has a young family and who are very much looking forward to returning to the London area.
Oh, that's lovely. Look at that bat. Look at that bat face from Eskenazi. He enjoyed that. He's into the 30s.
Our second candidate for drive of the day. We saw a beautiful one from Sam Robson through the mid-off area. This one from Eskenazi. Straight, gun barrel straight back past the bowler. Very nearly clipped the stumps on its way through past the umpire Chris Watts at the Saltersfield end, and 4 beautiful runs for Middlesex.
Holding that bat face. Read it.
Mark Ramprakash would have been proud of that himself, batting coach. Sure, he's got a smile on his face on the Middlesex balcony.
Now, does that dip or is that a full toss? It's just a single out to deep square, and I think he's going to get away with it. Pace off, so it may have just looped a little, just dipped slightly. And 69 for 1. However, if that had have skied and top edged, I think everybody would be looking at the umpires right now to say, is that one going to be allowed?
Caught him by surprise there, I think, maybe. A little bit of a slow ball. Definitely dropped below the waist high, which would have seen it called as a no ball. But 1 run down to deep square for Middlesex.
Helmet being run out. First sign of spin here at Radlett today. Rob Yates is into the attack. Prolific with the bat this summer.
Yeah, no more for his batting than his spin bowling, fair to say. Yates burst onto the scene. He's done fantastically well in Warwickshire's 4-day cricket, and England cricket really have high hopes of him as a future test batter. He looks like he's going to bowl some off spin here from the pavilion end.
So it's long on in place, mid-off's up. Deep mid-wicket, deep square, deep cover. And Eskenazi tries to run it first ball. With third up inside the circle.
Not much spin on display. Luke Holman from Middlesex today, and Yates for Warwickshire.
It's nicely played.
The rest of the bowlers selected here, all seamers, reflection of the greenish nature of this pitch and the slightly softer pitch that we've spoken about.
Yeah, Tilan Wallaluisa would have been hopeful of a bit more sun this week, wouldn't he? The rain that's fallen, quite dramatic rain the last couple of days. Groundsfolk rejoicing across the country.
And the water companies, by all accounts, as well.
Does that mean they're lowering the bills again now? That's just popped a little for the spinner. Something that'll keep Luke Holman interested.
It will, just into the surface there from Yates. Back of a length delivery, which is just bounced a bit more than Eskenazi was expecting there. Hit him on the splice of the bat.
Yeah, he's got lucky actually. That's died off the bat as he pushed at that one.
Took all the pace out of it, didn't he, with his hands there, with soft hands. Could have easily seen that lob back to the bowler, Yates. Competitive start there, only 2 off the over. A good start from the young off spinner.
Something we stumbled upon the other day, actually, just thinking about spinners and spin. Off spinner as well to 2 right-handers. The orthodox sweep. Whatever happened to that shot?
Has gone out the game, hasn't it? I think percentage-wise, often the spinner will have a short third man and a point both in the circle. So actually getting the ball, playing a reverse sweep and getting it into the offside is probably more value for runs. There's 2 or 3 men often on the traditional sweep shot.
It was a classic one-day shot, wasn't it? Relatively low risk, and it just steers the ball off a length, steers it away for a single, or if you see it early enough, it's a chance to really go hard at it.
I suppose as well, obviously, the modern batter wants the ball with a bit of space as well, so that they can free their arms through it. So the slog sweep, you need a bit more space, or the reverse sweep, you can get your arms through, whereas the ball coming back into you from the off-spinner trying to sweep, it's always restricting your room and very hard to get power into.
It's nicely driven, just a single.
But I think traditionally you see the more traditional sweep now played when batters aren't able to pick which way the ball's spinning. So against like a Narain, where it's very hard to pick whether the ball's moving away or back in, a sweep is quite a one of the lower risk shots that you can play.
Wow, that's some shot. First 6 of the innings. Eskenazi's into the 40s. End of the 17th. 80 for 1.
Oh, if you're to the innings for Middlesex.
Angus Fraser was making the point about, I think we were discussing at the time, maybe it was a ball that perhaps misbehaved a little the other day here at Radlett, and said, well, this is a ground where it's 700 runs per match, per day. It's a nice single side of the over from Robson. Down to long on. Well, what do people expect? There's got to be a little bit in a pitch somewhere at some point. That's a wide drag down the leg side. Actually, haven't been many extras so far from Warwickshire. Leg side again, and this time it's 4. 50 partnership on the board as well now for Middlesex. And by signals, they're 86 for 1. So leg by signal. He's still on 41, Eskenazi. That's nicely bowled. Just had to check the shot. Now, width and full of length, and Sam Robson, the back of a century the other day at Grantham, beautiful off drive from him.
Drives of the day. This is number 3. We've seen Eskenazi and Robson at 1 drive each. That extra cover drive there from Robson, his second beautiful drive shot for 4. Slightly over pitch from Yates and lent on it through extra cover.
Bit of length. Yates on that one. Nicely worked, just a single. Ends the 18th, 92 for 1.
Yeah, Middlesex over 6 and over now in this little period. As I said, 40 off the first 10. Now 52 off the next 8 overs. Run rate just cruising up nicely. That word partnerships that we keep talking about, just showing the benefit of having 2 set batters. Looks a trickier wicket to start on, but once you're in, I think you can be a little more fluent.
Rhodes into the attack. Well, Rhodes brings himself on, the skipper. Centurion against Nottinghamshire the other day. 5th bowler role here at Radlett.
It's a good top 3 batting for Warwickshire here, with Sibley, Yates and Rhodes, the all-rounder, in at 3. Very talented player, came from Yorkshire, obviously joined Warwickshire, and has relished this role, I think, for.
Was that one in, just a run down to 3rd, Norwell Field. Come back for the 2nd, good running. Throws to the non-striker's end.
Good running there from Robson to put Norwell under pressure and take 2 runs onto the Middlesex total. Yeah, Rhodes really relished, I think, the bit of extra responsibility he's had since joining Warwickshire, and he's turned into a very fine county cricketer.
Short, wide, cuts straight to fielder. What's your viewing position when you're at home? Talks about Richard Johnson on the edge of a physio bench watching on. When you're at home, the big screen's where? In the man cave somewhere, to curtains closed, dark room, or are you a nervy watcher?
No, I try not to watch too much at all.
after that one just seems away slightly off the surface. Oh, you're more of a listener. You turn the stream off and just listen to the BBC commentaries at the away games.
Yeah, just listen to the expert commentary that we receive on both Middlesex live stream and BBC London. But no, I tend to drift in and out of games a little bit, really. It's sort of deliberate. I mean, obviously when I was coaching and hands-on with the team, you watch every ball, but with the role as it is at the moment, I think I don't want to obsess over every ball.
Oh, inside edge. Falls kindly for Eskenazi into the onside. End of the 19th, 95 for 1. Drinks break here at Radlett. Right, quick change of pace here on the mic. Thank you very much to Alan Coleman for his stint. We'll be back in a little while. To tell you today at Highgate Cricket Club, anybody in the Crouch End area, Power to Inspire is running its inaugural festival, Inclusive Cricket, and free entry for all. The event's supported by Middlesex Cricket kicks off at 5 p.m. this evening, and we'll see fun and inclusive cricket activities running throughout the evening. There's an exciting cricket match featuring a representative Middlesex Disability 11 taking on a Highgate Inclusive 11 in a showcase T20 friendly encounter. Take part in blindfolded cricket and a host of other exciting inclusive cricket activities help build up the big game. To the big game indeed, with activities taking place on the main Highgate Square and in the practice nets. Plus you can get your picture taken and get your autographs of several of the England's disability squad's players who represented Middlesex Disability Cricket. Be on hand to discuss their own cricketing journeys. Of course, those wonderful performances down under as well for the England disability squads of late as well. So whether you're a cricket enthusiast or not, whether you've never played the game before, everyone is welcome to come along and get involved. Doors open at 4:45 today for the Festival of Inclusive Cricket agenda. So here's Yates. Single down to long on. I'm delighted to say end of the over. We'll say hello to our two guests, John Willis, who's the founder and chief ambassador of Power to Inspire, and Alex Laybourne, who's the current CEO of Power to Inspire. That's a lovely shot by Robson. He's into the 30s. Mid-off up inside of the circle. Just a nice little shuffle of the feet. 100 up for Middlesex, 101 for 1. These two came together with the score on 32, 20 from Stoneman. Just a single for Robson, he's on to 34. There's a single, end of the over, and 102, 103 for one after 20 overs here Middlesex put in. So delighted to say John Willis, founder and chief ambassador of Power to Inspire, and Alex Laybourne, current CEO of Power to Inspire, alongside me. John, we'll start with you, and well, tell us a little bit about Power to Inspire. Thanks for joining us, by the way.
Well, I was born without fully formed arms or legs, and have been passionate about sport, in particular cricket, throughout my life. And I just wanted everybody to be able to play sport. And that's why I set up Power to Inspire about 8 years ago now.
Just a single down to third.
And my passion was to make sure that no one was left on the bench. And that's what we do at Power to Inspire. We do various different games and festivals, and today we've got this wonderful festival of inclusive cricket to celebrate the fact that everybody can play this wonderful game.
A bit of width. Robson drawn into it.
So we do lots of inclusive stuff. We go around schools, and we developed a set of games called Powerhouse Games, which Alex can tell you more about in a minute. But I'm really passionate about cricket. I used to be a cricket scorer back in the day.
Just gets through, just in front of the back of point. Single more out to the sweeper in the deep. Shake.
But I wish I'd been able to get out there and play, and with good adaptation you can. Anybody can play cricket, and at different levels you just have to adapt the rules to make it accessible for all.
Nurdled nicely for one more. Skip forward in time. What a winter it was for the England disability squad.
Absolutely. Going and winning the Ashes down under is fantastic. And it shows that it can be done at all levels too, at the international top end, but also people can just have fun playing the game.
Forgive me if my memory served, but the blind cricketers completed the double, didn't they, in the Ashes? Oh, angles back in. Strike somewhere around the back hip of Robson.
I think you're right. Yes, they did. So, as I say, it's about, for us at Power to Inspire, it's all about inclusion. So it's getting everybody to play. Our mission is including everyone.
That's a lovely shot. Width. Shake's got his work cut out here. A slide, and he's done well. Flicks it back in. Can be a bobbly outfield here at Radlett. Perhaps that little bit of rain slowed down the outfield. Might have eased just those bobbles on the outfield as well. End of the 21st. 108 for one. Yeah, I was just looking a little bit about Power to Inspire, and it does obviously clearly one of the mission statements: playing sport irrespective of age, race, gender, faith, or disability.
And it's not just about the disability. Obviously, as a disabled person, I'm very passionate that we should include disabled people. But I like it that older people can play with younger people, boys with girls. Gender's not an issue for us. And just getting everybody involved in sport. So if I could create a Middle Eastern game of cricket between the various different countries there to get people to play, I do believe passionately that if you play sport together, you learn to respect and like each other, and that helps in all ways. So it's not just about disability, but obviously I'm particularly passionate about including everybody. I'm not, as I say, I was born without hands and without feet. I play golf, tennis, and other sports. I swim. I've been kayaking this week, which is really good fun. So you can do it at any ability.
Ethan Brooks into the attack. from the pavilion end. Single first up for Eskenazi.
And I just love, I've always loved cricket. I love the nuances, and so I think it's brilliant that we can get more people playing it at all levels.
Full, clipped away, uppish for a moment. There's a cry, a catch, mid-wicket. Relatively orthodox, not particularly straight. Long on coming around to hold them to 1. And the link up with Middlesex, and in particular, well, not in particular, but also Highgate this evening.
So Max Latchmore is one of our trustees, and he's a member at Highgate Cricket Club, and he's been particularly passionate about including disabled people in their cricket. Johan De Silva is engaged at Highgate, and he's very much involved with the Middlesex disability teams, so it seemed a natural connection for them to actually try and create a match and a festival at Highgate. And then there's the added connection that a long time ago Andy Cornish, your chief executive here, and I were really good friends through another great sport, which is hockey, and we got to know each other very well back when our 20s, and I actually went to visit him when he was living in Sweden, and so it was wonderful to be able to catch up with him too.
Just a change of field here, deep mid-wickets going back, so long on back, deep mid-wicket, deep square, deep cover. Nice line and length just outside off Tintin Eskenazi. Onside there to be accessed if he wants to go for runs. Nobody blocking the single, just kept outside off.
So, though I was a bit surprised just seeing Andy this now that he said that I hadn't changed at all.
Well, I was going to say 20s. That was just the other day for you both, of course.
I think the grey hair gives it away a bit.
His or yours?
Mine. And my rotund middle.
He's a former MCC young cricketer, wasn't he, Andrew Cornish, the now chief exec of Middlesex? Yeah. That's the end of the 22nd, 111 for 1.
I also happen to know Jack Davis's dad, so I've just had the pleasure of catching up with Jack, which is really nice, one of your squad members, and I wish him well in his career, an exciting young talent. Seems that you've got some great young talent here at Middlesex.
I was going to say how far county-wise. The ball to back point remains on 48. Eskenazi. Yeah, how far and wide does Power to Inspire stretch?
Well, we're in the growth phase, and actually I think I should pass over to Alex to let you know about some of the exciting developments that we've got ahead of us, which are really exciting, and part of the reason why as a charity we need more support.
Hello.
Afternoon, Alex.
Afternoon. Thanks
to
for
have you
having us.
alongside. Well, over to you. The ball has been passed.
Yeah, that's very quick from John, wasn't it? So he's always had that skill set. He's able to chuck the ball quickly. So. Yeah, no. In terms of locations where we are, so we've done historically, or John has done historically, a lot of work in Cambridgeshire and Essex, and yeah, sorry, and then more recently we've done a little bit of work in Leicester and Leicestershire, and then we're hoping to kind of do. We've had some stuff in London again, like today, and then hoping to kind of push out to sort of Worcestershire, Warwick sort of area. So there's certainly some really interesting opportunities opening up for us.
It's worked nicely. Back to the square, they'll pick up a single. I'll think about two, back they come. Robson into the 40s now as well. 114 for one.
Yeah, so to bring the Festival of Inclusive Cricket down to London's fantastic. We ran one at Christmas in Cambridge as well, sort of like in line with the Ashes, which was supported by Cambridgeshire County Cricket as well, which is brilliant.
Single ball brings Eskenazi back onto strike on 49.
And then in terms of like that growth, a lot of our growth is happening with the Powerhouse Games, which John mentioned earlier. So the Powerhouse Games are essentially our inclusive sports days. So they involve. Trying to work out where to start now.
Give it a pause while he's on 49. Oh, we nearly jinxed him, didn't we? Ended at 23rd, 115 for one.
Stay quiet. So the Powerhouse Games are inclusive sports days, and what we try to do is bring together. So an example is we ran one with Leicester Tigers, for example, recently, and we had their academy boys as a group of 12, and then their women's set up as a group of 12. So you've got a kind of sports team in there, and then 12 people from an independent school, 12 from a state school, 12 from an SEN school, and then also 12 from sort of the models expanding into having additional needs pupils from a state school who often kind of miss out on some of these opportunities. And so you get 12 from each of those areas, and they come together to create 12 teams of 6. Yeah, and in those teams of 6, they get their own kind of team T-shirt. So you kind of create their own team within it, and then they play a variety of different inclusive sports. So when we did it with Leicester Tigers, we had some different inclusive versions of rugby, but also boccia, goalball, new age curling, some really interesting games. If you had a chance to watch the Paralympics. Yeah, some great different some Paralympic type sports, but also some adapted and inclusive sports that go from there. And like John said earlier, it's just the opportunity to break down those barriers. So you've got people from all different backgrounds coming together and creating a team. So the pupils from the schools in particular turn up, and then they suddenly find out they're not going to be in a team with their friends, and they've got to create this new kind of group.
Cry catch, it was in the air. Through the covers it goes though. Robson's on to 45. Middlesex 119 for 2. Just threw it a little bit too early. No extra cover in place though, or well, the cover that was in was relatively fine. There's the ball being returned. Let's see if that cover moves at all. Over his head, that one.
Yeah, so and so the Powerhouse Games have been, we'd certainly say whenever people come to, whenever we explain to people say, oh, that sounds amazing, but when you come to them, they certainly do make a massive difference to people that experience them, as participants or even just watching them. And we passionately believe in the Powerhouse Games and the impact that they have on those involved and those around.
That's worked nicely. Back of the square by Robson, and it's going to be worked away for 4. He's level with Eskenazi. Middlesex pair, both on 49. Middlesex 1, 2, 3 for 1. And just onto one of those key scoring areas for Robson to his hips. Big run scorer. Square of the wicket both sides. There's a lovely piece of timing off the body throughout his career, Sam Robson, from the very early days when he made his way through. And there's the 50. He beats Eskenazi to it. He's on to 50 from 54 deliveries. End of the 24th over. 6 fours for Sam Robson. Fine strike rate there. A stickier day at Radlett with that little bit of moisture around, but another 50 to go with his century as well at Grantham the other day, and a partnership worth 92 now. Coming together nicely for Middlesex as they reach the halfway stage of the innings. 124 for one. Well, I don't want to double the score from here. Again, it'll be double the score from 30. But these two are just laying that foundation on what has been a bit more of a bowler's day so far at Radlett. Nice little use of the feet from Robson, trying to find the single, but well bowled by Rose, just following him. Here's Eskenazi on to strike them. 49 from 65 for the Middlesex captain, offered that one chance this morning to Burgess. That already looks costly. Costly in terms of the injury as well, Burgess having to hand over the gloves to Kai Smith. Skipper to skipper, and there is the half century for Stephen Eskenazi. 66 balls for his 50, Eskenazi. The 8th time in 9 white ball innings that Stephen Eskenazi has reached 50. Incredible. 6 fours and 1 6. The world record aggregate runs for the 3 consecutive list day centuries. That was brought to an end at Taunton the other day, and indeed brought to an end that run of 50s in the white ball game. But this is an 8th score of 50, at least 50 in 9 innings against the white ball. It's an incredible performance from Middlesex captain. And there's information on the bottom of the screen. 6 fours and 1 6 for Eskenazi for that 50. Brilliant from him. One to come at the 25th. 127 for one. Must be a single to end the over. Eskenazi on to 51. 128 for one from 25. Middlesex haven't been put in. So anybody who's just joined us, John Willis, the founder and chief ambassador of Power to Inspire, and Alex Laybourne, current CEO of Power to Inspire, alongside me. John, one question I did have was, how long ago did you set up Power to Inspire?
Well, it was all started at 2012 Olympics, where a friend of mine who'd been pestering me for a number of years actually managed to get me to crack, and I agreed to do an able-bodied triathlon relay. He said, you can do the swim. He said he would do the bike ride, and he'd get somebody in to do the run. And I said, well, what's our goal? He said, well, not to come last. I said, in order to do that, how do you, what do we have to do?
Norwell back into the attack, but for more, and that brings up the century stand as well for the 2nd wicket. Norwell returning to try and break this partnership, just a little full. Eskenazi seeing it big now, just enough width on that length for Eskenazi to free up the hands. Partnership brought up in 107 deliveries, the century stand. They have moved to 132 for 1 now. Oh, and that's edged off the stumps again. And away for 4 more. Double blow for the Bears. As you'll see, that was a very straight delivery. Edges it almost off leg stump. Down to the deep third. Finding the fielder and 4 more. Eskenazi rattles along to 59, 136 for 1. Well, to some extent have that 30 over mark on their mind and think, well, where are we? Is that barometer halfway through the innings? Double the score from here? No, that's not really going to be enough. Double the score from 30. It's a little chat between the pair out in the middle. John, you were whispering to me a minute ago, what is the par score here? And, well, somewhere around 350 has been where sides have been targeting.
Well, so they've got to go some to get to. That would be 175 on 30 overs. So just puts it in perspective. So need to accelerate, but not lose wickets. It's a difficult one. I saw the ball bounced over the hedge at the far end, so that's why they've gone to go and find it off the advertising hoardings at the far end.
Whisper from the other end of the tent, a familiar problem here. Yeah, it's balls lost in those
so
hedges.
Going back to our powerhouse games at Power to Inspire, as we've got a break, I'd just like to emphasise to it the fun. Rule number 1 at Power to Inspire is to have fun. So that's what the guys and girls like to do. It's not about winning at all costs, it's very much about taking part. A couple of little anecdotes from powerhouse games of the past. There was an SEN student, somebody with special needs, who came along and wouldn't join in at all to start with. And one of the university students, we also do it with university students instead of rugby players. We could do it with cricketers, of course. One of the university students engaged with this young girl, and in round 3, because they all play 6 different games, round 3 this young lady joined in and then joined in for the rest of the morning. And one of the teaching assistants from the SEN school was almost in tears because this girl had never joined in anything ever. So you can imagine the impact that it can have on people. I also just love the fact that some of the kids are actually better at games like bocce and new age curling than so-called elite sports people, which is really funny, and does bring some of the the so-called athletes down to earth with a minor bump, and they realise that you don't have to have all your attributes to be actually quite good at a different sport. That can be quite amusing.
Oh, Eskenazi goes for the ramp. Change of ball, no change of pace from Eskenazi, straight to the ramp, but through it goes. Gloves of Kai Smith, the stand-in keeper.
Maybe taking my advice of speeding up the runs a bit too quickly there. I think that they've got to stay there a bit longer.
Against Norwell as well. Deciding to attack one of the strike bowlers. Nips back slightly.
That would have probably hit me in the grill.
So back to tonight at Highgate.
So it's free entry, and families, whether you're disabled or not, you're very, very welcome. Come down, witness some high quality disability cricket, and there's going to be lots of activities you can get involved in.
Tabs away. Just a single. It's a long old chase up from long on for Yates. Mid-wicket gets across first to skipper Rhodes, make sure it is just one.
We're going to have some blindfold cricket in the nets, so anybody can come along and have a try and experience what it's like having a go at hitting a ball with blindfold on. It has a bell in it, so you can listen for it, and but it's amazing to watch. And if you have a go at trying to hit a ball when you can't see, you appreciate quite how skillful the visually impaired cricketers are. Absolutely extraordinary. But there'll be other games and activities to participate in, so it should be a great fun evening at Highgate Cricket Club. And beat the tube. I'm afraid to say you'll have to drive a walk, I think, but it will be great fun, and there will be some wonderful cricketers to watch and get a selfie with.
Stepping across, Eskenazi trying to access the onside, and access it he does for 4. Lovely shot from the Middlesex captain. There he goes, premeditated. Perhaps just push that a little bit wider in response by Rhodes. And once again, captain to captain. It's the Sea-Axis skipper at the moment, who's in form and on top here at Radlett. Building a strong foundation once again. Use of the feet and slap through the offsides. Gave him the charge on this occasion. Rather than stepping across, he stepped forward and down the track. And that's fabulous stuff. Almost a forehand smash from Stephen Eskenazi. Always gone for the ramp again. This time it's squirting down to deep thirds. Got away with it on this occasion, Eskenazi. Alex, just in terms of how folk can get involved, find out more with Power to Inspire.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I mean, the website is powertoinspire.org.uk, which is 2, the number 2.
Well, that was short. That really sat up, and Robson in the end pulls it down to long on, takes the single.
Yeah, I mean, there's plenty of ways of getting in touch across social media platforms, which will pick up kind of any messages from there, or via the website, or indeed getting in touch with John or I directly. And you know, there's loads of opportunities to get involved, whether it's participating in festivals, inclusive sport, powerhouse games, or volunteering.
Now, is that away? No. She can get around. Holden to 2. To the 70s. Eskenazi into the 27th. 149 for 1 Middlesex.
Yeah, and indeed, if there's any, there's any teachers or people connected to schools out there, John comes into schools and delivers games to inspire, which are kind of inclusive days where I'll give a talk about his story and kind of some of his key messages around, never giving up. And I won't give it all away because otherwise no one will come back to us. And then delivers a lot of those inclusive games to the pupils. And I think one of the amazing things about that is that where we go into mainstream schools, sometimes it's just about educating those pupils about inclusive sport in itself and how they can make sport inclusive for other people. So take cricket, for example, if they're out in the street and there's someone that isn't involved in the game, you know, have they learnt ways that they can make that game inclusive for everyone?
Well, continuing, single out to deep square.
Yeah, and then from the powerhouse games, like we said, we did lots of it with university students and
150 up.
And university students and clubs, but also different sports groups. So we did one, so with Leicester Tigers, plenty with different Cambridge University sports clubs. We're kind of exploring lots of different opportunities there. Yeah, and on those and on the corporate side as well. So, you know, we think that, you know, there's opportunities for corporates to get involved with the powerhouse games, to sponsor our events. You know, and the great thing is, it's not just to kind of give us your money. It's you know, there's some great diversity and inclusion training in action, the ability to be involved in, you know, in that training as it happens.
I was going to ask, what is the biggest area of growth that you're looking to?
Yeah, so I would say it's those powerhouse games at the moment. So this academic year, we've delivered 10. We're targeting 20 next year, pre-COVID. You know, so the 10 is an increase from the pre-COVID time, and I think the opportunity to expand, like the geographical location of those as well.
Oh, slight misfield. Goes through the legs, and they've turned for 2. And back they come for the 3. All the way out to the boundary it goes. It's always downhill, isn't it? Hannah Dalby with the apology. Robson on to 57. Eskenazi, who would have been overtaken by Robson, has done it again. Oh, there we go. Little bobble. Eskenazi. Hannah Dalby, sorry, left on his knees. Frustration at that one, in disbelief. 154 for 1.
Yeah, and so those different you know, areas and different sports. So, you know, John mentioned earlier, you know, it'd be great to do something, for example, in the, you know, Middlesex Cricket, and we did something with Leicester Tigers. We worked with Visa down at Bisham Abbey with you know, as the corporate sponsor, with a range of different athletes from, you know, a lot of world champions, which was amazing for those taking part.
End of the over, 28 gone, 154 for 1.
Yeah, I think that growth side is really exciting. I think, you know, what John founded and set up, and what we're trying to achieve, we're really passionate about, and we, you know, believe that, you know, access to sport for everybody is really important, but also kind of showing some people where sport isn't their first love, you know, the power of sport in itself, and by bringing, you know, people together for that sake. So, you know, the more we're able to grow and deliver that message, the better. I think one of the things John did in the early days was that, I'll let him explain this later, to Road to Rio, which was every Olympic and Paralympic sport in the build up to Rio, including diving, which he's got a cool video of, and horse riding, which is definitely something I would not do, and raised some money which he was looking to give to a charity, but found there wasn't anything that quite fitted what he wanted it to go towards, which is where Power to Inspire, you know, was able to take those next steps. And I think that's, you know, we really believe that we've got an area, you know, to deliver in a sort of like, you know, a gap which we can fill as a charity for people to be able to take part in sport together. The diving video is definitely worth watching if you can find it on YouTube.
Go on.
Is it on YouTube? Yeah, it's on YouTube. John will have the link, so if you look for John Willis and Road to Rio, there's some good videos on that. I think the scariest one for me, you always says the diving, but when I watch you on that horse, that's not really.
It's Garrett from the Saltersfield end. Nice line and length to start up.
He's cut down his sport since, like he said, he's more so golf and tennis, but he'll only play me at the stuff he'll beat me at. So that's the lots of rounds of golf which I've never won. In fact, I think I won the first one, which I think he let me win.
My best man always says the funniest thing he's ever seen is me standing in a bunker. Because my legs only go down to my knees, it looks as if I'm halfway buried in the bunker trying to take a shot. I try now not to go into bunkers. A story from the Games to Inspire, which I always inspires me. I went round a number of schools and did a talk in the schools and did a swim in schools. This was to raise money, and we called it the 50-50-100, where I did 50 1,000 metre swims in 50 pools in 100 days. And I went to an SEN school, special needs school in Tottenham, just under the eaves of Tottenham Hotspur Football Club, the old stadium, and it was a special needs school, and I swam in the pool with some special needs kids, and it was fantastic, and that was great.
Single out steam mid wicket, nicely played by Robson.
And afterwards we had lunch, and I was talking to the head teacher, and a profoundly disabled boy came up, and I can tell you what he said. It took him about 3 to 4 minutes to actually say this because of his speech impediment, but I can probably tell you it's in the time of after the next delivery.
Just a single once more.
He said that he'd never had the confidence to swim in the deep end of the swimming pool. He had all his limbs, but he had various impairments, until he had seen me swim in the deep end of the swimming pool that morning. And he had had a go and realised that he could swim in the deep end of the swimming pool, and said that he would be now swimming lengths like me with a big, big, big grin.
Sharply taken on there. Hits the bat at the non-striker's end. They are safe. They probably were safely through anyway.
The head teacher's ears pricked up, and you could see that he was thinking that they'd assumed that it was because of his impairments that he couldn't actually swim in the deep end of the swimming pool. But it wasn't. It was fear in his head. And therefore, how many other things that he said he couldn't do could he actually do, because if he was helped to believe that he could? It probably changed his life, and it certainly changed the attitude of that head teacher. And it inspires me on a daily basis to go and encourage people to believe that they can do things.
Change of bowling here at the pavilion ends. Matt Lamb is going to turn his arm over for a few tweakers. Second bit of spin we've seen from Warwickshire. About to hit the 30th over. To the halfway mark. We talked about Middlesex looking to get towards, well, 350 might be a bit of a stretch today on a slightly different pitch here at Radlett to what we've seen of late. So somewhere around the 300, 330 mark maybe on a good day. Double your score from 30 overs. That will put them there or thereabouts. 9 wickets standing. Nicely flied it first ball from the leg spinner right onto the spot. Robson, a part-time leg spinner himself. A bit wider on that occasion from Lamb. Robson gets it away. And a scrambling stop, which is not going to be enough. Out on the boundary rope, is it? Oh, yes, no, and again. Wow. Well, he's managed to do it in the end. They've run 3. Robson's onto 62. Nicely bowled again. Nicely played by Eskenazi. Full face. Picks up the single.
Picking up what Alex said about my Road to Rio challenge, diving without hands head first into a swimming pool from a 3-metre high diving board is scary.
Uppish, but safe. And this is on YouTube. You said the video?
Yes, it is. What they don't tell you before you do it is that you can see the bottom of the pool, which is another 5 metres below the water level. So you're looking at 8 metres down.
Oh, stepping over again. Top ball.
So it is a question of body over mind. Do not want to think about it.
Singapore ends the 30th. 75 for Eskenazi, 63 for Robson. There's that bit of fielding out on the boundary rope once more. That's a scrambling effort. We were talking about diving. Oh, there we go again. He's done well to rescue them. He has. He saved one in the end, hasn't he? So 30 overs done, 163 for 1. Yeah, Middlesex have been up around 200 or just beyond at the 30 over mark here at Radlett in a good few of the games, posting 350 in the end. I was just about to say they perhaps haven't got the charge right in those games. Eskenazi charges past that one. 163 for 1. It'll be interesting to see how they go. Around the 34 over mark they started to charge a few of the games, and wickets tumbled, lost 9 for 90 up at Grantham in a charge, and similarly here against Surrey when they looked set for 400, and that man looked set. It was the day he got the record, 182 record list day score for Middlesex. Well, at the halfway mark you'd have thought 200 was very much in sight for him. He was out with 3 balls to go the innings that day. Eskenazi 182, taking the record of 166 from Max Holden. Where will it go today for Eskenazi and for Middlesex in the back 20? It'd have been 100 on the board, you'd have thought, by this stage in that game. Well, he would have been opening the batting. Middlesex were 200 on the board at the 30 over mark. So he'd have been 100 to the good at that point, just slightly behind on this one, but again the charge went wrong for Middlesex in the Surrey game. He did go on and win it. The charge went wrong at Grantham as well, and they still managed to defend the 350 up there as well with a better bowling performance. All to play for here in the back 20 at Radlett. Warwickshire winning the toss this morning here in Hertfordshire, putting Middlesex in. Looked a good decision when they provided a testing power play. 40 on the board, 1 wicket down, and Stoneman gone for 20. Eskenazi dropped again. That's costly already. How much further of a cost it will prove to be for Warwickshire, we'll have to wait and see. But this man's looked good so far, Sam Robson. They've got to get him as well. Just see a little use of the feet from this pair at the moment, wanting to get on with it now, wanting to get that charge going. The run rate 5.3 is absolutely fine at this stage, but they will want to be posting a fair bit over 300. Be set in 6.5 as the requirement. Again, looking to open up. Might not be the pitch for it. It hasn't been the pitch for it here at Radlett in general when they've looked to open up. Nor was it at Grantham when they looked to get going, but looking to put the foot on the gas here now. Might just have to mind their work a little bit, Middlesex, from that recent history of collapses in the back 20, really, when they weren't quite getting the totals they were looking for. They're charging for. End of the over, and an excellent one from Garrett. Just the one off it. Middlesex were clearly looking to charge there. 31 gone. 164 for one. What's next up for you guys, John and Alex? Or Alex, you first up?
Yeah, well, we get very busy against. We've got a few really busy times a year, and the start of the academic term for schools and universities is particularly busy. So we've got a week down at Quilter's School in Essex as part of their Paralympic week. They run the headmaster there, Mike Wade, is really passionate about that. And then we've got a number of powerhouse games. So the Cambridge University Rugby Club, we talked about, corporates that were involved. PEM are involved in that with their Cambridge office, which is fantastic.
Cry was 2 first up, just the single.
Yeah, that's back to back with Cambridge University Football Club powerhouse games. And again, they've what's fantastic there is they've just appointed an outreach officer. So there's a lot of investment from those clubs.
Cutting off the stumps from single Robson. All little misfields. They ran the first gently.
Yeah, a lot of those clubs that have worked with in the past around wanting to really drive that, and then doing some with some of the colleges at Cambridge University as well. So we've got one with Fitzwilliam College. Good Enough College in London is another one. So I think we've got 4 powerhouse games and a week at Quilter's in September and the start of October. So
how do you get in amongst the communities? Because that's one of the challenges, isn't it? Where's the access points for you? We talked about people getting involved with you. How do you get involved with the communities? That's up in the air and away from Robson. Lovely shot. Chase, scramble. Oh, and a collision there with the advertising board as well. All's well that ends well out there for Sibley. I think he's fine. Picks himself up and the board with him. But lovely shot by Robson. Away it goes. There's the collision. Sibley trying his best. Yep, no, stop.
So there's a lot of it comes those sort of personal connections and word of mouth. So take Games to Aspire for example, where
should be a single again.
They spin this ball after ball, isn't it? And we have ones. We had a Games to Inspire last year, and off the back of it, we got 3 emails from parents and who are teachers. One's a teacher at another school. Parents wanted their kids to their other child to experience it.
Single 20 over, 32 done, 173 for 1.
So that sort of word of mouth is massive. And again in Cambridge we did a powerhouse games with the Hawks and Ospreys Club, which are the blues club for the men's and women's Cambridge Blues. And off the back of that, some of the university students have asked to book them either for their club, so the netball club, but also with the colleges, so with Fitzwilliam College. So there's a lot of word of mouth. Like we said earlier, once people experience it, they realise the power of it, and then they want to experience more of it and share it with other people. Yeah, and then the festivals, off the back of different networking events. It's about what can we do.
Oh, bounces up. They will scamper the single, and now scampered stop. Standing keeper Smith to make sure there's no second.
So there's a group called CADMUS in Cambridge, the Adult Disability Multisport group, and they come to a lot of our festival events in Cambridge, and they had played a Peterborough Boccia club once, so we set up a Boccia festival off the back of that, and that was amazing last year. We've got a conversation with a cricket club in Cambridgeshire around some inclusivity and potentially another festival of inclusive cricket at some point.
Now, has he got enough? Oh, yes, he has. Over the hedge it goes. Oh, the accountants at Middlesex will hope it's gone over the hedge. That means they can go and get it, unless it's landed in the hedge. Let's have another look. That's a really sweet pickup. For a moment, Long On thought he was in the game. Oh! Retrieved from over the back of the hedge.
I think you need a new ball.
Sort of just saw a projectile come back over the hedge. There it goes, another attempt. Goodness me. Oh no, maybe that's a... No, they're calling for a new ball. It is. It's lost in that hedge. I'm not sure. Not sure that was the ball that we were seeing. It looks as though one was being tossed back over the hedge, but I assume that there was perhaps a game being played on the other side by some kids, because we just saw some balls go up in the air over there. But either way, these two, 180 for two. The partnership is 148 now between these two. Another good performance by them. Beautiful shot. The weeping willows in the background over by the train track there. The temporary stamp put up behind as well. Tilan Walalawita running out the drink, or the drinks for both. Replacement ball's been found, the box of balls, and ready to go once more. Robson on to 75. Middlesex looking to step up the rate here. It's Hannon Dalby as well. It's a bold move by Robson. Steps aside to give himself room. Hannon Dalby follows him, and Robson says thanks very much, clipping off the legs. 150 partnership, 152 on the board now for the second wicket. And yeah, just took that little step outside leg. Clips nicely. Back of the square on the leg side. Steps outside off, one-handed drive, doesn't get hold of it, probably saves him. Long off will collect as they take two. Robson now into the 80s as well. Once more overtaking Eskenazi. It's been quite the race between these two, and Robson with the better strike rate as well, going at 100 at the moment. John, I was just asking Alex there about how do you get into the communities? How does...
Well, another aspect is we do a thing called Super Century Inclusive Kilometres, and it was Histon Running Festival that got in touch with us. Histon is a small village just on the outskirts of Cambridge.
Low full toss this time by Hannon Dalby. Gets away with the single.
And they wanted to make their running festival inclusive, so instead of a festival of inclusive running, we actually created a super sensory inclusive kilometre, which is what it says on the tin really. So it's a kilometre around their track, so it's set up for the kilometre race that they have, but along the way there are 5 sensory stations.
Think about 2 here, trying to put the pressure on the fielder. It's just the single to end the 33rd, 188 for 1.
So the 5 sensory stations are smell. Well, it's wonderful seeing the sight of people smelling some cow dung or whatever, or a bath bomb. Sight, wacky mirrors, bubbles, all sorts of things. hearing, touch and taste, which of course is the most popular tent. And it breaks up the kilometre walk, run, wheel. One family said to my wife that it was the first event they'd ever been at where all 4 members of the family could join in properly.
Outside line of off. It's going to dart away though. It'll be 4 more leg byes. Hopeful start to the over for Middlesex. It's a mile outside off the ball striking. Low on the just above the boot. On the pads. Useful boundary to start the over. Helps that scoring rate. Climbing now up towards 6. 5.7. Single ball.
So we've had families, we've had care homes come in groups, lots of wheelchair users, but you can run it, you can walk it, you can wheel it, you can do it in any way you like, and it's a really fun event. People love the fact that they've done a kilometre, whether they've walked it or been wheeled it, and it's a great way of including everybody in the community.
Away pretty much off the top and middle. Just a single, well fielded out there. Piece of work. Let's make sure it's no more than 1. This is good from Lamb. First one got away for 4 leg byes.
So Worcester Warriors, the rugby club, not only having a Powerhouse Games, they want a festival of inclusive rugby and a Super Sensory inclusive kilometre. So the opportunities for, I don't know, Middlesex or any organisation that wants to host a Super Sensory inclusive kilometre is massive. And we'd be delighted to help at Power to Inspire.
Single turn the over, 34 done, 195 for 1. Eskenazi keeping the strike, moving level with Sam Robson. Alex and John, we're going to have to change up at the end of the next over. Blake Cullen, injured Middlesex bowler, is going to come and sit down alongside us, but very much appreciate you joining us, telling us what's happening at Highgate tonight.
Thank you very much. Just to remind people, it is free. It is from 4:45 at Highgate Cricket Club. It's the key part will be the Middlesex disability team playing a Highgate Cricket Club team and demonstrating and showcasing inclusive cricket in action.
Little bit of width, and Eskenazi carves the ball over cover for 6. Well, that is the mark of a man in the absolute form of his life. 89 he moves to. Let's have another look. Anand Dolby as well. Don't put it there. Just beautiful timing from Eskenazi. Wonderful swing of the bat. Sweet connection. Low full toss. And the throw to the non-strikers then. Goodness me, Eskenazi would have gone. Apologises to Robson, but he was running himself out. 200 up on the board for Middlesex, but very nearly the second wicket. 202 for 1. He's on to 90.
So if people want to get involved or get in touch or support us, go to our website, www.power2inspire.org.uk. and help us make sport truly inclusive. We can do it in many different ways. As Alex said earlier, fundraising, volunteering, participating. As one grandmother once said to me, "Oh, I won't play, my boy will play, my grandson." I said, "You can play boccia." So we had her playing alongside her grandson.
Slow ball perhaps just pushed a little wider by Hannon Dolby.
Yes, don't forget our mantra is no one left on the bench, and rule number 1 at Power to Inspire is to have fun.
Should just be a single, it is.
Just a massive thank you for having us on and letting us kind of share what we do as well. Really appreciate it, and you know, hopefully if there is any interest out there, we're more than happy to pick up with people. And the website's powertoinspire.org.uk or via our social medias, which are all Power to Inspire UK. Or I'm sure if they come to the club, you can forward it on to us and we'll pick on from there.
Top ball turning over, 35 done, 15 to go here at Radlett, 2:03 for 1. Alex and John, thanks very much for joining us. Good luck tonight at Highgate. So 4:45 kick-off there for the event this evening. Free entry for it all, and good luck with the future, and well done on everything you've done so far. Much appreciate the time having you guys on.
Thank you very much.
Many thanks. Lovely to have you guys on, and safe journey down to the ground tonight. And hope the traffic's kind. Hope the traffic's kind for you both with the journey. Drinks break here. 15 overs to go, and 2:03 for 1 is the score. Drinks much needed. Not quite as much as of late. Temperature's a little cooler today, a bit of cloud cover over Radlett, cooling for all of us. But 2:03 for 1, drinks needed for those guys, especially the man on the left, who just seems to be out in the middle all the time for Middlesex at the moment. The 8th innings out of 9 in white ball cricket that he's reached at least 50. Incredible from the Middlesex and England Lions batter, Middlesex captain, and well, a great deal of surprise that he hasn't got a 100 call-up. Middlesex are delighted that he hasn't. So far, could still, I suppose, somebody withdraws, but 90 from 99 for him, a partnership of 171. Robson as well on 84 off the back of his century the other day. 106 remains his top. .77 last up as well for Robson off the back of that 103 at Grantham, 77 at Taunton. It's nicely cut away, just giving himself room again. Looking for 2, but settling on 1. I'd like to say Blake Cullen sits down with me in the tent, and yeah, another day, another Stephen Eskenazi milestone.
Yeah, not really a surprise anymore particularly. He's rode his luck early on a little bit and bided his time through that tough opening spell and is cashing in sort of later towards the end of the innings now.
Gets that one away for 4 more. He's on to 94, his 100th ball face. Middlesex Well, again, it was against Surrey last week. They hit the 34th over and had the drinks break. Began the charge thereafter. It collapsed a little. It did at Grantham as well when they looked to charge. 9 wickets for 90. They lost at Grantham. That's a very distinctive Stephen Eskenazi shot as he steers that out to deep square for a single. But 300 will be the target here, minimum from them. Talked about 100 off the back 10. Where could they be in 5 overs time? Somewhere around that 230, 240 mark. Full toss. And Robson opens the face. Beautifully placed. 4 more. Robson kicking on to the 90s as well. Lovely opening of the face to place that perfectly fine to the sweeper out there, which is Brooks. Got a ball from Lamb. Must be a single. I'm thinking 2. Back they come actually. Pressure put on Yates out there. 2:15 for 1. So Robson is now into the 90s. Again, keeping pace with Eskenazi. It's been a real race in the run scoring between these two. Darted towards the legs, and Robson whips it away. Tumbling stop out there by Shea. Just the single, he's done well to hold them to that. End of the 36th, 2:16 for 1. Partnership 184 now. You ever seen anything like this from Eskenazi, from anyone at Middlesex before? I can't really think of a run like this over the years watching anybody in this kind of form.
No, certainly not. I think, yeah, it's been a special couple of weeks for him and doesn't look like stopping anytime soon. Yeah, I just not in my time, but I'm sure some point in the past Gus might be able to let you know of someone who I probably would never have heard of who did a similar thing.
I thought you were going to say Gus had been in this form in the 90s.
But a good point from you in the last over on Middlesex's start. I think they've had 2 or 3 times where they've been in a similar position and the guys coming in haven't been able to sort of get going straight away, and they've ended up 5 or 6 down sooner than they would have liked, and I think they'll be looking to put that one right today.
Robson cuts beautifully in front of the short third for 4, just that little bit of width, and again he overtakes Eskenazi. He's on to 96, got to the 51st, just guided that well in front of the fielder. Point up as well. He's on to 96. Over to Eskenazi. Yeah, I think the prolific start, you see it so often in T20 as well, don't you? You have an amazing first 10 and then the back 10 doesn't quite go the same way, or vice versa, a recovery in the back 10 after a slow start. The onus is almost on the batters coming in to start hitting out early on, and tracks haven't quite been there for it, I think, is probably the case. That they have been, I was talking to Alan Coleman about it earlier, a lot of the surfaces that Middlesex have played on of late have been surfaces that require digging in and getting a partnership going and playing a long game. To deep square, powerfully struck by Eskenazi, safe enough.
Yeah, I think that's the real challenge coming in that middle order. I think everyone who's got a score hasn't gone from ball 1, apart from maybe that first game here against Leicester. It's all been sort of just under a run of ball up to 50 and then trying to catch up to a run of ball towards your 100, as these two both have. So that lower order need to come in and sort of try and get going from ball 1, which easier said than done.
Stumbling stop. Just the single. really have. We've seen it a lot from all the sides, really. It's about getting that partnership going, isn't it? Eskenazi had to slow it down against Surrey when he went on to that 182, which is a remarkable thing to say. Be a wide. If he does get to the milestone again today, you could well imagine, well, likewise Robson, once they go past 3 figures, that they really will try and put their foot on the gas. But if it doesn't come off, it does just mean that Milan and Holden and Cracknell and Holman just have to find a way. And a surface that, certainly from the off this morning, is more bowler friendly, perhaps, than those that we've seen so far at Radlett. Onto the legs. Just a single. Onto 97.
It dictated Warwickshire's choice at the toss this morning, the way that sort of Robson, Eskenazi have both been playing slightly, marginally damp underfoot, I think was the bit of a report from the wicket. So I think they would have been hoping that the best chance to win this game for them was to nick 2 or 3 early, and the chances and the plays and misses were there. So on another day, I think we could have been seeing 3 or 4 down in the first 10.
Use the feet for Robson, trying to create an angle. Just finds the single to move to 99. End of the over, 37 done. 2-2-6 for 1. Middlesex have been put in by Warwickshire. Alan Coleman and I did wonder whether it would be a good toss to lose, even though Middlesex would have fielded first as well.
Yeah, I didn't know that would have been the choice, but I think the stats here suggest it's a bit of a controversial one, because it's the opposite to T20 cricket, where it suggests you want to chase, and the 50-over cricket, I think, suggests that the pitch has time just to change slightly over the course of 100 overs, and you're actually better off trying to set that score and get through that first hour. And I think the best batting time is probably the rest of this innings and the first 20 of the next, and then perhaps it starts to deteriorate slightly back towards the end of that second innings. So it'll be interesting to see what happens this afternoon.
Yeah, Alan Coleman alluded to that earlier. We've settled the stats. The side batting first here in list A have won 8 out of 11. Norwell back and pushing the single. It's got through. Robson has his century, second century in 3 innings for Sam Robson. The 3rd list A century, 100 deliveries, 95 runs. He lifts his bat around Radlett. And the form of the Middlesex batsman at the top of the order, quite incredible at the moment. 10 fours and a 6 in Robson's century. And it has been, well, as difficult probably out there as Middlesex have known it in the List A competition so far this summer in the Royal London Cup. But it's yet another century for a Middlesex top order batter.
Great knock again by Robson, as calm and classy as ever.
And Eskenazi may well be following him, and he does. Back-to-back deliveries, bringing back-to-back centuries for Middlesex batters. Stephen Eskenazi has a 4th List A century in 5 innings. It's an absolutely astonishing run of form. 8 times in 9 innings in white ball cricket. He's gone past 50, and now a 4th 50 in 5 innings for the Middlesex captain. 104 deliveries. The form of his life just doesn't even start for where Stephen Eskenazi is at the moment. Gives himself room, slaps hard, just a single for Eskenazi on this occasion, but Blake Cullen, I mean, that's astonishing. 12 fours, 2 sixes, and Stephen Eskenazi, you really do run out of things to say in the end.
Yeah, other than I think this is, well, I'm not sure what he'd say, but I think the way he wore that opening spell off, this might be the most impressive of the last few he's had. And I think we'll see shots from both batters now with wickets in hand and only 12 overs left.
It'll be wide. This is where the pressure's going to come on, and be interesting to see how Middlesex do go about launching here, because again, we've seen it, you know, it's partnerships that score the runs. The big runs in these games rather than the cameos and the attacks. But yeah, I think that's a fabulous point you make there. The start this morning, there was definitely more in this pitch than there has been in any of the other games. They were well up against it, Stoneman and Eskenazi and Robson. They really had to dig in to begin with. a good response from Norwell, right onto the spot. But dig in they did, and they've reaped the rewards. Eskenazi, say, riding his luck with that drop catch by Burgess. Warwickshire will look back on that for sure, but I mean, goodness me, I think that's the first chance he's offered in any of those centuries, isn't it, other than the dismissals themselves. Can't remember any drop catches in the previous 3 centuries, but as you say, this is the most challenging perhaps, and the most challenging attack indeed that he's faced in that time as well. It's the top ball from Robson as he picks out mid-off. And Hannon Dalby and Norwell to start were fabulous, and they've been backed up well. Short, and Robson steers it away. Fine of the straightish mid-wicket, and deep mid-wicket coming around on the boundary will hold them to 2. Good piece of work out there by Sheikh, who's just managed to throw it back up for Brooks.
I think another important point is in 12 balls time there'll be another man out for Warwickshire here, so I think they really will look to cash in these next 2 with that man up there. That would have been a single otherwise in the next over, probably with him back, so I think, yeah, we'll see some shots in these next 12 balls for sure.
Yeah, the charge is there for them now, isn't it? We've talked about 100 off the back 10 so often. I think 100 off the back 12 on today's pitch is probably going to be the target, isn't it? 330, 320 perhaps. And they'll be mindful of exactly what we talked about, what's happened before Middlesex, and be mindful of the fact that this is a trickier surface and, or potentially a trickier attack. Hannon Dalby and Norwell in particular.
I think they're perhaps looking to, yeah, again, introduce a couple of new batters with sort of what they have left. I would have thought that Norwell and Hannon Dalby may be bowling slightly closer towards the end of this innings. I think perhaps risking their luck and bowling them out slightly earlier, trying to get 2 new batters in for the slightly less experienced bowlers to take on at the end.
Went too early on that one, Eskenazi. A very good slower ball. I think he saw the funny side of it as well. Even someone in the form of Eskenazi is not going to ramp or scoop a ball of that pace. Goes early again, slow ball again, hits on the back thigh. Wide outside off, will get the leg by. This is a really interesting game now. Up to the end of power play 2, as you said, Blake, they'll be looking to make the most of it, and well, pretty inspired, I think, probably from Rhodes to bring Hannon Dalby back at this stage and say, look, they're going to try and go for it in these 2 overs, see if it breaks the partnership with one of the senior bowlers. Good response from Hannon Dalby to those first 2 trigger moves from Eskenazi, going early on both occasions. Robson stands and delivers and takes out the stumps at the non-striker's end, and Eskenazi's run out. Oh my goodness me, can you believe it? Got fingertips to it, Hannon Dalby, and Eskenazi's day comes to an end on 102 from 107 deliveries. It's another century for the skipper. It's an unbelievably disappointing way for him to fall today, though.
Not even sure that was fingertips. It looked more like thigh or waist to me. That's very unfortunate for Esky, but again, a fabulous knock.
Here's the applause from the Radlett crowds for the Middlesex captain, who, in the form of his life, well, he'll have to shake his head on that one and shake it off as he walks off. He won't believe it. No way to go at all for a man who's reached yet another century in the form of his life, but that's cricket sometimes, isn't it? Incredible from Stephen Eskenazi, absolutely incredible. 8th time in 9 innings that he's managed to go past 50 in white ball cricket. And a 4th list A century in 5 innings. Here's Max Holden, who comes out at 4. An interesting move, elevated above Peter Milan. I wonder, is it partly the left-handed, right-handed combination? So Holden, a T20 opener. They said to him, look, you go and get going. Have another look at the wicket. See where that deflection was. I thought it hit the umpire at first, but there it is. Oh, ow. Wow, he's lucky he didn't break a finger. That's almost hit the back of his hand, hasn't it? From Hannon Dolby, who gives the pat on the back for Eskenazi. I'm not sure Eskenazi immediately saw the funny side of it, but Hannon Dolby did. Yeah, and his follow-through, it was almost the back of his hand, wasn't it? Just hanging out behind him that it struck. Very, very unfortunate for Eskenazi. Just a single for Robson, brings Holden on to strike with 2 deliveries left of the 39th, 8 deliveries left of power play 2, and it'll be interesting to see if he's had any instruction which has said, look, go on, take it as a T20, get out there and go.
Yeah, I think he certainly won't be hanging around, but I think one thing the group have learnt from the couple of collapses we've had from this position is there is more time than you think. There's still sort of 68 balls left in this innings, and if you have 3 dots, it's certainly not worth hitting the next ball up in the air for. So I think they've learned from that, and if he is under a little bit of pressure, he'll just take a breath and look for that single.
It's nicely stroked away and gets past point and gets past cover. Off the mark first ball with a boundary and a beautifully classically played square drive.
Yeah, that'll settle him down a little bit there. He would always anxious, I imagine, to get off the mark and worried about slowing the team down. So 4 first ball will certainly help him out on that front.
Oh, down the track he comes, down the leg side goes Hannon Dolby. It will be a wide. He knew it straight away, didn't he? Holden looking to give him the charge. I just wondered with the elevation on this occasion, I mean, you may actually know the answer, you don't have to tell me if you do, but I wonder with the elevation of Holden, did they actually say, look, the way the charges have gone of late, you go out there and get going, and if you don't, absolutely fine. If the wicket tumbles, Milan comes in and just steadies things again and rebuilds. But at the point they're at now, did they give him that freedom as the T20 opener to go and play with freedom?
Yeah, that may be part of it. I think he's probably more used to going from ball 1 than Milan is. Milan more of a traditional, give himself a couple of balls to style batsman.
Slow ball, and Holden has timed it nicely, but he can't bisect the fielders. We'll get a couple, which ends the 39th. He's on to 6 from 2. Middlesex at the end of the 39th, 244 for 2.
I think another aspect of it would be to prevent the leg spin of Lamb coming back into the attack, yeah, and keep those seamers on from both ends.
In fact, I seem to remember wondering something similar at Grantham, perhaps after the partnership. Was there any thought about sending out Holden to actually have a charge at that point? One of the games recent, anyway. Waffling on about it. But yeah, it seems a good move for one of a number of reasons here. Right-handed, left-handed as well at this point. Last over of power play 2. Good start from Norwell, right into the block hole. Well played by Robson. He's dug it out and digs it out for a single as well, which rotates that strike. All change for the left-hander. Max Holden, who had to watch his list A record of 166 for Middlesex disappear last week. Eskenazi going to 182. Around the wicket comes Norwell, cut away, good stop at backward point. They will get through for a single. Another element of sending Holden up is it take the pressure off Robson, but if the guy at the other end has been given the instruction of you go, then Robson perhaps doesn't feel that need at this stage to keep that scoring rate up himself. Smashes that one back past Bowler. Missed times for a single.
Yeah, I think Robson probably will play it one of 2 ways. He'll either look to bat through and eliminate any drop balls from the innings, and just with the other person at the other end sort of full license to go, or he might join him the way it's going. I don't see why he wouldn't, to be honest, with what's left to come in the hutch, the power there. I think we might see aggression from both ends, really.
Holden steps across, he picks out backward point, it's well fielded again. In there by Lamb, who'd restricted them to a single earlier in the over. Good this from Norwell. Started off the over with that Yorker to Robson. You'd imagine Norwell and Hannon Dolby will be done for now, and they'll hold the rest back for the end of the innings. We'll see how Rhodes deploys them. Good bowling again. Just a single. One to come with the power play. And there's the question, how many to come? Does Robson go for something here at the end of power play 2? It's not, I mean, end of power play 1, you kind of think it's just 2 back. It's a big leap to 4 back. It's not such a big leap to 1 back. Oh, that's very well bowled. Excellent over from Liam Norwell. Just the 5 off the 40th. 248 for 2. That run rate is up at 6.2. So Middlesex well on the way to a 300 score.
It is just a difference of one fielder in that power play, but as a bowler it certainly feels like more than that. I think it gives you that ability to shut off one side of the ground a bit more. With that mid-wicket usually up when the 4 are out, with the 5 out he'll usually drop back, and then it gives that leg side full coverage, which is always a bit of a relief.
Ethan Brooks back on the Salters Field end. Come around the wicket to Holden. Let's have a look at the bowling card in a moment. It's good from Holden. Steps across. Only a single out to deep backward square. Have a look at some of those scores elsewhere as well in a moment around the country today.
With third man and fine leg both up here, I think we'll see quite a lot of pace off from Brooks. It looked reasonably effective from Hannon Dolby in the last over. With slightly slow pitch, I think we'll just accentuate that and make timing a bit more difficult for Robson.
So Hannon Dolby's got 2 to go, 8 overs, 1 for 43. Norwell's bowled out, of course. That's 10 overs done. None for 58 for Norwell. Garrett, none for 49 off 8. Yates, none for 18 off 3. Rhodes, none for 28 off 5. Slight delay here as bat problem, is it, for Sam Robson?
Yeah, I'm not sure he's ever not got a bat problem, Robbo. There's been all sorts run out so far. I think tape, and I think he's opting for a change at last.
I'd have said so, speaks an experienced 12th man, but actually I don't remember you having to do too many 12th man duties.
No, not so much this year. A little bit a couple of years ago, but no, I've got that balance right of either second team or playing. Not quite stuck in that no man's land.
Second shot just bumps back off Lamb, but it is just a single. Yeah, the rest of the bowling. So, well, of this back 10, Rhodes has 5 to go, and he and Hannon Dolby the most economical. Brooks into his 3rd over, none for 14. Lamb, none for 31 from 4. Oh, now it's a full toss and a no ball. You'd imagine it goes away for 4 as well. Cut away by Holden. He's 13 from 7. No ball signalled. So a free hit coming. We've seen a few with pace off that have just dipped below waist height. There's no dipping on that one. And, well put away by Holden, well adapted.
Yeah, not quite managed to get that squeeze on Holden that, from a Middlesex perspective, you might have been slightly worried about that squeeze, and then another loose shot and a wicket, and then who knows what could have happened from there. He's got off nicely, and this free hit will certainly help him on his way.
Here comes the free hit then. Has to stay around the wicket to the left-hander, same field. Oh, now, is that wide? No ball's called again. So no ball is called again. Was that overstepping no ball? It seems harsh on the bouncer that was the no ball. I mean, more to the case, a free hit signalled once more. But it seems to me as though he was going to be more in trouble for a wide than that one than the shortness of delivery. We shall see. Free hit it is once more. And smeared away by Holden down to long on. He gets away with it, just a single. So 11 off the over so far, 3 balls gone. Certainly the standing umpire did look to square leg in terms of height, so I assume it was the height that it was given for. It seemed a little harsh, that one. As I say, wide seems far more likely to me. That was my question mark immediately. It's a nice looking shot, and it's 4 runs for Robson. He's on to 110. Sweetly struck down the ground.
Yep, still good value straight here at Radlett, even with long off and long on back. If you pierce it just past the bowler, it's not much of a chance for either to get round, and Robson knows that very well, and all along the ground as ever from Robson there.
It'll be a wide. Pressure's on. He looked around almost as if to say, oh really, but I think he was saying oh really to himself, that he dragged it that far wide. .16 off the over so far, 2 to come of it. Robson looks to stand and deliver on that one. One-handed drive out to deep cover. Over like this just starts to turn it back to, could Middlesex even be thinking about 350 here off the 50 overs?
Yeah, with Norwell bowled out as well, you do have to think that Brooks would probably have to continue here with an over sort of getting up to this number of runs. You might think about bringing them out the attack for a while, let them cool off, but I think that
drops in short, just be a single to end the over. 266 for 2.
Yeah, I think he'll have to keep going here.
Expensive over for Warwickshire, and one that, well, it does, it just pushes Middlesex to that rate where you'd look at 350 again from here. 9 overs to go, another 84 runs.
Rhodes into the attack here. Looks like he's probably going to have to bowl 5 in a row here from this end to finish off, which is a tough ask to do.
That's dangerous for Warwickshire and their skipper, isn't it? This stage of any stage of the innings in a white ball competition, you try and switch it up so batters don't settle, but with an old ball at the end of the innings, this is a big spell. Good start, wide of the crease, angles it in. Only able to steer to point. It's the kind of thing only a skipper would do to himself. At this stage, it would be a tall order to put this on any bowler. But Rhodes left in the position he has to do it to himself as he bowled out Norwell. Holden steps outside off, sweeps him away fine, steers it around the corner. He's on to 19. Really good from Holden. Hasn't been reckless since the off, has he? But he has come out with an intensity.
He's just played strong shots. He's not looked aerial at all, which is always nice when you don't have to resort to that.
There's the hedge at the Salters Field end that caused so many problems. I guess second 11 games over the years for you as well here. There's been many a time that pretty much everybody on the ground has been deployed to search the hedges.
Yeah, I think it's more of the boards of an issue down there. I think they almost ramp it up into the hedge.
Oh, of course, you wouldn't have the boards for the second 11 games.
I think there's a fence that's sort of at ground level which would stop it for a second 11 game, but once those boards are up, it just scoops it up into the middle of it. But yeah, there's certainly some towards the car park area that go missing every now and then.
We need a Middlesex variation of the catch in the crowd. If you can catch one that's ramped up off the boards, you get a tenner. So that's gonna save 50 quid for Middlesex per ball that's lost.
I was going to say, yeah, they're about 60 quid each, so chopping that hedge down could save a few.
Or chop the hedge down. Oh, pick that up on the effects mic. That's the first beer glass of the day. Lost it. In fact, actually, that was lost in the Middlesex dressing room, so I will retract that it was a beer glass. The way actually came from the members back to the dressing room. Imagine being trolled by your own members. Other than on social media. It's lifted and taken at deep mid-wicket. Robson going after one, straight down the throat of Norwell. And a fine century for Sam Robson. His highest list A score, beating his 106. Goes with his 103 the other day at Grantham, 77 in between. Incredible aggregate for him in his last 3 innings. But 111 for Robson, 271 for 2 Middlesex in the 42nd. And a fine innings by the Middlesex number 3 on what was, again, a very sticky start to this innings. Really good bowling performance by Warwickshire at the top, and Eskenazi and Stoneman. And Sam Robson had to be equal to it. The 3rd wicket's fall, the Middlesex number 3 makes his way off. Absolutely outstanding again from him. And one former Test player replaced by another. Peter Malam comes in at 5, dropping down the order to allow that right-handed, left-handed to keep going and allow Holden a bit of acceleration. 8.2 to go. There'll be a bit of a onus for Malan just to get going from the off as well. Here's the replay.
Yeah, smart bowling from Rhodes, just pace off. Leg cutter sort of ball by the looks of it, and again slightly stoppy, and Robson just threw the shot. Simple catch out in the deep.
Great camera work there as well. Warwickshire fan Noel made sure he didn't miss the catch. So Peter Malam, century at Taunton, a much needed century as well it was, in a tricky game against a depleted Somerset side who really fought hard down there. Cuts to point. Still Cracknell, Holman, Anderson, Yadav to come. It's a lot of batting.
Yeah, plenty left. These two won't be shy of pushing on with that run rate. I don't think they'll be worried about what's to come. There's plenty in the tank for Middlesex.
For 2, edge of the 30-yard circle, but all else quickly up, just a single. Yeah, back 8, it's a bit different to back 16, which was where the charge kind of began before and then the wickets tumbled. But if this were the 12th over of a T20 now, 8 overs to go, 3 wickets down, I don't think, especially with the length of batting here, there'd be much concern about charging from this point, even if there was a little tumble. George Garrett back on at the Saunders Field ends. Just a single down to long, and it should be. They're thinking 2, actually. Is it going to make it? It is. It's going to go all the way for 4. Well, that was just a generous push from Milan.
Again there, gap again by Milan. He's dissected the field twice in 2 balls there, all along the ground, not hit with much power, but perfectly placed.
Oh, nearly into the ice cream van. Incredible list day average for Peter Milan. Obviously he has first class, averaging 48. And against his old Warwickshire teammates as well. His first taste of county cricket last year with the champions. Gets it through. Scrambled stopped by the pair. Had to combine. First it was Lamb. Backed up by Norwell. They both managed to get enough on it to make sure it wasn't going to get any further than just a single. That run rate 6.6. What a pickup that is. Smeared away over towards the train tracks. First 6 for Holden. What a pickup that is. 288 for 3.
The advantage of the left-right there showing with Holden hitting to that shorter side and Milan from the other end also on strike to that shorter side as well in the last over. So they're at the right ends at the moment and they'll be looking to stick there, I would have thought. Having said that, the other side is not a huge amount larger, so I don't think they'll be too bothered.
Quickly taken single. So what is it? 6.4 overs to go. There's 39 balls left. Middlesex will be thinking 70 runs. Which gets them, well, maybe not. Oof. Is that too optimistic? It gets them to 360. Middlesex's record list day total 380 when Holden hit that 166 down at Canterbury. Nicely driven, just a single. Well run 2, and then on to 13. Nicely played, sounds deep mid-wicket. .44 done, 294 for 3. So here's Hannon Dolby back for what will be his final over. He's bowled... No, he's got 2 more to go, apologies. 1 for 43 from 8. I thought he had to come back and bowl another one, but 1 for 43 from 8. So he's got 2 left of the last 6.
Leave 1 from that end. Final over from that end up to probably Brooks or Garrett, I would have thought.
Oh, wide ball starts up. Should just be 1. They're thinking 2, back they come. That's a great throw. Oh, they're through. Well run.
Fast pair, these two. Probably fastest 2 in the squad, I would have thought. And between the wickets, no slower either.
That's away. 4 more. Milan's on to 20. And a 300 up. 301 for 3 in the 45th. Clipped away out to deep. Out to long on. Thought deep mid wicket was going to come around. 303 for 3 in the 45th. So 32 balls left. Middlesex will be looking to go fully here at a strike rate of 200, I'd say. From this point, try and get to that 360. Certainly 350, which looks a way off throughout this innings, is well on for the hosts. Can't get hold of that one, Milan, but gets a single. Pulled away. There's danger here for Warwickshire. They've gone with their big bowlers early, and they're going to have to find a way through these final few overs. 308 for 3.
Again, just simple and smart are the two words I'd use for this pair, hitting along the deck and in the gap as hard as they can, and it's
simple and smart.
Here. Yeah.
Which one's simple and which one's smart?
Out of phrase there, but I see your point.
He's definitely the smart one. Oh, they're looking to. Well run. The pressure's on Warwickshire here. 310 for 3. It's a countdown here at Radlett. 29 balls left of this innings. These two will look at it. Sky's the limit. Sobbolds. Pick up 2. That's well run again, though. This is brilliant. Warwickshire got to have a think here. 6 off the over. Middlesex haven't hit a bound. 4 off the over. Sorry, it's the second 2, wasn't it?
Simple stuff again from Milan, knocking it into that slightly longer leg side, and he knows how fast Holden is, so he knows that they can take on those 2s together.
Slow ball once more. We've seen many times over the years at Radlett, well, unless it's an express pace bowler like yourself, pace off works extremely well here, doesn't it, on occasions, and this looks at the end here as that's going to have to be a big tactic for them. Try and get Holden and Milan to find that leverage and that strength themselves.
Yeah, I think pace off towards the end is certainly something people use, but I think height's a big factor here at Radlett.
Bit of width on that one, and that is thumped for 6. Over to the stairs of the pavilion. Holden has got hold of that one.
Great shot by Holden there. Picked his gap, but it didn't matter either way. Got enough of it. Take it all the way into the pad.
Taken two again. No, they haven't. They've gone back. They were setting off for the second. They decided on the single. It's 41 from 22. .50 partnership brought up with 4 overs to go here. 321 for 3. 50 off 26. 24 balls left of the innings. They will be targeting that 370. 380 is the record. Might just be out of reach today. Being Middlesex's record, of course, list A record, with Holden scoring that 166. Ross Taylor helping do the damage down at Canterbury against Kent. George Garrett's back on. Mixing up these bowling options at the ends. Fair bit of pressure on the Warwickshire bowling now.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. Hannon Dolby maybe might flip round and bowl from Rhodes' end after that over, going for a couple of boundaries.
Goes up in the air. Wide of long on. It's 4 more. Boundary to start the over. Pressure on. Milan's into the 30s.
Just keeps missing the fielders, Milan. He's not got a huge amount of this, but again, just picking that gap nicely and getting value for not hitting it down anyone's throat.
Thinking 2 again. Going for 2. Throw to the danger end. Holden's, and he's through. Milan. It's 34 from 19. Holden 41 from 22. Could there be a race to 50 between these two? Single on this occasion. Long old chat before the next delivery. Oh, steps away and looks to drag to the onside, slaps it down to long off. Good comeback here from Garrett. Step to leg, step to off, and a heave away out to mid-wicket. Just a single again. Garrett's doing well here. Middlesex trying their best. 3 singles. Following the 4 and the 2 to start the over. 3:30 for 3.
Yeah, almost made that one into a Yorker, Milan. I can't help but feel if he just stood where he was, that might have been exactly where he would have wanted it, just to take it over that leg side. But as it was, pretty good Yorker in the end. Dug out for 1.
Slow ball again. That's a really good finish from Garrett. Just 4 singles off the last 4 balls of the over. Haven't gone for a boundary. First up, and the pressure heaped towards him. 3:31 for 3. Oh, he's got it away. Fine of the short thirds. There you go. Proud catch on the ramp.
Good adjustment by Holden there. I think he's looking over fine leg and fired wide by Rhodes and just flips the bat the other way. That's very skillful from him.
47 for Holden now. It's amazing, isn't it? Loves a reverse sweep. Good with the paddle and the scoop as well. Straight away. Early call of 2. Yates the fielder, they settle on 1.
Good fielding by Yates. I think the outfield, slight bit of rain on it recently, appears to be slightly more trustworthy than the last time we were here. There's not quite been as many fumbles and 2s and singles run in that ring, so something to bear in mind when Middlesex come out to field. Perhaps you can trust it and attack it slightly more than the Surrey game.
Oh, reverse sweep from Milan. Tempted. That's away again. Lands on to 40. 40 from 23. Opened the face beautifully on that one. Slower ball, but absolutely hammered by Milan. That one ramps up into the car park, into the windscreens. He's on to 44, the race to 50 still on between these two.
Really had to wait there. Another slower ball from Rhodes, dug in almost through the shot, but you could see him just hold himself slightly back, and well timed in the end, and threads that gap yet again between deep square and deep mid-wicket.
Again, they run the first hard, but they'll settle on 1. He's on to 40. Oh, they've stepped over it. The throw comes. They've run the misfield and they're happily through. Milan's on to 46. And 12 balls left. Middlesex 344, 346 for 3. The 380 should be safe today, barring something quite freak in these final 2 overs. But Middlesex very much will be thinking that 370 still, which something we've been mooting here as to whether they could get to. Let's have a quick look at the scores elsewhere as well, just before We switch over. England in the Test match, by the way, 76 for 3. They trail by 77 for 3 now, trailing by 84 runs. Hampshire 228 for 9 against Glamorgan. And Dalby bowls his last over. He's clipped away for a single too. Deep mid-wicket, they've stepped over it and they'll be back for 2. That's not the start to the over that the bowler would have wanted. And there is the 50 for Max Holden. 50 from 27 deliveries, 5 fours and 2 sixes. Brilliant from Max.
Yeah, great knock by Holden there. I think we're discussing the difficulties a couple of batters have had of coming straight in and getting on with it, but that's a great knock and it's carried this momentum forward into the end of the innings for Middlesex.
Steps away and tries to bisect long on and deep mid-wicket, can't do so. That's Holden's 5th list A 50. Let's go with that. 166 at Canterbury. Average of 41 in list A cricket from Holden, it's impressive. 71 last up against Somerset. Also got a 39 in that Leicestershire defeat here in the opening game. Has he got it through? Yes, he has. There's Milan's 50. 50 from 26 deliveries. Does it one quicker than Holden. 7 fours for Milan. And he's been brutal with it too.
Can't hit the fielders in this innings. Milan, he really has just thread every gap possible, and again just classical drive straight into that gap between deep cover and deep point.
Now steps across to off, launches him. Another 6. He's on to 56. Middlesex are 359 for 3. Just maybe that 380's in danger.
Not sure he's got all of that really, but he's just got it up. Perhaps the breeze taking it that way. It's not a big hit, but just getting that elevation was key, I think. And again, into the ice cream van, that sort of territory.
Oh, he's looking for something, Milan. 8 balls left to the innings. Something for Hannon Dolby and Warwickshire to consider here. That shorter boundary for the right-hander now, Milan, which is where he's just picked up to. Oh, into the block hole. He's driven that into his foot. Single taken. 360 for 3. Let's come at the 49th with Holden on strike. Surrey 292 for 9 against Gloucestershire. It'll be a game that Middlesex will have an eye on. They're all out. They're all done. 50 overs, Surrey. Low full toss. Hit down the grounds. Just a single. Holden will keep the strike. He's on to 52. 6 deliveries left here. Middlesex 361 for 3.
Not the worst result for Middlesex, that being kept to 1 there with left-hander on strike and that short leg side. With 6 balls to try and make the most of it for Holden.
Sussex have just got underway. They're 48 for 1 against Somerset. Another game to keep an eye on. Middlesex finish at Hove on Tuesday. Gloucestershire going for that victory against Surrey. Gloucestershire visiting here on Sunday. Essex 279 for 9 against Worcestershire. Northants posted 370 for 4 against Lancashire. And Yorkshire 235 for 4 with 10 overs to go against Kent. There's all the scores from elsewhere. England 4 down now. They're 81 for 4, trailing by 80 at Lords. Here's Brooks for the final over. hammered, but straight to long off, just a single.
Testing asked this for Brooks from his captain. I think he had overs left himself, but it's asked, well, I say the young seamer, but young myself, but slightly lesser experienced bowlers come back and bowl this last over.
Cut away.
Frustrated with that one, Milan. Width on offer, waited nicely for it, but just straight to that backward point fielder.
Four balls, 17 runs. Surely the record's going to be just out of reach. Oh, that would have been a wide. I'll get a single for that, Holden.
Good start this from Brooks. He's offered no pace at all, following on from sort of the style that Rhodes was opting for, with slightly more success so far. Just 3 singles from 3 balls. We'll be hoping to keep it that way in these last 3.
We're wides. Help slightly. Top edge. Backward point. Oh, puts it down. Looking into the sun.
Sun, spinning ball and blue sky all combining there. Harder than it looks, I can tell you, but probably would have expected to take that at backward point.
That's reverse swept handsomely for 4, and that's Middlesex's second highest list day total. Holden moves to 58, Middlesex 370 for 3, just shy of that 380 that they scored at Canterbury.
Slightly predictable perhaps with these slower balls. He's opted for that reverse sweep as opposed to the scoop that he played last time. I think he knew that one was coming.
Last ball of the innings. Hit up into the air and safe, and 4 as well. 374 for 3. Holden moves to 62. Tremendous effort by those two. They have finished this innings in an incredible way. Centuries for Eskenazi and for Robson. But Milan with 59 and Holden 62. Middlesex 6 shy of their record list A score. That is their second highest now. And Blake Cullen, that's been a really comprehensive performance with the bat. And, well, you mentioned it, of Eskenazi's century, his best century of the lot, given the attack that he was facing. I think that's Middlesex's best performance with the bat. Easy to say, it's their highest of the competition this year, beating the 355 at Grantham. But that is a really impressive display with the bat here today.
Yeah, everyone who strode to the crease added some value and certainly contributed to what is a great total to start the day off here at Radlett. But I don't think Warwickshire will be too disheartened. I'm not sure that they feel they did too much wrong, and following on from that, they'll feel like if Middlesex step any wrong foot with the ball, that they'll be looking to cash in, and there's great value here, as everyone knows. So it could be an interesting second half if they get off to a good start here.
Blake Cullen, thanks very much. We'll take a break here on the broadcast at Radlett. Don't forget, scan that QR code in the top left to find out about the partnership with eToro. 375 is the daunting target set by Middlesex for Warwickshire, who won the toss this morning, but it is a high-scoring ground here. The sun is out, it's nicer batting conditions, all that. Pitch perhaps harden up a little this afternoon after the rain we've had of late. The sun's belting down on it now. but that is a mighty performance with the bat. Join us back just before 3:09 with play to resume. Warwickshire chasing 375.
That's why they told me that the soccer. They told me by the railway line, I wouldn't have known that way. You were supposed to walk all the way around. I think it's not. We were told on the tunnel, it's north of the same, but it's so. No, it's on the whole thing. The whole thing's done. I just thought, well, I'll take 1 or 2 pictures while I'm out.
Well, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to Radlett. The run chase about to get underway. Warwickshire winning the toss this morning, and Middlesex with Stephen Eskenazi and Sam Robson, Centurions, racking up 374 for 3. 50s as well for Peter Malam and Max Holden on the far left of the shot there. And an amazing performance with the bat once more. And it's going to be a tricky task, this, for Warwickshire. And Middlesex will hope a tricky task. Their opening pair, Sibley and Yates, out to open the innings. Clear blue skies this afternoon. It was a little overcast at times this morning, a little chilly at points even. A bit of movement in that pitch, which Umesh Yadav and the far of the group of players there will hope for. But yeah, 374 for 3, Middlesex's second highest list A score. I'm Kevin Hand, alongside me Alan Coleman, the head of men's performance at Middlesex, when we were last together, somewhere around the 20 over mark or so. Oh, 330 would be nice. Middlesex's second highest list A score. We didn't quite see that coming.
No, we didn't. We were saying earlier on, weren't we? Anywhere 300, 320, 330, Middlesex would have taken, especially after being 40 for 1 at the end of that power play. But an exceptional couple of innings is there from the two Centurions, Eskenazi and Robson. And what was impressive about Milan and Holden's partnerships was the strike rates they went at, both just shy of 200 runs per 100 balls as a strike rate, was outstanding and helped Middlesex get to this, well, the highest total at Radlett so far this season. And as you've said, Kev, the second highest overall ever for Middlesex. So they will be wary though. Middlesex will be wary of the quality that is in this Warwickshire batting lineup. Dom Sibley, obviously county fans across the country will know all about his quality with the bat. Yates, one of the finest young opening batters around as well. With Will Rhodes to follow, the destructive power of Lamb in the middle order. So it's not game, set and match here for Middlesex, far from it. And the Indian international Umesh Yadav will certainly be hoping for some early wickets here, which could be key in this run chase.
Umesh Yadav. Yeah, it's quite the order here for Warwickshire, but quick scoring and big scoring ground, Radlett. What a performance though by Stephen Eskenazi and Sam Robson. Blake Cullen was on just before the interval and said that probably is the best of his 3 centuries, given that this is probably the toughest bowling attack that he's faced in that time, and a pitch that was doing a bit first thing this morning for them off the surface. There's the first run. Single out to deep square, deep third, the other fielder out in the first 10 overs. Power play 1. Joe Cracknell with the gloves on, didn't get to bat today. He was the next man in. And Middlesex finished 3 down. So just a day with the gloves for Cracknell. Holman, Anderson, Yadav, Harrison great with the bowling attack, with support from Milan and Robson. Leg side, and runs a boundary to get Sibley off the mark. 5 without loss.
Dom Sibley, the big right-handed opener there, known for his strength off his legs, and Yadav will know that, but it's just drifted too straight, and that's really bread and butter for somebody of Dom Sibley's quality, just to clip that behind square for 4 runs, and well taken in the crowd as well. Just a little flick off the rope, casually plucked out the sky one-handed by a Middlesex member there.
It's a big top 3, isn't it, for them? Sibley, Yates and Rhodes. It's a loss for them not to have Pandya today. Oh, that's a lovely ball, just full of length. Beautifully bowled by Umesh Yadav. A lovely way to finish the over, 6 without loss.
We saw Hannon Dalby get some movement earlier on from this end, and Yadav just doing the same there, finding a little bit of bounce. Yadav probably the quickest bowler on show today, so it'd be interesting to see how the pitch responds to that extra little bit of pace. But nice start there, and good signs for the Middlesex bowlers.
So on the card in at 4, Michael Burgess, but had to withdraw after a couple of overs when he put down that catch on Eskenazi. Thumped onto the wrist or the lower part of the thumb, it was seen. Whether he'll bat or not remains to be seen.
Yeah, it looks like he might have a little bit of a dislocated thumb. I did see him hitting some gentle underarms with the Warwickshire physio in the AstroTurf nets, which are just over to the right of the pavilion at Radlett, and he didn't look comfortable, but I don't know if that means he will bat or not. It'd be interesting to see if he does go out there, when he walks out there, and it may be one where they look at how close the game is, I suppose, before making a decision.
Oh, edged. Lovely line and length. From Greatwood down to deep third it goes.
Yeah, Greatwood finding a little bit of extra bounce there with his first delivery from the Saltersfield end there. Sibley just pushing forward, and it's just looks like it's caught him on the bottom hand there as the ball flies through the air, through the gully region. No gully in place often in white ball cricket, so no danger of a wicket there, but great signs again for the Middlesex bowlers.
Look for a couple here. Out they come. Oh, he has a swing at that one. Angled across by Greatwood. Similarly, Warwickshire, Middlesex weren't too worried about the power play. Warwickshire won't be overly concerned by this front 10, especially against Yadav at one end.
Well, that's the beauty of batting second. You learn from what the team going first have done, and I think Middlesex's innings there were structured in quite a disciplined way, very watchful at the start, expansive as they went through and built 2 big partnerships, very different guises. I think the Eskenazi-Robson partnership was a double 100 partnership there, and then the slightly more explosive partnership of Milan and Holden means that I think Warwickshire will look to keep wickets in hand, keep themselves in the game.
That's nicely clipped away. On chase from deep square for Luke Holman. End of the second. Just the 5 off that over. Decent over from Toby Greatwood. 11 without loss after 2. Required rate of 7.5. It's a steep ask. It's a hard recovery if there's any period of consolidation at all in an innings when chasing that, because the run rate spirals in any period of consolidation.
It does, and I suspect one of the methods here will be for Sibley or Yates to bat the vast majority of this innings. If one of your batters does get 130, 140, 150, that can really put the bowling unit under some pressure, and I suspect one of these two will need to be there somewhere near the end to get Warwickshire close to this total. Good
start from Yadav. It's been a wonderful signing for Middlesex. Made a big impression in this competition. A lot talked about the top four, and rightly so, Stoneman, Eskenazi, Robson and Milan. But Yadav, who's done it with Ethan Bamber, they forged a nice partnership, but had to do it with the youngsters as well the last few games. He's been a key spearhead with the ball.
He has a wholehearted performer, Umesh Yadav, has running tirelessly in both Championship cricket and the 50-over competition since joining Middlesex after the India one-off test match, and he's been a great addition to this group.
Down the leg side. See if we can find an update from the test match. I did manage to see England were 6 down the last time I walked out of the pavilion away to our right. .123 for 6, trailing by 38. Stokes 14, Broad 27 from 22.
That's, I mean, they missed half a day's play on Wednesday, didn't they? So that's a 2.5-day test match.
Top bowls. Good response to the wide from Yadav.
If that's over by the end of today, 2.5 days for a test match at Lord's.
Oh, that slips out. No ball called. I mean, that really did loop. In the end, the slow ball from Yadav. Free hit signalled.
Yeah, attempted slower ball there from Yadav. Looks like he's gone for an out the back of the hand delivery. Just looped very gently past Sibley there, so no real sort of threat, but a no ball and a warning as well for Yadav and for the captain Eskenazi. So that's his 1 over waist high that he's allowed. If he bowls another one, he'd be taken out of the game.
Oh, wide Yorker. Very well bowled. You can see a run off the bat in this over, including from a free hit. So the 3 runs amounted so far. That's nicely timed. And that's 4 runs. Holman and a good effort out on that boundary rope.
Yeah, a bit of a replay of a scoring area that we saw in the first over there. Yadav a bit too straight again, and a diving stop from, I'd probably call that a diving tackle actually from Luke Holman there. In the style of an AFC Wimbledon central midfielder, wasn't able to keep it in play.
Yellow or red for Holman there?
Both feet off the floor, probably red.
Good again from Yadav to finish the over. 7 off it. 18 without loss after 3. Sensing a Stokes century with Broad, Leach, Potts and Anderson producing heroics at the other end. South Africa win by 10 wickets.
Often a twist at the moment in these England games, isn't there? With the aggressive nature in which they bat. So be interesting to see the latest twist or turn in that England innings. 6 down. What's the lead? About 30 lead?
Yep. Strike rate of 120 for Stuart Broad, 70 for Stokes. 4 fours and a 6 in the 29 from Broad. Edged. Single down to third.
Great, we're definitely full of a length here. Seeing if we can get any swing out of this new Kookaburra ball. Yates just pushes at that thick outside edge through the vacant slip region. Down to Max Harris just for one run.
That's a lovely shot. Beautiful cover drive from Sibley. And that would have felt beautiful coming out of the middle of the bat for the right-hander.
Yeah, full again from Greatwood there, and just far too much width. Sibley just lent on it. Beautiful push through the cover region for full.
Gets through. 4 more. Lovely shot again from Sibley. Pushing straight back down the ground.
Another full miss here from Greatwood. Just struggling to find his length in this over. Was full to Yates 2 balls ago, and then 2 half volleys to Sibley, which have both been pushed to the boundary for 4.
Oh, into the stumps of the non-strikers' ends. They'll get a single. Just saves another boundary. Sibley moves to 19. Yates back onto strike.
Seen those non-strikers stumps in play a little bit today now, haven't we? The Eskenazi dismissal after a Robson straight drive. That time Greatwood unable to get a little flick on the ball.
Oh, top edge goes up in the air and just short. Max Harris at deep third. Real intent on that one from Yates. Try and get after the youngster, perhaps.
Difficult to see from our vantage point as to whether it was felt that Max Harris should have maybe had a go at this. Don't know. No, he's quite wide there, so pretty hard, and it bounced a decent distance short. Bit hard to see from our vantage point, but a better length from Greatwood there into the surface. Yates trying to pick the ball up over mid-wicket. Just shows again, the ball can stop on you a little bit here at Radlett.
Good response from Greatwood. 4 overs done. Top ball to finish that one. 29 without loss, 11 off the over. Gone for 5 off his first. Required rate 7.5, but a solid start here, 7.2 the current. Middlesex would dearly love an early wicket, just to slow them in this stage, not get them off to a prompt start. Top 3 of the big 3 for Warwickshire, no doubt about that, but as they saw with Rue down at Taunton, no need to underestimate any of the rest, youngsters or not.
Most certainly not. Wickets throughout here, the key for Middlesex in this defence of 374, sorry. The Middlesex fans would have seen in the Leicester game here, obviously they were 7 down quite early, but were still able to build quite a daunting partnership.
Works off the hips to Anderson, who will play his part with the ball at some stage today. Well, as we said down at Taunton, Anderson for his couple of wickets, drop as well. 3 times Rue was put down on the century. Of course, that's overlooked when you win the game, isn't it? But had Middlesex have lost that one down at Taunton, the 3 drops of Rue would have certainly been looked upon as the reason for failing to win that game. single straight to Holman. Peter Milan was quite honest after the game on interview, and he said in each of the games Middlesex could have been a little bit better at either bowling or fielding or batting so far. Batting probably not much when you go through it. I mean, the acceleration against Surrey, the acceleration against Grantham, it went wrong at the end, but 2 victories for Middlesex in those games. But he said there's just a little bit more. Deep square for the left-hander now. It's Anderson. Just a little bit more in each discipline that Middlesex could be achieving at this stage.
Yeah, and I'd have to agree. I think in that Somerset run chase, that game should have been won 3 or 4 wickets down quite comfortably, really. 2 very well set batters. And in the end, the Middlesex team scraped over the line, 5 balls left, 9 down. We've seen a couple of average fielding performances here at Radlett where Middlesex have been outfielded, and there's often just been 1 or 2 of the bowlers who've probably been a little too expensive, you would say, in certain aspects of the game. So far, of the 5 or 6 bowlers that Middlesex have used in every game, you'd probably say that 1 or 2 of them have just been on the expensive side, which has kept the game open. We haven't quite put a unit performance together yet.
Good stuff from Yadav again. Just 3 off the overs so far. Warwickshire won't mind that too much. They'll know that there'll be overs against Yadav, that they've got to suck it up. Except it'll be a lower scoring rate in that over than they'd prefer at this stage. End of the 5th, just the 3 off it, 32 without loss. Here on the live stream from Radlett in association with eToro in the top left corner. You can scan that QR code to find out more about the stream partners. Extraordinary to think, isn't it? That Leicestershire game is one that Middlesex really feel they should have won. Had they have done so, they'd be 100% record in this group stage at this moment, and feeling relatively confident at the halfway stage in this one.
Yep, definitely a game that Middlesex feel they should have won. Obviously a very expensive over towards the end from Martin Anderson, where in normal circumstances that over goes for 12 to 14 at the back end of an innings at Radlett. The fact that it went for in the mid-30s really did put a dent in a decent bowling performance, and then from a batting perspective, very well set. Just lost a few wickets there, and actually when you look at how close Middlesex got in the end, I think 16 short at the end of that. You think there were certainly 16 dot balls played out from about the 40th over that had the Middlesex batters who'd gone in just trying to rotate the strike a little more, could have kept themselves in the game for a little bit longer, because it is so fast scoring here, as we keep saying.
Edged and taken, brilliant catch by Cracknell, made it look easy, angled across, 2 gloves to it. Yates has gone for 9, reward for Greatwood at the start of the 6th.
Yeah, Greatwood has been on the fuller side, as we've seen, inducing another drive there from Yates. We saw Yates thick edge one down through 3rd man in the previous over. This one a bit of a thinner edge on it. From a fuller delivery, and well taken by Cracknell behind the stumps for Middlesex. Yeah, nice grab there. Catch that the regular wicketkeeper John Simpson would have been pretty pleased with, I think. Well taken by the slightly more part-time Joe Cracknell.
It actually probably doesn't look as good when there isn't a slip in place. If you see slip there and how far across he'd gone for it, it kind of illustrates more what a good catch it was, and he made it look so comfortable as well. 32 for 1, that was the same score that Middlesex lost Stoneman on for 20. And here's Rhodes, the skipper, coming out. He was down at long off a fair bit in front of our commentary tent when we were being very gentle with our analysis of the situation at that point. The skipper in earshot. Not a toss that he will look back on and regret Because again, catch is held. Had Eskenazi had been held early on, maybe it's a different innings, but...
Yeah. Worth remembering, both teams, Warwickshire obviously won the toss and fielded first, and we're pretty certain Middlesex would have done the same thing as well. So a decision that both teams would have made at the toss. And you're right there, Kev. One catch taken there behind the stumps by Burgess. And the innings could have had a bit of a different shape there with Middlesex 2 down early on. So, but this is 50 over cricket, like 2020 is a game of fine margins. And just those small things have gone in Middlesex's favour today.
Could be a batter down as well as a result of that drop. Burgess having to leave the field and hand the gloves over to Kai Smith. Slip in place now for the captain, Rhodes. Good start, right on the spot. There's a length there angling across for sure right now, isn't there, where the option for the batter is you're either flaying it and bringing that outside edge in, or you're trying to pull across the line. Very much that Mark Stoneman shot that we often talk about, if he detects any shortness of length. That's a great shot. Wasn't that wide, wasn't that short. Rhodes was onto it very quickly though.
You're right, you just mentioned there, Kev, a touch short of a length, and that was just a fraction short, not too short as you say, but just a touch short and a touch too much width in white ball cricket if you miss the off stump. I think had that been one stump straighter, that would have been patted back down the wicket, but just enough width for Rhodes to get his hands through, and 4 runs to Warwickshire.
That one is short and wide, and he gets away with it to backward point. That's cricket.
That is, who'd be a bowler? You bowl a better ball and it goes for 4, you bowl a worse one and you get a dot. Bad balls get wickets, as Fletch always tells me about his own cricket career.
Has he ever told you about that catch at the Oval? Sorry, Coley, he hasn't told you it yet. It's clipped away and through, wide of mid-on, 4 runs. Rhodes doubles his tally with the boundary.
That's been Greatwood's main miss really today, has been full. He's gone for a few boundaries down the ground there, and that one just evading Peter Milan, diving away at mid-on. Well timed by Rhodes, he's made a decent start there.
Ask Gus for his commentary on Fletcher's catch that day at the Oval. He was playing in that game as well. As I said, ask Gus. We're getting the full commentary from the back of the boss. Lovely ball. Yes, Fletch, Alex Tudor did say it was the best catch he'd ever seen at the Oval. Fair play.
By a director of communications who's a Brighton and Hove Albion fan. Is that right? Were they the caveats in there?
That's a lovely ball. A lovely ball, just nips away. Saw a few of those in the Middlesex innings right at the top, didn't we?
We did. Yadav just showing his quality here. Hannon Dalby was able to extract some movement. I think he bowled a similar ball to Robson earlier on, didn't he, in the day. Yadav just bringing Sibley forward, a bit of away movement from the right-handed batter, and beating the edge through to Cracknell.
Similar ball, slightly fuller, just guided back at a point. To be fair, that day at the Oval, I do think that Surrey's strength was their opening batter. Unfortunately, he was gone within the opening over. Oh, run away. No slip in place. Into the hedge. Oh, go on, lads.
Yeah, he had to have just probing again outside the off stump. Sibley's just watchfully ran that down to third man. Soft hands, ball never really going in the air. Fine of third man. Very well controlled 4 runs.
Nice ball again, right up there from Yadav. Tentatively forward Sibley. Similar to the last indeed, perhaps born out of the ball before him that went past the edge. How did you do that?
That must be a bad omen, this, mustn't it? Batter having to rebuild the stumps.
Did you see the one the other day here? Tim Murtagh was on mic with me when Eskenazi managed to kick the wicket. As Murtagh said, I'd still be appealing now. That was his glove. Top ball to end the over, 44 for 1, 7 gone. The ball, I think it was played into inside edge into the body, rolled away just wide of the stumps. Eskenazi turned around to pick it up to throw it back to the bowler, but flicked the wicket as he turned to pick up the ball. Now, was the ball dead by that point? Still rolling along.
Sure, there's a rule in there, a law, sorry, an MCC law amongst those things.
Well, the rule of Murtagh set out.
I wouldn't believe that.
Is Murtagh's bar open today on the far side?
Murtagh's bar is open. Angus is pulling the... Well, I'd say pulling the pints. He was sitting on the chair when I wandered around and had a chat with him. And I think his daughter was doing all the hard work.
Pulling his weight then. Can I ask you about home semi-finals? Gus nearly chewed my head off the other day when I asked him.
You can. What would you like to know?
Radlett, if Middlesex get through the home playoff, home semi-finals, do you know? Martin Anderson into the attack for the 8th over. He's a backward point.
Well, I think the first part of that is obviously getting there in the first case. So the
Thanks,
team,
Gus.
the team that finished first in the group get a home semi-final. The team that finished second get a home playoff game, and the team that finished third, basically their route to a final is 2 away games. So that's sort of the way this is structured. The plan is that if Middlesex did qualify.
Well, that doesn't get up. Attempted pull.
If Middlesex did qualify, that the plan at the moment is a home Radlett playoff or semi-final, but obviously still a couple of wins away from that being the case. Our membership will no doubt be keeping a firm eye on the league table here, as there's only a few days turnaround to the playoff, and it could be a bit of travel if Middlesex finish in third.
Oh, that goes through again. That's that angle, and there's Rose just suggesting it is nipping away slightly. I was just going to draw up that table actually. There's a little illustration of where things are at the moment. Leicestershire top, 10 points from 6, which is what Middlesex are hoping to move to today with a victory. Sussex 8 from 6. They're in action today as well. Warwickshire 7 from 5 with that tie against Surrey. Nottinghamshire and Gloucestershire 6 from 6. Gloucestershire who arrive here at Radlett on Sunday, so they wouldn't be wholly out of it just yet, Gloucestershire.
No, and it could all be set up for quite an exciting game for Middlesex away at Sussex next Tuesday down at Hove.
Gloucestershire 95 for 3 against Surrey. Modest enough target, 293 to win, but 95 for 3 in the 14th. Charlesworth still there on 35. Bracey's just gone for 34. Ollie Price there now on nought. Game in this group let's keep an eye on is the Somerset Sussex game. All that short down the leg side, a bit of lift there for Anderson. Wide ball signal or no ball on height?
Wide ball just down the leg side and one for the over, so it's gone through between shoulder and head high. Past Rhodes' right shoulder there. Bit of pace and bounce there from Anderson. He's quicker than he looks. Always slippery, and the ball gets to the batter a bit quicker than they expect. And Middlesex members would have seen take some big wickets in his career so far.
So Sussex are 160 for 2 after 27. Bradley Orr has 92. Pujara 47.
Isn't Bradley Orr a footballer? I think it's Ali Orr, isn't it?
Bradley Orr, thank you. Yes, it is. Oh, nearly played on. Rhodes chopping down onto that one into the 8th. 45 for 1.
Who did Bradley Orr play for? That's a quiz question for you, Kev.
I'm going to go QPR.
Yeah, everyone's played for QPR. Oh, Bradley Orr. 229 appearances for Bristol City. 39 for QPR.
Hey! BBC Radio London's Kevin Hand. Yeah, I must have done a few Bradley Orr games. Who's QPR at Middlesex? There is or was a QPR fan, I seem to remember.
Yeah, I got rid of them pretty quickly if they were, as a Brentford fan myself.
Yeah, let's not talk about football.
No, Toby Greatwood is actually a QPR fan. We still let him play though.
And Jeff Norris, the former president.
And quite a few of our members are QPR supporters as well. There's a strong contingent of QPR members and supporters amongst some of our more prominent members.
It's bowled again. That's a well-directed bounce to that one. That was right in the top corner, talking of football. Lovely shot. Harris giving a hard chase here. Radlett unrelenting as usual in the outfield for anyone on the run.
Yeah, in the first innings we saw some lovely drives around the ground from Eskenazi, from Robson, and Sibley's just added his name to that list there. He had to have, after a couple of shorter deliveries in the overs, just push that one a bit fuller, and Sibley has timed that beautifully through extra cover for 4 runs. End of the 9th, 49 for 1.
Over to go at the power play then, which Anderson will bowl from the Salters Field end. Just going back to the table then, Leicestershire top with 10 from 6, Sussex 8 from 6, hoping to make it 10 from 7, taking on winless Somerset, who've lost all 6 so far. Oh, that's a lovely ball. Beautiful line and length from Anderson.
It's been that fuller length from the Salters Field end. Greatwood obviously got Yates with a full delivery. Martin Anderson here beating the bat again with a full delivery. Just looks like it's a length that induces a little bit of movement off the pitch and keeps the bowler interested, definitely. Warwickshire's power play though at the moment, 9 runs ahead of Middlesex at the same stage. So Middlesex hoping for a second wicket.
That's nicely played off the back foot. Just waited on it. Yeah, Middlesex looking to go 10 from 6, which is what Leicestershire achieves. They're the only side that can match Leicestershire's record after 6. Sussex 8 from 6, Warwickshire 7 from 5. But it's a scrap with Leicestershire for top. They've got the points on the board, which, as we all know, in any sport.
They have just lost Hendricks, haven't they? I think to the 100, one of the later replacements.
Yeah, I did see a few comments in that they were surprised they didn't go for Mulder.
Hendricks, bit of pace, left arm seamer, so bit of an X factor in that sense. You can see why he'd be appealing for a 100 side to pick up.
Great disappointment for Leicestershire though, because he's unlikely to play any of the games. He's there as a backup, and now removed from the Leicestershire squad, which is a huge frustration for them and their followers. It's a good over from Anderson. Single taker, but just 2 off the first 4 balls.
And I think that is one of the sources of frustrations of the county members, is the players who are going who aren't actually playing much cricket. Obviously a bit of talk around the ground today about Roland Jones from Middlesex and not yet played a game for the London Spirit, so Leicester may well feel the same if Hendricks doesn't get a game, and that hampers their qualification chances in this competition.
Bowls in, middle stump's gone. Bowled Martin Anderson, line and length, look at that, top of middle and leg. Anderson strikes, Rhodes gone for 9.
It really has been an exceptional start here from Martin Anderson. Went for 1 run in his first over, 5th ball of his second over, having gone for 2 runs in this over. He picks up the wicket of Rhodes, a big wicket for Middlesex. And with that over 8 now climbing up over 8 and over, it really does put the pressure on. That's a beauty from Anderson. Angled across, nipped back into the left-handed Rhodes and bowled him just at the top of middle and leg stump. A beautiful delivery.
Matt Lamb in at 4. Burgess on the card was coming at 4. No Pandya today, which is a blow for Warwickshire. News from Lords, England have lost by 11 runs, so a warm welcome to anybody who's joining us. By an innings and 11 runs, England's defeat. So a warm welcome to all those viewers tuning in. Oh no, that's going to be close. No ball called for overstepping. So it'll be a free hit as well. Goodness me, that wasn't a bad shout though.
I suspect a little bit of adrenaline here from Martin Anderson. Bowled a beautiful ball to Rhodes to get him the ball before. Runs in a little bit harder here to the new batter Lamb. Oh, and that would have been close. Maybe a little bit high, but that would have been very, very close. Now a free hit. beauty of it from a bowler's perspective here is that although you don't want to overstep, you can now move the field because it's a new batter on strike.
Oh, swing and miss, wide signals. It was just outside the line. Oh, it's another wide. Another free hit.
We can see the plan from Anderson here. He's just trying to hit that wide line and just take the ball out of the batter's swing. Problem is, it's just elongating this over a little bit. So this is now the third free hit on the bounce.
Steps across, goes up in the air. Ball will land and allowed to land by Anderson, only breaking a finger trying to take a catch on a free hit. Singles taken. The free hit cost 3 runs, so not the total end of the world for Anderson on the no ball. The biggest end of the world for him on it, that it was pretty close to a decent LBW shout, the overstepping. End of the 10th, power play done, 57 for 2. Middlesex were 40 on the board with 1 wicket down. The acceleration started now for Middlesex. See where it goes from here.
Yeah, definitely Warwickshire's power play in terms of the runs column. 17 more than Middlesex managed during the first 10 overs there, but the second wicket vital in these run chases, and with the run rate now just shy of 8 and over at 7.95, that second wicket really does put this Warwickshire middle order under pressure.
Speaking of Lords and that England defeat, here's a man who made his T20 debut at Lords this summer and impressed greatly. Riley Russo, his first T20 wicket. Here he comes to bowl the 11th, Max Harris. No, he doesn't. He'll start again. Good start, just full of length. Run.
Yeah, nice start from Harris in. He's one of those young players who really do benefit from this 50 over competition, with the Helm and Roland Jones for Middlesex being away. Increases his opportunity to play first team cricket, learn while playing alongside the experience of Yadav and Bamber. One of the real success stories, I think, of the way that this has fallen for 50 over cricket. Young players like Harris and Greatwood, who are both at university, get to experience some first team cricket.
Just a single. That's a good opening over from Harris. Just the 3 off it.
And that's that difference, that shift out of the first power play into power play 2. Now 4 fielders allowed outside the 30-yard circle, meaning that last delivery that would have been a 4 in the first 10 overs actually only goes for 1 run and allows Middlesex to maintain that pressure as the run rate now goes over 8 and over, 8.08 and over now, and Warwickshire will be wanting to keep a lid on that, keep it as close to that 8 figure as they possibly can for the next 10, 15 or 20 overs.
That's a boundary and over to keep it to 8. Tough ask here. Six or 7 and over, you can just about manage a boundary every other. But by the time you're 8 and over, that is generally a boundary and over, which shouldn't be easy here. I'd imagine Middlesex will very much have that in mind, be targeting the stumps. Thank you, Martin Anderson, for doing that the very next delivery.
Yeah,
sends in the wide Yorker.
Middlesex well aware here of how big a wicket Sibley is, and Lamb. 2 very fine players. Obviously Sibley's quality well known, so this is a big period of play here, and if Middlesex can get him out before he gets to 50, it could be game defining.
Little dabble. Well, the knockout stages are still there for Warwickshire. If they win this one, they'll very much have their eyes on yet another game played at Edgbaston this year, added to the roster.
Yeah, they've had a lot of cricket there with the Commonwealth Games as well, haven't they? They've had a lot going on at Edgbaston, but great to see these teams that do have 100 franchises still allowing their county side to play 50 over cricket at their home grounds.
Shame the Lord's final's gone from this competition. It will be a lovely day, I'm sure, for those that go to Trent Bridge, whoever gets there in the final, but it is certainly a bit of a glaring miss nowadays from the summer schedule, isn't it, the Lord's final?
It is. I remember the old NatWest finals of years gone by, the 60 over finals that happened in the Septembers, win the toss and bowl first, and pray that you win the toss. They were great occasions growing up, and it is a shame that the 50 over final doesn't get to be at Lord's at the moment. But it will be a great occasion wherever it is. It was a good game of cricket last year that Glamorgan won through in, and wherever it is held, it will be a fine game of cricket and a good spectacle for the county game.
.62 for 2 after 12.
Very good period this between Anderson and Harris. Showing some great control so far in their opening overs. Middlesex looking to continue to build that pressure on this Warwickshire middle order.
Cracking shot. Just be the single. Feel good for the batter though. Slay bat on ball. 3 from 6 for Lamb now. Oh, good take by Cracknell. That could have got away nastily down the leg side, just the wide signals.
Yeah, brilliant stop there behind the stumps from Cracknell. Harris just pushed that a little bit too straight, and with the angle, that's gone quite wide in the end, and Cracknell's had to cover some ground there to to stop that from going down the leg side for 4 wides.
So I don't know what time we're getting Bob's ice creams today. Oh, that's run away nicely. Ramped up into the hedge, keep an eye on it. Oh, new balls, please.
Good line to bowl to Sibley here, just outside that off stump. Forcing him away from his body, but guided down through third man for 4 runs.
I've come up with a cunning plan here for the balls lost in the hedge. You get a grand for grabbing a catch at the Oval and various other grounds. If the ball ramps up here and you take it one-handed, you get a tenner. That saves you 50 quid each time.
It does, good maths that. Yeah, I like that, I like that. I thought you were going to say you get an ice cream from the...
Oh, you can go on a Bob's ice creams as well. I did see a catch attempted at the Oval in the crowd for the 1000, I think it was. Chap who ran across the front row and then dived 3 rows backwards at an angle across 2 other people.
Is that the famous catch at the Oval you were talking about earlier on?
They're still repairing the damage now, though.
There was a young lady at the 100 earlier on in the week who got one in the face, wasn't there? Had to have a young child had to have stitches. Yeah, I think Phil Salt hit one into the crowd at long on, and she managed to catch one in the face, had stitches. All came out well, came out fine from it apparently, and some lovely messages floating around, I believe there were, and I think she's been invited again to a 100 game as a bit of a kind of I hope you're okay sort of gesture, I guess. But yeah, a bit
I genuinely don't understand how, so 18 seasons of T20 cricket, there aren't more cases of that. The amount of times when you see the ball flying into the stand and the amount that don't come to watch the cricket, back turned. Oh, good line length again from Harris there.
A bit of pace carried through to Cracknell there. Ball's flown through, so still a bit in this surface for the Middlesex bowlers.
In fact, I remember one incident down at Hove when I think it was Luke Wright absolutely slammed one through mid-wicket. And it was one bounce and then projectile over the advertising board. It didn't ramp up off them. Similar to an old John Embury story, actually. There was a lady sat down in her latter years as well, and she actually stood up at that point and turned away to go to the stand or go to the refreshments or somewhere, and she wore it on the back. But if she'd have been sat down, she probably would have worn it, as you say, flush on the face, which would have been nasty. The John Embury one was years ago. They were warming up, and Embers sent in an erroneous throw, projectile-like, as they were warming up in the morning. Slammed into an empty deck chair in the middle of 3 deck chairs together. And the 3 ladies sat together. Fortunately, the one in the middle had just vacated, but Embers had a fierce old arm on him, didn't he?
He did, and when he was coach, he still had a fantastic throw. One of the best throwing arms I've ever seen, actually. Embers, even in his coaching days, it was a phenomenal throw.
Fortunately, all's well that ends well with that Embers story.
It is. Yeah, Embers, even as a coach, fantastic throw, very powerful, great length.
Look at that comparison. Middlesex were 59 for 1 at the end of the 13th. But the DLS, we can tell you, at the ground says 120. It's that 2-wicket column, but also that surge. 125 off the last 10 Middlesex.
I know they're 2 wickets down Warwickshire here, but 120 as a Duckworth Lewis does sound That's about 9 and over, isn't it, that they'd have to be going at this stage? It does sound quite high.
Yadav's got a good arm. Throws to the non-striker's end. Is an excellent arm indeed, but they were back well run for 2. It was that 3 wickets down column, I assume, for Middlesex that pushes DL up for the chase.
We'll have to ask David Kendricks. He'll be all over that. David actually sent me he put a presentation together for us around the Duckworth-Lewis and how the scores are adjusted and the value of not losing a wicket in certain phases.
Has anyone looked at it yet?
I have. It's very, very, very worthwhile and very, very interesting, actually.
He'll be tuned in. So, well, I haven't seen him here today, so I'm assuming he's tuned in at the moment.
Yeah, fascinating how when you lose a wicket at certain phases, especially if you think there's rain coming, the impact that has on the score if you do come back out, and things that players have to be well aware of in the modern game.
It's been good with the ball so far from Middlesex. Taking the Bamber and Yadav partnerships out of it, which were phenomenal in the opening 10 overs of the opening few games. It's probably been one of the better starts of the ball. Just building the pressure here, Anderson. Afternoon, Tom Helm. I see he's tuned in and paying attention. End of the 14th. That's a very good over from Martin Anderson. Just the 4 off it. 73 for 2.
Suspect a few tuning in today. I think the London Spirit are up in Nottingham. Got a few members of staff up there. Pete Waxman, Andrew Mitchell, Alex Fraser, all up in Nottingham waiting for their game tomorrow.
In a descending order of those 3, which of the analyst, the fitness and conditioning coach and the physio are likely to be tuned in, most likely to be tuned in?
I think they're all probably crowded in a room looking over a laptop. Maybe a bag of dairy milk or something, some chocolate buttons on the go, some Pringles.
Oh, lifting one. It's past the edge. Nicely bowled by Harris, just inside the lines.
Yeah, finding a bit more bounce there again. Harris got one to fly through in the previous over. And has found that little bit of movement that Hannon Dalby found from this end earlier on. Still hunting for that Dom Sibley wicket, that key wicket in this run chase.
Just looking at Middlesex's batting across this, obviously Middlesex's strong hand in the One Day Cup is the with the bat, but nonetheless the performances that are being churned out week in, week out with the bats at the moment, it's astonishing, really. And probably because, you know, the Royal London Cup this year, everyone's looking at, oh, it's slightly depleted for teams. Maybe it's not quite getting the recognition it usually would be, that kind of achievement that Middlesex, because it is. You know, whether it's the T20 Middlesex are rolling these scores game after game, record scores, then we'd really be waxing lyrical about this batting lineup. Are we doing them a little bit of disservice? Because you've still got to go out there and score the runs, haven't you? And score the runs they are, and doing it Quite an aplomb. Oh, it just gets back past the outstretched hand of Harris. Likely to get away from Greatwood. Good chase, but again, Radlett, once it's off that square, it's hard to catch, and drying out a little bit this afternoon after the last couple of days of rain.
Yeah, I think the outfield's definitely quickened up here. Sibley certainly hasn't sort of hit that cleanly by any stretch of the imagination. He's hit many more balls much more cleanly than that today, but just shows you get the ball back past that 30-yard circle and it runs away for 4. I think you're right, Kev, in terms of the quality of the batting. It probably has gone a little unnoticed, but consistently posting high scores has been the really impressive part of the batting performances.
Into the 15th, 78 for 2. You're on the Middlesex live stream. Alan Coleman, myself, Kevin Hand. Strong enough start again. But yeah, just going back to it with the bat. Again, Eskenazi, what's that? 8 out of 9 innings now. He hasn't been out. Or he's scored 58, at least 58 out of 9 innings in white ball cricket.
Yeah, a truly phenomenal effort. Just that volume of runs and him continually and consistently being able to put those scores on the board when opening innings, often batting in the conditions that are unknown. You know, you don't know what the pitch is going to do or what the bowler's going to be like on any certain day, and to be able to go out there, open the batting, assess conditions, and then still put scores on the board is outstanding.
In the air for a moment, a cry catch from around the field, but safely down to long leg.
Really come back well, Anderson here, isn't he, after that Leicester game where he did struggle at the back end of his spell. Bowled very nicely at Somerset on Sunday and has started very, very well here. Picked up a big wicket of Rhodes there and has looked a constant threat.
Well, I thought it was huge that Middlesex backed him straight away at Durham, straight back in the side, get on with it, which is a big thing to do. Scampered single. Or I should say an important thing to do. Dropping him at that stage would have probably done more damage than good.
And Mike Selvey, who's going to jump on the mic in a minute, is much more qualified than I to talk about a bowler and coming back after a poor over or a poor set of overs. But yeah, Martin's...
What are you saying about Sells bowling?
No, just the experience, not his bowling. Not his bowling.
That gets through. Nice shot from Lamb.
Yeah, Anderson just straying a touch full and a touch, well, not too wide there, maybe 4th or 5th stump, but steered through the extra cover region by Lamb for a boundary. 84 for 2. Yeah, I think just getting the bowler back in the team and showing him that support is a really important thing. You don't drop a batter after 1-0, so you shouldn't leave a bowler out after 1 poor over. And I think the environment that Richard Johnson has set up in the changing room is, we don't mind you making a mistake, just don't make the same mistake twice. And Martin certainly recovered very well from that Leicester game.
This ball's cut away late down to deep third, back they come for the second. Yeah, I guess, you know, as much as sometimes a balance of taking somebody out of the firing line, isn't there? And I guess judging Anderson's own reaction, as you said, his recovery from it. It was great to see him get those runs down at Taunton as well on Sunday. It was a shame it wasn't the winning runs. Funnily enough, I've just seen a video that somebody sent me, a Middlesex fan on Twitter, who had it square on the Anderson run, and the cheer of the crowd thinking it was the winning runs, and then it was the run out. Fabulous piece of fielding it was by Matt Renshaw. Thanks very much to Alan Coleman, who's going to make weight. 16 overs done, 86 for 2. Sibley 44, Lamb 14. And as teed up by Alan Coleman. The president's alongside me. How are you, Mike?
I'm all right. Yes, I'm wondering how to follow a bad spell with a. How do you recover from that? I'm used to that. that was the implication.
I think he was saying.
I know what he was saying. I know what he was saying. Just winding up.
Good start from Harris. I think what he was saying was you've watched enough of Angus Fraser's bowling over the years to see how to treat a recovery spell.
Well, I think I just came on the back end of what you were talking about. You were talking about Martin and the Leicester game.
Yeah.
My observation out of that was that I think all bowlers at some stage need to get a jail card. You need something you can go to that you're confident with. It's the ball you can back if you're under the cosh, right? You need one. You probably need more than one in white ball cricket the way that it's being played now. And I don't think that he had that. He may still not have it. I don't know. And even when you've got that, it's then, you know, you might have the toys, but you've got to know when to bring the toys out the toy box as well. So that's all part of the learning process.
Three-dot ball start the over from Harris. Excellent from him.
It might be a simple thing like just like a Yorker, or at least you try a Yorker, which is that was kind of my get out if I had to get out of anything. It might be a slower ball. It might, you know, whatever it is, you've got to have something that you can rely on that is your best chance of getting out of jail, as I call it.
Lifted. Doesn't carry to Yadav at mid-on, but just pressure build in a fourth dot ball. Run rate 8.6. I think back to Owen Morgan talking through that final Jofra Archer over in the World Cup, and I think Archer had come to him and said, "What do I go to?" Skip Morgan's simple answer to him was, "What's your best ball?"
It is a simple answer too, isn't it?
Chipped again, just check the shot. They're just taking a little bit of the non-striker on the way through.
I mean, the curious thing about that was that everybody thought, "Oh, there's Jofra, you know, inexperienced lad coming in." Actually, he's the most experienced white ball bowler they got in that team. You know, hugely experienced round at BBL and at IPL and all those leagues. He'd learned a huge amount there. He was hugely experienced. He knew exactly what his best was.
That's an excellent over from Max Harris. Just the one run off it. 17 gone, 87 for 2.
That was a good over, wasn't it? And this actually what they're bowling now is fairly simple. They're just banging away at a hard length. I think there have been times where we've been caught by bowlers bowling against us like that, and we've maybe gone into too many fancy alternatives. You know, fields out, bounces, short balls, slow balls, whatever. And actually sometimes there is no substitute for just banging away on the length and putting somebody behind the game. You know, the DL following on the scoreboard there, you know, that's going up and up and up. For them, they'll be conscious of that. And if you bang away on that length, then, you know, you do that until it doesn't work anymore. And at the moment it is working.
Yeah, I think Gus has been keen to ram that point home that, you know, stick to the basics first and foremost in list A. Just hit that solid length and keep going. Let them try and knock you off it.
I think it's true in any form of cricket. You know, the game's evolved over a long time, and although people try and change things and try and change an approach, the fundamentals of it remain the same. And that's one of them. That you can't beat bowling a hard length, what they call top of off. What they mean is not literally the top of off stump. I always thought about the top of off stump rate. A number of times you see that, and I always say to people, well, you just get a bit of pattern and they'll get away with that, and they'll get an umpire's call on that, you know. You see the ones that just clip the top. What I mean is that line and that challenging length that very few balls that you see actually would go on to hit the stumps off that length.
Roland Jones is a great example in the T20. He bowled magnificently well at the start of the T20, didn't he?
He's bowled well in all cricket balls, hasn't he?
Oh, absolutely, but T20 is the one where you know you see the most change-ups of balls, don't you? But in the T20, he just bowled that line and length.
Yeah. Well, somebody wants to take it on, then take it on. They're very good at, you know, at hitting length now, but they're also very good at hitting full-length Yorkers, digging those out. You know, because you go back deep in the crease and a Yorker length becomes they can get under it. you try and compensate for that, and they might go the other way, and then becomes a full toss, and that goes as well. So it's not easy. And in order to hit a Yorker length, it's a change of length of about 20 feet, about a third of the pitch you're talking about. And that's a considerable adjustment to make.
Just going back to the World Cup final, obviously you've got great affinity for New Zealand as well, haven't you? Were you there? Were you at Lords that day?
No, I wasn't. No, it was I think that was the first World Cup I had missed since 1987. Yeah, I think I've seen 7 World Cups, is it? Or 8, I can't remember.
What was the 87?
That was the one where Gat reverse swept. That one. Calcutta.
Afternoon, Gat. Start from Greatwood, straight out of the drinks break.
We were down at Glamorgan, weren't we? For that final?
Yes, yeah. Tom Helm and I had to we were like a cuckoo clock in and out for the right, there's the winning runs, fine, then it was the trophy lift. Can we get back, can we do it quickly enough and make sure we don't miss the trophy lift?
I do remember going back to the hotel there after the match and just having a nice bottle of a very good Otago Pinot Noir. Just my affinity. You're right. It's a country I love very, very much.
Did you send a picture of the drinks to a few New Zealand friends?
No, I think I might have put it on social media actually.
Tempting fate here, aren't I? But this feels like a much improved bowling performance by Middlesex. The youngsters, Greatwood and Harris, have really played their part so far. It's all right, Greatwood's gone 25 off 3.3, but he did bowl those first 3 in the power play.
Yeah, it's simple, isn't it? What they're doing at the moment, do it until it doesn't work anymore.
There it is again. Hard to get that away for much more than a single without extreme high risk. It's the one area out of all of the interviews, and indeed sat here with Angus Fraser, with Alan Coleman. I'm not going to put the words in your mouth, but I do remember them saying it's the one area at the moment, just need to tighten up in the one-day cup. The bowling's not quite firing just yet. This has been a good start. A high-scoring ground and a quick-scoring ground, Radlett. Oh, there we go again. Just a little bit of width on that one, but an extra bit of bounce.
Yeah, there's going to come a time where they've got to, they won't be bowling with 370 on the board, or the prospects of scoring that kind of thing. So you've got to think it's all about learning. It really is about learning, and the more you play, the more you learn.
Short, pulled away, and 4 runs. Lovely shot. Wraps up towards the railway track. And there's Sibley's 50. 50 from 62 balls, 9 fours. Very solid there in 16 minutes from him. He's looked in good nick and in good touch, and they're going to need him if they're going to get anywhere close to 375.
He's played pretty well, hasn't he? I think it's so noticeable. First time I've seen him since he was playing for England, right? And somebody somewhere along the line has sold him some batting snake oil, and he's obviously managed to jettison that, and he looks a much better player for it. Temperamentally brilliant. I've zero problem with his temperament. I thought he was outstanding temperamentally.
Nice response from Harris.
If somebody, and it does happen. You go to the wrong people, or I think of the wrong people, and you get the wrong advice that goes against the norm, but accepted practice, if you want to call it that. And I think he just ended up with nowhere to go as a batter.
Should just be oh, he's got it away. He's got it finer than I realised, actually. Races away. It's a boundary. Thought it was closer at first. It's the boundary sweeper. Opened the face nicely there, hasn't he?
Yeah, he just kept inside the line of that too. He knew where he was hitting that.
Good from Harris. Right back onto the spot. And Coleman's talking about the margin of error. I think even more so here at Radlett. Just one stump, you know, you can be one stump away from a very good delivery, and you all of a sudden the ball's over the boundary rope.
Yeah, and half a bat will send it forward.
Good again from Harris, really good. In fact, Alan picked up exactly what you had about Sibley as well. So have a look at that Harris ball one more time.
He's looking at the same shot there, you see. He's looking to run that down to third man. He stayed inside the line. And that time he's missing. See, you know, you're playing with half a bat, which is what he's doing there. Then, you know, they talk about the full face, don't they? And it gives you more chance of hitting the ball.
Width on that one. That's going to be 4 more. That's beautifully driven away.
Sorry, you were saying.
And Coley also, he'd picked up on what you were saying about Sibley. He thought, hold on a minute, this guy looks a lot better out of the crease right now.
I had a conversation a couple of years ago with Mickey Stewart at Surrey, and Mickey was there when Sibley first joined Surrey as a junior or a young man. And he said he couldn't believe what's happened to him, because he said then he was a really good, free-flowing, all-round the wicket player. And as I say, somebody's got into his head, or had got into his head, sold him this technique, which once good players found it out, left him with absolutely nowhere to go. And he's realised that. You know, it's cost him at the moment. It's cost him an England career. You know, some might say, well, that's what got him in there, but actually it did him a disservice, because I think if he played like this, more like this, then he would have got there in the end, because he's temperamentally very good.
He's certainly the danger man here for Middlesex. 50 partnership for the third wicket with Lamb, 23 of those. Solid stuff from these two, which is pretty much what it was for Robson and Eskenazi after the departure of Stoneman. 40 for 1. Stoneman was gone for 20, and Robson and Eskenazi pretty much sat in at a strike rate of somewhere around 90 for the majority of their innings, up to the hundreds, and the 50s. They did pick it up slightly, but they sat in pretty much at the strike rates that you can see of Lamb and Sibley at the bottom there. Difficulty is when you're chasing 375, all of a sudden that required rate is a horrible one, isn't it? It can quickly get out of control and give you the jitters.
They're just about keeping pace with the DL, aren't they? You're not very likely to get it if you lose early wickets. Then it really is trouble, because you're having to rebuild and so forth at the same time as crack on. And at the moment they're all right. They wouldn't be displeased with that.
Hey, Mercer has to behave himself walking in front of the tent because the president's here. Single taken down to deep thirds. Do you cop it from him as much as Gus and I do?
Mercer?
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, he's an old man now, so he's even older than Jimmy, isn't he?
Never thought I'd see the day when Tim Murtagh was part of the Brains Trust. Oh, he's bowled him. Beautiful ball comes back in from Greatwood. Punch in the air. He's punched the top of middle stump.
He's got the reward there, hasn't he, for just persisting away on that good length. Well, that was a case of not a top of off. Well, he probably made, you know, it did a little bit, I think. Came back through the gate. He's driving on the rise. Yeah, it's come back at him, hasn't it? Bowled it from quite wide of the crease. Angled in at him. Persistent bowling. That's terrific bowling.
Well, that's what you get when you keep hitting the same line of length. Eventually, one might just do a little bit more for you, as that one did.
They're in the situation where they've, you know, it's not like a red ball game. You can't just hang in and if you want to see him off, you've got to get after it somewhere along the line. And picked the wrong ball. Picked a length ball.
Brooks in. Ethan Brooks, who he was the man that had to try and make that scrambling, diving. 3 dives he had at it along the boundary rope to try and keep it in earlier. And to be called upon with the ball as well. To try and see through. Alan Dolby and Norwell bowled well. The rest of them really had to try and hang in there. Got to hang in there with the bat now. 1 ball to come at the 20th. Only 104 on the boards, which isn't a complete disaster, but the wickets column just be a little bit of concern. None of the columns look particularly good at the moment for Warwickshire. They've got a little bit of work to do here. The only one that looks healthy is the not out batter. Sibley on 52. He's the man. They need to build, somebody needs to build a partnership with him.
You see the effect that single wicket has on there. So the Duckworth-Lewis target is now 173, so the 69 behind DL.
Middlesex with a slip in place as well now. End of the 20th, 104 for 3.
I think they've handled the bowling change. Rescue's handled bowling changes really well too. You know, most things seem to be the right thing from periphery. It's very easy to say what's right and wrong from periphery, as you know, but it's a different matter out there. But I think he gets most things right in my book.
Yeah, popular guy as well, isn't he? Eskenazi.
Yeah.
I'd imagine the way he talks about the game and the level head that he has, also a good man manager.
Well, I think they are a good team. You know, the good young men.
Yeah, I've said for a while they're the best team in terms of group of individuals playing together as a team. The best group of human beings representing Middlesex in my time covering them.
I think they're a lot of young men there, and it's you know, I think this has been a really good competition. I've really enjoyed watching it, partly or not least because the opportunities that have been given to young players who might not otherwise have had that opportunity.
You single down to deep third.
And you not only see your own players start to flourish, give them responsibility, but you see it from other teams as well. Players that, you know, wouldn't have got near their side had they had full side. Surrey, I think, Surrey in the case in point. And I'll say it again, I saw bowling for Surrey, left arm spinners, the best. I've not seen a better spin bowler all year in any cricket.
So a ball into the block hole, just a little bit of width on it, allowed Sibley to wait and push into the offside.
Sometimes you get a gut feel for a player. You see them first up, and you immediately sit up and take notice. And it was the young lad Majid, and he just reminded me the very first time I ever saw Monty bowl. And I can tell you exactly where it was when I saw him.
No full toss, gets away with it to mid-on.
It was in the England nets at Adelaide Oval in early 2000s, whenever that would have been. They were there, and Monty was at the academy, the national academy that we had then. Just started the first national academy was a place called Del Monte outside Adelaide, and it was the same as a strange thing. The England academy was in Adelaide, but there it was. And Monty was out there, and he was bowling in the nets. Never seen him before. And he was the best spinner in the nets by distance. And that's what just reminded me of. It's just the way it came out of his hand, the way he approached the crease, trajectory, the pace he bowled.
Single turn the over, 21 done, 109 for 3. Yeah, I have to say I massively enjoyed his performance that day, but all of the youngsters, there's rarely been, and I can't genuinely think of any point there's been in the competition so far in all the games that Middlesex have played where you thought, oh, the standard's just dropped too far here. It hasn't at all. It's been a really good standard, and bearing in mind the quality that Middlesex have put out, they've been tested in every single game.
Yeah, and I go to cricket, as do most people here. I don't go there to be parochial. I don't go there to be, you know, what's the right word, tribalist about cricket. I go there to watch good cricket and to be entertained. And I defy anybody to say that this Royal London Cup has not been entertaining.
It's a single down to Yadav. Oh, slips over it. Back for 2. Interesting that Eskenazi has gone back to Yadav at this stage. That's for Sibley, isn't it? He'll know if he can get Sibley now.
Yeah, and also it'll that's a big part of it, of course. But also, you know that they will be thinking we've got to have a go somewhere along the line. Are we going to have a go at the young boys? Are we got more likely to have a go at Yadav? You know, they're heading up towards 10 and over at the moment. If you're talking about 10 and over for the last 10, with Seplic's hand, it's a different kettle of fish to 10 and over with 30 overs needed, or 10 and over. So sometimes one-day cricket, certainly my experience, was actually about putting people behind the clock as much as anything else.
Ethan Brooks, 3 first-class games, 13 list A for him now. Debut in 2019 against Essex. Made his list A debut last year against Glamorgan. He's a top scorer so far this season in the list A of 18 against Leicestershire, 18 unbeaten as well against Surrey with the Oval in that tie. Picked up 2 for 39 that victory over Nottinghamshire just the other day. Gonna need something very special with the bat here. Finisher bowling figures today of one for 43 from his 4. He's the most expensive of the bowlers, an economy of 10. Only the skipper himself, Rhodes, got up towards that, 8.22, 1 for 74 from 9. Norwell, the most impressive, none for 58 from 10. He was bowled out early, Liam Norwell, as Rhodes gambled a little to try to find a way past Eskenazi and Robson. Oh, that's a nice ball. Just draws Sibley in outside off. Middlesex, not so much a gamble, but just trying a similar tactic to go early here with Yadav against Sibley.
The one thing I would say about that he still does, he still hangs his hands out really wide, which I don't think can, generally speaking, bring the bat down straight. So that one there, he just came across it a little bit. But, you know, just standing more side on has freed him offside up for him.
He still has that little idiosyncrasy of the dab of the bat, doesn't he, just before the bowler releases.
He actually pushes his hands out away from his body, and if it's out there, it's going to be very difficult for it to come down straight without coming in an arc.
It's almost the opposite of what Pete Hanscom used to do for Middlesex, where he'd have the couple of taps, then he'd put one deliberately in a straight line, wouldn't he? But Sibley's going the other way. He's pushing it out towards a position where you don't really want the bat to come down from.
Well, to get it on line, it's got to come round in an arc, either that or you're hitting across the line. But he is hitting much straighter and much more offside than he ever was, or hadn't been for the past few years, that's for sure.
Nicely ridden by Brooke. Figures so far for Middlesex. I just had a quick analysis or scan of the Warwickshire bowling. Adam's in his 7th over, none for 30. Ooh, goes to the bouncer. No ball called on Heights. I reckon that was harsh. I don't know if we've got a replay on that one, but Sibley went down and swayed inside it. Square leg, I'm sure, will have his own marker, his own idea of the trajectory of where that ball would have been if Sibley had remained upright, but it looked tight on me. I know Gus has complained about it a little. Just a single down to 3rd. You know, it's part of the bowler's armoury, which is really restricted on them just by, you know, a couple of inches all of a sudden. No ball called.
Bowlers very hard done by this game, as you well know. Everything mitigates against the bowlers. Not a single thing that I can think of that's in their favour. I remember looking at the construction of both the ICC World Cricket Committee and the MCC World Cricket Committee at one time, and there were more wicket keepers and umpires on those panels than there were bowlers, international bowlers, and the majority were batters. So all the recommendations that come out of that were almost all to do with improving the batters' lot.
Speaking of improving the batters, you keep half an eye on the England score when you were in the pavilion there.
Oh, I saw the denouement of it. They lost that game. They were bowled off the park to an embarrassing degree.
Lovely shot. Sweetly struck. Clipped through mid-wicket. Nice timing. On that occasion he was pushing the bat out to where he wanted to bring it down.
That's exactly it's almost like the single shot that he had. What I found quite telling with it, getting back to that test match, was the way that all summer long, and using a cricket ball that hasn't done anything at all, there's no movement, no lateral movement in the air, hasn't swung, hasn't seamed a lot. Excuse me. And the moment they were given a ball that did something, they were just almost like didn't know what to do with it. Couldn't control it.
Chase on here, which he won't catch. Robson going around from deep point. Nice shot from Brooks, his first boundary. Bit too full, bit too wide. Now to be driven for the young right-hander.
How's he going to respond to that? It's a very similar ball, actually, wasn't it? I was thinking that, yeah, it's a strange game, isn't it, where one ball you can play beautifully through the covers and the other, you know, biffed it to mid-off, but it's essentially the same delivery, two entirely different outcomes.
Width, and he gets away with it. Brilliant stop by Mark Stoneman. Outstanding piece of cricket from him. At point, saved a boundary there. Robson wouldn't have got around to that. End of the over, 24 gone, 130 for 3. Brooks with that boundary, takes him to 8, single as well. Sibley on 68, Mike Selvey alongside myself, Kevin Hand on the mic on the live stream here from Radlett. Don't forget to scan that QR code in the top corner to find out about the partnership with eToro. 124 for 1 after 24. Middlesex, 130 for 3. It's that wickets column, but also the explosion from Middlesex, 125 scored in the last 10 by Middlesex.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that Warwickshire might not just be ahead at this stage of the game. Equivalent stage.
Did you get one of these, Mr. President?
I don't even know what it is.
Tiramisu.
No.
In the pavilion. Not your kind of dessert?
My kind of dessert, one's
There's 3 going.
Passed under my radar.
There's 3 of them going there. Now, Ollie's at the far end of the tent. You're next to me, so go on, you can steal it off Fletch.
I might nick one in a minute, I'll see.
You can tell him it's your fee for the day. Luke Holman's into the attack. First look at spin for Middlesex in the 25th over. Bowling from the pavilion end, so the right-handers will be hitting into the onside to the bigger boundary. And let's go across the line. It's the leg spin. Just started a little leg side, only a single.
I think he gained a bit of confidence the past few weeks as well. Luke, he went through a little bit of a torrid time where he kept going for the Gallen, didn't he, of over 100 and a lot of runs per over, and it must have been heartbreaking for him, really. But I think he's come back pretty well.
Yeah, I fully echo that. I've really enjoyed watching him bowl in the List A. Enjoyed watching him bowl in the Championship.
I think that's what I mean. He's really struggled in the Championship, didn't he?
Yeah, I mean, I enjoyed watching him bowl. It was difficult for him, but it's part of the learning curve, isn't it? Yeah, it wasn't as smooth a trajectory for him this year in the Championship. The 10th for last year against Sussex down at Hove, which was fabulous to watch. But he is so incredibly young, especially for a wrist spinner, isn't he? 21 years of age. One's come of the over.
A good pace on him at the moment, doesn't he? Confidence to bowl that. Get out of a good over now, good. 2.0.
Oh, well, he's got it away. Fine. Not from particularly that much of a leg side ball from Holman. Brooks premeditated with it. He's taken that from a real off-stump line, hasn't he? So
yeah, off-stump was drifting in, wasn't it? But it was a good, well-directed first over.
Richard Johnson on the right, Rory Cootes in the middle, Alan Coleman, who was on mic before, Mike Selvey on the left. Part of the Brains Trust was Tim Mercer. I don't know where he's disappeared to. He's been relegated.
No, they said it was the Brains Trust there now. So you know, I know that the brains of the team was always lies for the bowlers anyway.
Rory Cootes must feel like an imposter in between those two old bowlers up there on the balcony. Yeah, just going back to Holman for a moment. You said that he's got a nice pace about him in that opening over as well. Anderson starting up again from the Salters Field end. That was something I watched. I wondered when watching him in the Championship this year. What just needs to kick on from him? Is it more revs that he needs? Is the pace right for him? You know, it seemed difficult for him in the Championship this year. But I enjoyed watching him learn.
Yeah, I did hear one leg spot. Do you know, I honestly can't remember who it was said to me about it. That he's got a very high action, and actually a very high action isn't really conducive to ripping the ball sideways.
Yeah, I heard there was something in the winter that they did change his action slightly.
It's the antithesis to pace bowling, actually, because pace bowling you do want a high action. And I can understand why a leg spinner might. I don't believe that Shane Warne had a high arm, did he? I'd say that somebody like Anil Kumble did, but Anil Kumble was essentially a googly and topspin bowler.
I remember just even from a part-time comparison when Milan and Denley were together at Middlesex, one was round arm and one had that high arm.
Yeah, I must confess I'm not speaking with a great deal of authority on the art of leg spin, but it was an observation that was passed on to me.
Single taken, good piece of fielding by Milan. Stops it getting away, which so often it does off the mound of the square here. Again by Anderson, just a single taken. It's the 5th single of the over, but it's building pressure, isn't it? Just 5 off it on the 26th, 142 for 3. There's that comparison, which they're still ahead. 137 for 1, Middlesex were. At required rate 9.7. It's going to hang over them heavily for a while in this innings, and that's the pressure.
Just those 2 extra wickets, but you know, again, it's not significant. It's they will look at that and say, well, you know, we're not in the deepest of trouble yet. A couple more wickets, that makes a difference, obviously.
Partnership's 39 from 39. Sounds very healthy, and it is very healthy. It does mean that the required rate keep ticking up though. 9.7. It's not a bad time for Holman to be bowling actually, when they will have to start thinking about boundaries here. They're going to have to make a move at some point. Warwickshire. Oh, now back and across.
Strange one. Did he get a bat on that?
Yeah, to get a little bit sliding on, wasn't it? But you'd have still thought if there wasn't bat involved, umpire's head was in a bad position for us, wasn't it? Not away nicely for a single again, but this is building pressure. Good from Anderson and Holman. You going to make it to Hove for the last game of the...
I'm not going to be able to do that. No, I'm afraid.
I mean, obviously we'll hope that's not the last game of the season for Middlesex and the Royal London, the last game of the group stage, I should say.
There's the potential for some quite tricky logistics for the club here, because you're getting more games here perhaps. I'm not even sure what the next round brings, whether it brings just straightforward quarterfinals or...
Oh, that's lifted. And lifted safe for 4, just short of the 6. Sibley moves to 78. Good shot, element of risk though. And let's have a look. The worst ball, a little bit of width, wasn't it?
That's a good shot. That's a good shot.
148 for 3, end of the 27th. The answer to that is top spot gets you a home semi-final, second spot gets you a home playoff, and third spot gets you an away playoff. So Middlesex will very much be hoping Fortress Radlett will be in play.
I suppose so. Are they setting out? Have they got the pitches? These sort of things are quite tricky, aren't they, to manage?
Next week Friday is the first playoff, or the two playoffs. Next week Friday, and then the week after, I think on the Tuesday, is the semi-finals. Used away by Brooks, no run.
So there could be 2 games, could be 3 games. So that's what you're saying?
There could be 3 games to get to the final, yeah. So there's a home semi-final for top spot, a home playoff for second spot.
What does that bring you? A place in the semi-final?
Yep. And then third places play the away playoff. So effectively you could call them quarterfinals, but they're not, because top spot goes straight through and get a home semi-final.
Okay.
So then second and thirds have to play off for the away semi-final.
Got it.
It's quite an incentive to finish in top spot. 1 game from the final. Be nice to be saying 1 game from Lords, but 1 game from Trowbridge. Oh, little kick away on the boot for the overthrow. I must admit, I thought it was a comfortable single and looked away. 150 up, 150 for 3. Kept control of it well. Rushed by that one, Brooks. Anderson does get it through and he bends his back. Single drop just wide of mid-on. Wow. Up and away. 4 runs for Brooks. He's into the 20s. Not quite keeping the control of that one that he kept for the single for the couple he got earlier in the over. Lucky boy.
Well, chip under the top, but it rolled away, didn't it? It's like an upturned sauce to this ground, isn't it? And he runs away very quickly down those hills.
Bowled well played. 28 done. 156 for 3. Is that you, Self? Did I hear how many overs? What sort of over are you on until? I don't know what the rotor is. 5 o'clock you're on till. Oh, good man. Oh, 10 past 5.
Who's coming in then?
What are you getting paid for the overtime?
I'm not. Time in lieu. Time in lieu.
I think it's Nick Friend who's coming on to replace you. The cricketer who's doing a journalist corner
Oh,
for us.
come in then.
Mike Selvey, President. Thank you kindly.
My pleasure.
Fingers crossed I'll be seeing you for your home semi-final.
See you later.
So from a president, former England star, former Middlesex legend, to Nick Friend. How are you, Nick?
Good afternoon. Thanks for the
how's life at the Cricketer magazine?
Thanks for the welcome. That was a build-up.
Well, you're a Middlesex legend as well, in youth team levels.
No, that is certainly not true either. No, good, thank you. Thanks for having me.
Were we last together when Leicestershire played here? Or was it Surrey that you sat in on?
I was last. Well, I've been here. I was here for Leicestershire, but I think the last time I was on here with you was. I want to say day one at Lords.
Was it that while ago?
Sussex.
Oh goodness me!
About $1 million for 2, I think, weren't they? We went Sussex. Pujara's double 100.
Yes, no, goodness me! Oh, that would have been a dreadful way for it all to end for Sibley. Brooks sent him back late at the non-striker's end. And they've got to face Pajara again on Tuesday, quite possibly vying off for a home semi-final. Someone's got to put the brakes on Leicestershire first. Top of the table. 10 points from 6, which is what Middlesex are hoping to move to here. Many thanks to Radlett, by the way, I should say, for the tiramisu. I was actually holding off till Salve left because there were only 3 tiramisus and 4 of us in the box. I was trying not to mention it. But many thanks to Radlett for the fabulous tiramisu that they donated to the commentary team.
Is there a 4th going?
The permanent commentary team. This ball's clipped away into the onside.
I've had my meal deal.
Yeah. That's chipped. Single down to long off. Oh, now that's going to be close. It's gone. Brooks is gone for 24. Well, we've been talking about the sweep, the old-fashioned orthodox sweep. Now, you don't see it too often. Brooks has gone down to the wrong one there. 159 for 4.
Just a bit fuller than he thought, I think, wasn't it? He's almost come back to pull that, hasn't he?
Got himself into a bad position. Oh, dearie me. It's as comfortable a call as you can imagine. Alman knew straight away the leg spinner had him. Even Anderson square on at point knew he was gone. Hamza Sheikh, the new batter, in at 6. So all of this we have to remember, Michael Burgess is off with a, well, at very worst, very sore thumb. There's some rumour that potential slight dislocation as well.
It was quite fortunate for Warwickshire they had another keeper in their playing 11, or it might have been a very interesting 40-odd overs, mightn't it?
Floats on up just outside off. 16-year-old Hamza Sheikh, who's played 1 game so far, Warwickshire versus Sussex, August 12th, scored 25. Just getting to the 20s a few times for the seconds, against Kent second, Worcestershire seconds and Somerset seconds. Big task here, batter down. The Burgess would come out if he had to hold up an end while someone was swinging at the other. I'm sure he would, but it's a lot of swinging to do. 159 for 4, chasing 375. Middlesex's second highest List A total. Max Harris back on. Pressure massively on Sibley to be there at the very end, but even if he is, It's going to take something sensational.
He needs a he needs a helping hand, doesn't he? Realistically, how many can he get off his own bat? He bats for 50 overs. I mean, probably needs to score another 100 from here, doesn't he? In a way, effectively at sort of 20 over stage.
Astignazi scored exactly that, didn't he? 182. Against Surrey, the record list day score by Middlesex by a batter.
He's seeing it all right at the moment, isn't he? He's having a quite outrageous month in his life.
The way that he got out at Taunton, he's seeing it too well, because it was a pull shot wide outside off, and he was just looking to steer it around the corner, really, just that wristy turn into the onside. He didn't go at it hard. If he went at it hard, he might have got away with it.
Leaving his dismissal today, I fear it was the only way he was going to get out today, wasn't it?
Have you seen a replay of it? It actually hit
No,
the
I
back. It
haven't.
looks as though it hit the back of the bowler's hand as well, so it wasn't even the fingertips on it. It just looked as though it was his follow through. He didn't know anything about it. It just hit the back of his hand on the follow through and onto the stumps, and Eskenazi was gone.
Because he just checked that drive over cover for 6, hadn't he? And at that point, that's a shot of a man who's probably only just getting started, really.
He's probably thinking about going to the 200 today.
He perhaps ought to have got there a couple of weeks ago.
Well, that lifts a little outside off on Hamza. Hamza, my apologies, Sheikh.
It's an interesting one, isn't it? Because, and I guess it's been the same in all the Middlesex games here, that for all the runs they've scored, they've not, I don't think you call them sort of traditional belting wickets, which they've obviously exploited the outfield very well. And you just saw that penultimate ball sort of bounced on Sheikh a bit. We saw that ball earlier that sort of hit reared up at Sam Robson. So it's had a bit in it, hasn't it? I mean, it almost makes Eskenazi's run tally more extraordinary, given that there is, as there is at most club grounds, sort of the odd ball with your name on it. I mean, he's been hit on the arm a couple of times, hasn't he, during this campaign too? I think once against Leicester and once earlier today as well. So to have done what he's done, playing the sort of fairly low risk style he's sort of got, especially when he plays here at Radlett, is pretty extraordinary.
It's the single. Sam Robson collecting in front of the match referee's tent. Jason Swift in the background there, former Sussex coach. .30 overs done, 163 for 4, double your score at 30. May still be, what, 40 light. There's a train off on its way into London.
A running train, eh? You'd say that 80 overs in here, that this has been it's been about as complete a one-day performance as certainly this Middlesex side have put together this season. I mean, with the bat, that was almost perfection, wasn't it? And
each of the matches, something's always been, one of the disciplines has always been off.
Whereas here on a fast, as we know, a fast-scoring ground, I think probably saw off that initial 10 over phase at the top. It was probably a bit harder on a fresh pitch. And since then, really, I mean, all scored almost 9s through the sort of 10 to 50 overs. I think every scene from Umesh Yadav's 300 on international wickets through to Toby Greatwood and Max Harris, who probably got 10 or 12 professional wickets between them. I think no one's really gone around the park at all. Other than Martin Anderson, who's had a slightly tough competition with the ball, has come back really well and started. I thought the way he started almost set the tone for everything that's followed.
Yeah, it's great to see from Anderson's perspective for sure. Turn 2, that's a deep square. Yeah, I think at this stage it's been the most complete Middlesex performance so far, but it is a game that they could still lose. So 20 overs to go, 209 further runs, which From a T20 perspective, it's possible. They'd be very disappointed. Yeah, it's a depleted Warwickshire lineup, a batter down as well, we'd think, with Burgess. Oh, slap attempted by Sibley.
I thought Yadav was terrific actually as well in his opening spell. It's for his first two spells really. We've seen I think just as the days gone on, how everything's dried out a bit more and how sort of quick, easily the ball's come off the bat and come through the out, come through the infield.
Oh, he's bowled him around his legs. Sheikh takes a big step towards the offside, looking to sweep. And around his legs, Holman strikes. 167 for 5. We saw the LBW going for the sweep against Holman. Oh, that's nice. I don't think the umpire's head does quite justice to where that ball pitched. Let's see on this angle. Very nice indeed. So, Michael Burgess is coming out to bat, is he? No, it's Kai Smith. Thanks, Nick.
I knew his number ends in the 1.
See you next season. Wait, which one of us said it on mic? It's Kai Smith, who did a pretty good job behind the stumps, didn't he? There was no problem with his keeping at all.
So he got more than he bargained for, didn't he? Sort of came to.
Didn't notice him, did he?
No.
Just a single. It's a lovely shot. What a way to get off the mark from Smith. Just guides Harris away. A little bit of width. Fraction short. Nicely done from Smith. Now that was wide. Put away once more, back at a point. 4 more. Back-to-back boundaries. Haven't said that in a while, it feels like, for Warwickshire in this innings. 180 for 5.
It just settles Sibley down as well a bit, won't it? At the moment he's finding it very easy to get off strike, but then often spending 3, 4, 5 balls at the other end, isn't he? So as long as there's some runs coming from that other end, it just keeps Warwickshire in touch without Sibley feeling like he has to go too hard too early. Albeit I don't think we're far from that stage anyway, really. Nearly 11 is a run rate. It is the fascinating dynamic though, this competition, isn't it? You've got sort of a young seamer starting out, bowling a 17-year-old keeper, but with an England Test batter at the other end, and an Indian international with 270-odd international wickets down at fine leg, and it's interesting, isn't it? The way that I guess the way that every team is set up in. It's so different. I mean, I was at the Oval a couple of days ago watching a very, very youthful game between Surrey and Somerset, where Surrey had a couple of very promising teenagers out there. Sheridan Gums made 70 odds. Nico Reefers, he's 21 now. Yusuf Majidi didn't get a bowl before the rain came, but he's by all accounts impressed everyone. I saw myself be tweeting very, very high praise of him a few days ago. And then likewise Somerset have, I think, fielded a couple of debutant seamers in this competition, and a very young squad with Matt Renshaw captaining. So, but then you come here and you see Yadav and you see, I guess, the entire Middlesex top 6, and I guess it makes sense when you look at where they are in the tables. Don't you? I mean, you'd think that this top 6 wouldn't count a place in a sort of full strength Royal London, let alone the slightly depleted version we've got.
Well, they're only missing Simpson, aren't they, Middlesex? Simpson's the only batter, that top 6, 7.
Yeah.
But again, you know, if Simpson were available, it's almost a case of, well, who would he come in for? You've got Cracknell at 6, Holman at 7. Cracknell was in the 100 himself last year.
Well, it would have to be one of the top 6, wouldn't it? Because I mean, there's not really. I mean, granted, Peter Milan and Sam Robson could get through a few overs, but you wouldn't want to rely on them for 10 between them, would you? So.
Oh, for sure, it's got to be the. Yeah, it's got to be one of the top 6 for sure. But the point being, whichever one of the top 6 it would be, they would be massively disappointed to drop out. Holden, record list A scorer up to this year.
Well, it's
T20 opener.
It's interesting because Joe Cracknell hadn't done a huge amount of keeping in the last 12, 18 months before this competition. Obviously with Robbie White available as well, and so even to get Joe into this side is it's been a bit of a squeeze, hasn't it?
Oh, the inside edge goes past the leg stump for 4. Smith moves to 12, 181 for 5. Very nearly through again though for Holman. He's got a couple already. Single taken. So from a cricketer perspective, if you were previewing the latter stages of this competition, how are you looking at the end of this group stage and the potential knockout stages to come?
God, you asked me that without the table in front of me, which is going to really hurt my head. But I mean, as I said there, Middlesex's top 6, I think, has given them an enormous opportunity from the very start. But they've gone pretty well, and go top of the group, win today. Obviously keeps them pretty well placed, but equally, Leicestershire have been fairly unaffected. They've lost Bjorn Hendricks to the 100 for a couple of games, I think. That's
going to be interesting now, isn't it?
He's a loss, yeah. But equally, if you look at the top run scorers in the competition, Liam Mulder's right up there. Louis Kimber's had a very good competition for Leicestershire as well. And they're, you'd say with 10 points in their 6 games, they're almost there, aren't they? I mean, you can probably afford to lose 2, so if they can, or even 3. So even if they were to lose the last two, they'd have a decent chance of making that top 2 or top 3. I've seen a fair bit of Sussex in the competition, and they've been really interesting to watch because there's just been a lot of chat about Pujara, who's.
Oh, that's good from Harris. Very good from Harris. Sibley's gone for 89. Middlesex take a huge wicket. They may very well nearly be through here. 183 for 6. And the North Middlesex bowler, Max Harris, just up the road in Radlett, has managed to escape, claim the very big scalp. On the walk, on the move. That bat face, interestingly, moving towards mid-wicket, mid-on.
Just trying to push that. That shot he's played a lot in the last few overs, isn't it? Just sort of, it's almost giving him the leg side to get him off strike. And sort of looked for that singles, and it's probably just held its line that one rather than coming in on the angle. And oh, here he is. It is second time lucky. It is him.
Michael Burgess comes out to bat. The two keepers in this
like
match.
Lazarus has walked out.
Warwickshire's 2 wicket keepers in this game. Smith, who took the gloves from Burgess, who injured that right hand, putting down Stephen Eskenazi, who went on.
You'd say he must be all right. I mean, because there's a bigger picture here, which the Warwickshire have got the county championship to stay in the top division of next month. And Michael Burgess had such a good season with the bat that, and obviously behind the stumps as well, that the last thing Warwickshire need is the keeper to break his finger going into that run-in. So you'd think he's all right, because they're a very long way away from doing anything of note here, aren't they? Granted, this is a big game for them, and
they've still got 2 to go after this as well, much like Middlesex. Sussex have only got 1 to go after today. Should tell you their score in a moment. So yeah, Warwickshire, they're not down and out by this one. 3rd spot would still be up for grabs for them. Sussex have racked up 397 for 5 against Somerset. This ball short. Oh, he's gone. He's on a hat-trick, is he? No, not out. Not out is the call from the umpire. Attempted pull first up from Sibley. And let's have a look at any little deviation. They clearly felt they heard a noise. So Ali Orr, 206. Pujara.
weirdly, not even he doesn't even have. That's only the joint highest score of the competition, isn't it? I think that's what Ollie Robinson made.
Oh, edged. Leading edge along the floor.
It'd be unfortunate to make 206 in a 50 over game and not have the highest score of the competition record on your own, but that's Ali Orr. I was actually watching him bat down at Hove earlier in the competition against Gloucestershire, and he's a tall man. He hits a long ball. He's a very good red ball player as well. Without Tom Haynes injured, has sort of come into his own even more so in the last few months. But that's what I was going to say actually before we check that scorecard, was that for all the talk about Pujara, who's the second leading run scorer in the comp, certainly was before today, actually the top 3, Tom Clark got his first this day 100 earlier in the competition. Harrison Ward has been giving it good work, didn't play today.
The Jason Swift Batting Academy.
Indeed.
It's the match ref today.
He's at the wrong ground, that's for sure. For 18 fours, 11 sixes, it's a pretty decent day out. That.
Delray Rawlins 54 off 23 at the end. Hudson Prentice 36 and Pujara run a ball 66, he said. But yeah, that all 206, strike rate of 127.
It's a very young Somerset side, isn't it? A very young Somerset attack as well. If you take the 20 overs bowl by Jack Brooks and Matt Renshaw out of it, you've got a couple of guys, Jack Harding and Alfie Ogborn, who both made their debuts in this competition.
This is hooked up into the air, cry of catch, it's not going to carry. That's Greatwood, single taken.
And I think I'm right in saying that Josh Thomas made his debut in this competition as well, so they really have been hit as hard as anyone by the 100, certainly, probably more so in terms of sort of their own resources. I mean, Surrey have probably lost more players, but have that slightly deeper squad in there. But even they've resorted to those teenagers, and a couple of guys have come in, and But I mean that's a total, isn't it?
Well, he's playing up that side of Sussex. Middlesex have to go to Hove on Tuesday, which could well be the playoff for top spot. Leicester obviously will be having their say. This is Umesh Yadav. Perhaps to try and finish this off. Test the right hand of Burgess. They were 200 on the board after 30 overs, Sussex, so doubled their score from 30. Solid from Yadav on that line and length again, and solid in defence from Smith. Sorry, Gloucestershire. Gloucestershire still have an eye on qualification as well. They've won. Oh, they're nearly. Oh, actually, it could be tight still. 267 for 8 at the Oval. Tom Price 19. Van Meekeren with him on 2.
I'd say that'd be a terrific win for Surrey against the Gloucester side, who've certainly got more experience in their ranks than what Surrey do at the moment.
Yeah, Geddes at the top, 71. 61, Cameron Steele.
Good to see Cam Steele in the runs after. That was his first. This is his first game back after what happened to him here a couple of. When was that? Week and a half ago. A nasty blow.
It's this man Yadav. Bowled him! Right into the block hole. Burgess has gone for one. That's why Yadav was brought back on. That extra bit of pace. Let's test that hand of Burgess. Straight into the block hole. And Yadav has his first wicket of the day. Try to open up, access that offside. Dangerous thing to do against somebody with the Yorker of the devastation of Yadav. Liam Norwell. Just talking about Gloucestershire, the former Gloucestershire man, Norwell.
Good to see him back fit. He obviously was rewarded for what he did last year in the especially the County Championship with an England Lions trip, wasn't he? He wasn't. I don't think he was that far off at times from being catapulted into an England squad over the winter, whether it was the Ashes squad or in the Caribbean.
Oh, wide down the leg side. Attempted Yorker again. Was it leg byes? It did, just clipped pad on the way through.
But he's just struggled with injury this year, isn't he? He's not been fit all that often, and I think certainly that's played a part in where Warwickshire found themselves in the County Championship. We lost Tim Breslin to retirement over the winter, and Nathan McAndrew came in for him, didn't he? But to lose Norwell, I think it was the leading 49 Championship wickets last year, I think it was. And as they rewarded with the stuff with the Lions to then miss this year, is a lot of this year has been a tough one to take for Warwickshire. But fingers crossed back for those last 2-3 games in the Championship to get them over the line and keep them up.
14 runs for Gloucestershire to win with 2 wickets standing at the Oval. So Leicestershire will be 10 points from 6. Sussex will climb to top spot with 10 points from 7 on a high and a better net run rate, which is currently 1.3. And well, if they trounce Somerset, it's going to improve dramatically. Middlesex will actually move into second spot, taking it from Leicestershire. So Middlesex will go 10 from 6 as well, and on a superior run rate they'll have second. So Sussex, having played a game more, will have top. Gloucestershire will climb to 8 points above Warwickshire if they win that game. Warwickshire on the way to defeat here. This is down the leg side from Harris, 4 more. Never say never, of course, but Smith moves to 19, 181 to win from 87.
And that, of course, a Gloucestershire win today would make Sunday here pretty important as well, wouldn't it? I mean, Gloucestershire need to win. Gloucestershire came into this weekend knowing they need to win twice, and I hope a couple of other results go their way. So if they need to try and sneak over the line at the Oval and then do it here on Sunday, and I guess that's their end of the bargain held up. It's just what happens.
Quick signal taken. Nearly plays on. End of the 36th, 195 for 7. How does Norwell play this against Yadav? Very powerful hitter. Nice shot from Norwell, just for the single though. Do they play it out, limit the net run rate, defeat, and take what they can from the last two? Most they can get to is 11 points, so it's a long shot with Middlesex and Sussex both about to move to 10, but Sussex will only have one to play, which is against Middlesex. It's up in the air and short of long leg. Smith moves to 23. 22 indeed, he took a single. Yeah, so Warwickshire with 2 to play could still reach 11 points. Gloucestershire about to move to 8 with 1 to play. Middlesex 10 with 2 to play. Sitting prettiest in the division.
Interesting to see that both of last year's finalists are all out as well, aren't they? I mean, Durham are definitely gone.
Bounce up. Okay from Yadav.
Durham are definitely gone regardless of their 2-point deduction last week, a couple of weeks ago. And Somerset. I think Glamorgan are gone as well, aren't they? Which is interesting because Glamorgan, you'd say, are far stronger this year than they were last year. They didn't have Cole Ingram or Sam Northeast, David Lloyd, Chris Cook, Tim van der Gooten. I think they've actually lost again now out of the hundreds. And yet they've, despite being strengthened, they've sort of struggled a lot more.
So Hampshire first, Lancashire second, Essex third in the other division, in the group. Glamorgan fourth, but having played 7 on 6 points. Yorkshire played 5 on 6 points.
I know Hampshire were well beaten today, but they've been really impressive because they've obviously lost. Having won the Blast, understandably, lost sort of vast swathes of their first choice white ball side to the 100, and they've actually relied on a lot of youth, haven't they? I think Toby Albert's got them over the line a couple of times by the number 7 in sort of difficult chases, and Nick Gubbins, a man of not quite this parish, but this club. He got runs today, didn't he?
93 at the top. And you're in Donald at 4. He's a dangerous batsman. He gets in, isn't he? End of the 37th here. 198 for 7. Holland's 63. Quite surprised to see him coming in quite as low as he is, Holland. Barker, who Middlesex know full well, can give it some serious long handle. So yeah, they were beaten by Tom Bevan's century today. Colin Ingram 78. Barker none for 35. 1 for 40. Hollands. Curry 2 for 64. Campbell, Turner and Gubbins with 1 over that went for 13 with his leg spin.
On for the treble, aren't they?
They are. Although I was just about to say that they'll be, you know. Bowls him. Smith's gone for 22. Harris has the wicket. Looking to swing hard. Not playing the long game on this one, thinking about the net run rate, but going down. Fighting instead. Wide on the crease, angled into top of leg. He's a very calm cricketer, Harris, isn't he? He's not one for huge celebrations, even when he picked up Riley Russo, I think, with that T20 wicket at Lords. His first T20 wicket on a Thursday night at Lords. He was very calm, composed and considered about his celebration. That's a laugh of a man who knows otherwise.
No, it was a laugh of agreement. You can really tell what's going through his mind, can he? Doesn't show a great deal of emotion when he's out there. I think he gives a better indication how quick he's running it, doesn't he? He can either sort of, I think we did that Dobson wicket, when he took a yard or two off, but you know, sort of hit his spot, sort of on the round off stump. But when he's when he wants to ramp it up, and when he fancies sort of hitting you on the armpit, he doesn't need a second invitation. I can say with some first-hand experience, that's for sure.
Can you still feel it?
Max had a really interesting stretch for him, because he's not one of these guys who's sort of, you know, gradually. I wouldn't say he's one of these guys who's sort of gradually, you know, I guess gone from under 12s and always sort of going to hit this point. I remember playing club cricket with him, where he was sort of very much trundling in within 13 games, and doing here in the 5th 11, here in the 4th 11, and then spent a winter in the gym and came back bowling rockets at a bunch of adults who'd not played the game for 5 months. And suddenly everyone was trying to pad up at the same time as him.
Harris to Garrett.
But he's certainly, what I'd say, the huge difference this year actually, in the last 18 months. I think he's developed his bowling smarts more than anything. I don't think, he's got his pace. He really can get it through, but I think he's bowling as a stock length a lot fuller than perhaps in the past. And I think he's learning a lot more about bowling. And strangely, he's not. It sounds strange to say, professional cricketer, but he's not bowled that many balls in his life by usual comparison. I think I'm right in saying he played about 10 first-team games for North Middlesex before he first got a rookie deal. I think at one point he did more sixes and taking first-team wickets for us. But so there's been a lot of development over the last 2 years, and I'm hugely impressed with what he's doing now, because we knew he was quick. We've all seen quick club bowlers that should see someone with the skills to do what he did to Dom Sibley there, and it's been really impressive.
Right, before you disappear, it's going to be he's got away for 4. Nice shot from Norwell. Pushes it nicely out to the cover boundary. I think he quite timed it as well as that. Away it raced, fine of extra cover. Wide of the sweeper on the boundary. Right, before you go, who's winning it then? Leicester at top.
This game.
So, you don't get away that easily. Leicester, Sussex, Middlesex.
The competition are we talking? Or?
Yeah. I guess the fact that Sussex's final game is against Middlesex, that gives the chance that they could drop out of the top 3. So this is hit up in the air and safe over mid-on for 4. Wells on to 9. Now that will give Warwickshire the chance of winning the last 2 and taking Sussex's place, or Middlesex's indeed, if Sussex beat them. But
what I'd say is, I think the 2 most complete sides in terms of what they've retained as an experienced core, I would say Middlesex and Lancashire. I think Lancs may well chase a very big score today. It'll certainly be a close game. I'm not saying this to here, but I Middlesex be there or thereabouts. As I said earlier, I think their top 6 would be handy in a full strength competition, wouldn't it? Let alone one where I think really what Steve Eskinar's done so well is that he's worked out often that if you can get through, and probably why Middlesex started slightly slower today, if you can get through the experienced pairing at the top, you've got often a couple of youngsters to not particularly to tuck into, but to attack a bit more as the game wears on. And so I think Middlesex, Lancashire, Essex will look pretty good. But once again,
who's your wild card then?
I think Essex will be the wild card because they're not. I think Essex have scored a lot of runs through guys that wouldn't necessarily be in their first choice side. Josh Ramel, Feroz Kushi, who's a lovely young player. Grant Rulofson, who they brought in as an overseas player for the competition. Guys who've come out from outside and have done really well. I think Lancs, if you look at Lancs' top 6, if you look at Lancs' side, they've just got a lot of very reliable senior pros. Luke Wells, Keaton Jennings, Josh Bohannon, Stephen Croft, Rob Jones, George Balderson, Danny Lamb, Tom Bailey. A lot of guys who just know the game. Ironically, a lot of guys who wouldn't say are sort of a white ball experts, but guys who play good cricket shots, bowl good lengths. So I think they'll be thereabouts. I think they'll push through at the end of that other group just because they have got that depth.
Worcestershire need 15 runs to beat Essex today. No full toss push back. So
do some damage to my wildcards.
Yeah, I'm just having a look. So I'm just looking at the Essex side. Westley at 3, Brown.
See, I mean, they've done a lot of. They've been impressive. They've got a lot of guys in there. So Ray Toole's an overseas player who they've brought in for this, as is Grant Rulofson. Yeah, a lot of talented youngsters who've gone pretty well so far. But also a couple of counters I think will be pretty disappointed with how they've gone. Worcestershire, who look like they're going to beat Essex today, have got a far stronger side than what they've produced. Northants as well. Northants, I think I'm right in saying they only lost Josh Cobb to the 100. And they're a side that had a pretty good blast, albeit missed out on the knockout stages. Ricardo Vasconcelos, Emilio Gay, Will Young in the top 3. It's a serious top 3. Certainly putting the bar with Middlesex is extremely watchable as well, for that matter. But
good bouncer again from Yadav. I think that Lancashire side is certainly the one that Middlesex will look at in the other group. Thanks to Nick Friend, he's off.
No,
Mid over, you disappearing already? Somewhere to be. Thanks to Nick Friend of the Cricketer. Very happy club captain, I'd imagine, has just sat back down next to me. Tim Mercer, good to see you again.
Kev, how are you?
All the better for seeing you, buddy.
Yeah, pretty happy at 200 for 8 here, 209 for 8.
Will you be doing the John Terry if Middlesex win the One Day Cup this year?
No, I'll be in the coach's picture.
It was nice seeing you part of the Brains Trust walking around the fields earlier on.
Yeah, that was Brains Trust / going for an ice cream down in the far corner. Lovely ice cream, I have to say, that ice cream van.
Who was paying? Steep prices.
It was my round, to be fair. Ramps bought one up in Nottinghamshire.
Clever, it's cheaper up there.
Yeah, Rory Coots bought one here before, so yeah, it was.
Who bought the one in Durham?
I don't think there was one in Durham. That's the only sort of non-club ground that we played at, isn't it? Away. Taunton, apart from Taunton, you're right, yeah. No, lovely Mr. Whippy down there in the far corner, in the sunshine.
You've surely got a staff discount in terms of not Middlesex staff, but fellow stalls here at Radlett discount.
No, unfortunately not. £2.50 for a 99 flake. I thought they used to be 99p, didn't they? Isn't that why they were called 99s? I guess that's, yeah, I'm probably showing my age there, yeah. Thanks, Fletch.
The bonus Middlesex are on to win the Royal London. Yeah, it'll be.
There's a lot of games to go, Kev. No, we're just
starting to sound like Gus.
We're just looking at the table, and it's all very tight, and I think you're probably going to have to win this game, obviously, and then the two after, I'd say, to guarantee a semi-final spot.
Yeah.
No, it's all pretty tight, isn't it? There's probably 4 teams in the top half of our group that, you know, you could finish first or you could finish 4th. It's going to be a tight couple of games to finish.
Somerset are 0 for 1, chasing 398.
Well, they're gone. They're none from 5 in the comp so
none from
far,
6.
So none from 6, are they? Well, yeah.
But Sussex are.
Sussex got plenty.
Yeah, 206 from Orr. They are heading top tonight, Sussex, and their final game will be against Middlesex on Tuesday at Hove.
Renshaw's got away with it there, just looking at the figures. 10 overs, none for 50 for a part-time offie. Take that.
Goldsworthy's not done bad, none for 32 from 7.
Yeah, could see George Scott getting a couple of games down there, I think on loan, is that right?
Ah. Scott end up with number 23 from his 3. In fact, who's he batting? He was opening at one point for Gloucestershire. Who scored the century the other day against Middlesex. Man out caught Clark bowled Curry.
It's been an impressive performance from the boys. You've been happy with today, I think.
Incredible. Been happy with it all.
I think coming up probably against one of the stronger teams, you'd say on paper. There's maybe a few more established first team players.
It's the most complete performance, isn't it, so far from Middlesex, this one?
I think so, yeah. I think, still don't think it was particularly easy to bat on, so to end up with 370 was, you know, a massive score.
Blake Cullen commented this was the best of Eskenazi's hundreds given how difficult the bowling attack was, and early this morning there was a bit in it. Both sides would have bowled.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. And then obviously the finish that we had probably just took the game away from them. But once again, impressed, with the way the boys have bowled right from the start here. To be honest, everyone's been bang on what they've been asked of, and just growing in a bit of confidence, which can happen when you string a few games and a few victories together.
The new bowling coach's influence is clearly weighing in on this.
5 from 5 now, potentially.
Will Turnback have a job come September?
Oh no, it's been good to see a little bit of the other side. Of sort of joked that I've been a bit of an old school Kenny Dalglish player coach, because I've been bowling in warm-ups and bowling to the boys in the nets and trying to tick over and get myself ready for the final push the last 3-4 days of the season in September. But yeah, I've enjoyed sort of trying to help out, and they've been great. They've been pretty receptive, the bowlers, and I think they're getting better each game. It's pretty young, with the exception of Umesh, pretty young, inexperienced bowling lineup. So no, they're learning all the time, and it's been great to watch.
Ethan Bamber missing at the moment with an injury, isn't he? He's bowled really well in those first few games. So Middlesex have done extremely well without him. Powerplay 3 just beginning. And could be ending very soon. Norwell's gone for 10 and Holman has another.
Yeah, been excellent today, Lukey, I think. Sort of driven the ball into the wicket. Another one there that hasn't particularly spun, but just pushed it through a bit quicker. Caught the tail ender on the back foot, and hit the stumps, which is what you want at this stage of the innings.
It's been close to Luke Holman at his very best today, hasn't he? He's just looked effortless out there with the ball. Yeah,
I think sort of if you ask most spinners, they prefer bowling with the white ball in terms of it's easier to grip and perhaps not so, it doesn't slide out the hands as much as a red ball. But yeah, he's been excellent. I think ever since this competition started, he's been under a bit of pressure. He hasn't performed as he perhaps would have liked with the ball in the 4-day game, but he's really enjoyed himself in this Royal London competition, and long may it continue.
4 for 56 is his best bowling. He's got 3 for 27 now.
Is that his career best bowling?
In List A. He's got the 10 for obviously in.
Oh, he'll have to get a round in.
Mercer's Bar.
We always watch out for these little things.
You putting the prices up now?
Eskenazi still hasn't got his career best round in from a few weeks ago.
Yeah, but he went back to back. He got his best and then beat his best the game after.
Well, that's just tough. That's how it is.
No, that's what I mean. Has he not got either of them in?
There's probably people listening thinking, what is he talking about? But kind of, if you go past your career best, you're expected to buy a round of drinks at a suitable time, of course. Could be a Diet Coke or a lager, whatever you wanted, but that's the expectation. So
do they sell soft drinks at Mercer's Bar?
Of course. Promote responsible drinking, Kevin. Everything in moderation.
Where does Angus Fraser's been pulling the pints in there today?
Angus Fraser has been working all day. I'm actually looking forward to seeing him at the end of the day. He's been on his feet. I just walked down there and they've pulled 260 pints, I think, today.
260 pints.
So I think he's done most of them. He kind of put his hand up. Matt, who's not here, he's swanned off on holiday. He normally does it. Gus said he'd take over. So him and Bethan have been down there. His daughter, I'm sure there's been a few family rows as well.
Gus having a row. End of the 41st, 2:13 for 9.
But yeah, he'll be tired. That's a lot of hours on his feet for the big lad. It's a big frame to carry around for 7 hours a day.
I heard he was sitting down on the job. Can you sit down and put a pint?
I did walk past and he was yabbering away to someone, and I swiftly told him he had customers and to get back to them, that's his responsibility today. So
Is this the Middlesex version of open all hours?
I don't even know what that is, Kev. You were showing
Oh,
your
come
age
on.
there. Is that like porridge or that kind of era?
Yeah, exactly. Ronnie Barker and
The Four Candles.
Del Boy.
The Four Candles? Or was
yeah.
that,
Oh
yeah,
no, that was the two Ronnies. Well, yeah, Ronnie Barker, that one, and Ronnie Corbett, but Ronnie Barker and Del Boy. Who played Del Boy again? I've forgotten his name. David Frost. David Jason. David Jason. You must remember that one, open all hours, surely.
I can't say I've watched it, but I do know what you're talking about, yeah. I'm probably not that far behind you in years, am I?
3. Or maybe 2. You say you turned 41 yet?
Just, yeah, a couple of weeks ago.
There we go, 2 years. Oh, that's a fine Yorker, just past the off stump.
Yeah, what's Martin's figures been today? I think he's been very good again. He's again just growing in confidence by the game.
1 for 37 from 8.
Yeah.
And
Which
Liado's
is-
been more economical.
Yeah, that's great, especially we know how fast scoring Radlett can be as a ground, so that's very good.
Oh, very nearly. Single down to Harris at long leg.
Just saying, with Fletch, could probably do this being wrapped up pretty quickly. It'll help us run rate. You never know what's going to come into the equation a bit later down the line in this competition. So, you know, to win by potentially 150 would be, you know, do wonders for our run rate.
Yeah, Sussex at the moment have a run rate of 1.3, Middlesex 0.7, which will improve with this one to make them the second best run rate in the division, but Sussex is going to improve dramatically on that. But again, Middlesex play Sussex in the final game, so run rate probably won't come into it between those two.
So what would our run rate go to now, Kev?
.64, if I'm correct.
No, that is a big jump. This is where we need Don Shelley in the tent.
He's scoring the test today.
He is, yeah. I forgot about that. That's a good point. He's got 2 days off now. Perfect.
Will he come on Sunday on his day off? .216 for 9, 42 gone. And Warwickshire aren't out of it, so they too partly have to think about their own net run rate here.
This game are you talking about? Or
No, qualification.
I was just thinking, I've been in this situation a few times as a number 11 where they need 160 to win off 8 overs. You're probably better off getting out off the field quicker than hanging around and having a slow death, to be honest. Fancy a big dusty slog sweep here for the left-hander.
Well, this is only their 6th game, so they've got 2 to play as well, so they can still finish on 11 points. So they're not fully out of it, bearing in mind that Sussex will only have 1 to play after today and will be on 10 to play Middlesex in their final game. On around the wicket here, looking for his 4th wicket.
That's not what we need at this stage. Hannon Dalby, come on. A leave. Surely there's a hat coming.
2 slips in place. Oh! Swing and a miss.
Come on, Friday night traffic. Back up to Birmingham.
Mercer-esque defence from the number 11 there.
What is that?
Oh, it's gone straight through. Misses the top of middle and leg. Holman so close. Good hands. Oh, loses the hat though.
There's the ice cream van in the background there.
You sure you didn't get a discount, the amount you've mentioned them now?
I did get an extra flake, I have to say. Right, toss one up here, Lukey, above his eye line.
Oh,
That's better.
swept hard. 4 runs, 224 for 9.
That's what you want to see. Threw it up, bit of risk and reward.
Swept it from quite a full length as well, didn't he? Oh, drags that one down very nearly. That's one pushed back to him. They'll take just the one. So Hannah Dolby will keep the strike moving to 8. 225 for 9. So Gloucestershire at Radlett on Sunday for Middlesex. They've moved up to 8 points from 7 played. So they need to beat Middlesex on Sunday to move to 10 points level with Middlesex, Sussex and Leicestershire. Their run rate's not looking particularly good. So
What about the other teams in the other group? Hampshire are flying.
Hampshire, Lancashire, Essex, Glamorgan. Yorkshire got games in hand, 6 from 5. So it's 3 from that 5 really. Kent there afterwards, 5 from 6, they're done. Slow ball bouncer, hooked away. That's deep backward square. Holden giving chase, scoops it back in on the slide. They've taken 2. Yeah, Nick Friend and I were just weighing up the opposition teams. Lancashire have retained an awful lot of players. They move top now with their victory today. 11 points from 7. Hampshire 10 from 6. Essex 7 from 7. Glamorgan 6 from 7.
So Hampshire lost today, did they?
They
They
did.
were 5 from 5.
They did. Gubbins' 93 was not enough for them today. Oh, inside edge. And Dalby on to 11. Yeah, Hampshire were beaten by 7 wickets by Glamorgan, which keeps Glamorgan very much alive in 4th spot. They've got 1 to play, so it's tight. Essex 7 from 7, 1 to play. But Yorkshire 6 from 5, 3 to play. Yorkshire need 59 to win from 6.3 overs with 4 wickets standing at Canterbury. Could be tight. Sorry, Kent need 59 to win from 6.3. It's a DLS game, that one. Yorkshire's innings cut off at 45 overs, 282 for 6. Oh, that's the swing you were looking for. Garrett's getting it out on this occasion.
Yeah, just one nice full straight Yorker to finish this off. It's just nice to be talking about qualification, potential qualification for later phases of a tournament. I mean, we've still got 2 massive games to come.
So short, pulled away out to deep mid wicket for a single. 229 for 9. Once you get to the knockout stages, as in any sport, it becomes a lottery, doesn't it? On the day, anyone can win it.
Yeah, I mean, on paper we haven't lost many players, have we, to the 100? So it's a competition we should be doing well in.
That goes up in the air. Cry catch, doesn't carry out to deep cover. End of the over. 6 to go. 2:34.9. Still Holman looking for that fourfer. 145 for Anderson from his 10. Excellent from him today. Good with the bat on Sunday. Is it not going to be Holman?
Get Robson on.
Great. You are. Do you know, I was thinking Robson at this stage would wrap things up pretty quickly. It's going to be Greatwood though. No chance of the fourfer for Holman. Holman 3 for 33 from 7. Greatwood 2 for 49 from his 7. They switch Holman's end. Now that Anderson's bowled out, 1 for 45 from his 10. Now to have 1 for 41 from 10.
What games have we got down here? Are these games at
This is
Radlett?
history of the Radlett game, yeah. So Alan Coleman was mentioning the sides batting first. Sides batting first have won 8 of 11 games in List A cricket at Radlett, and 6 of the last 7 have been won by the side batting first.
Yeah, it's a funny one because it sort of turned up today. Been a bit of rain the last 2 days, and pitch had a good green covering the grass, and it was one that. And I think we were, you know, we played well this morning, but we had a bit of luck, didn't we? The ball went past the bat a number of times. So it would have been interesting if we'd have bowled first, what would have happened as well. But I think it gets to the stage where it doesn't particularly matter what you do first. If you're playing well and you're confident as a team, you kind of back yourself to win from, you know, whatever position you're in, or whether you win or lose the toss.
Be a wide.
Watch any of the Test match at all the last few days?
I haven't had much of a chance to watch it actually. But Mark Selvey says out bowls. England's in that one. Leg side again. Put away 4 more. 236 for 9.
This ball's gone straight into the bush as well. Alan Coleman won't be happy. That's another £60 ball gone into the bush. Might not come back.
Oh. We might need a new ball. Is the message just from the field. Another delay. Is there a cut-off time for this innings?
No, the ball's back. Some blokes fished it out the bush. Deep into that bush, I think. It's done well to get that back.
Oh, Greatwood. Now, did he choose not to release by how far he'd backed away outside leg? Garrett on that one.
I think probably, yeah. I think I saw you would have seen him moving late, and I don't know, just either disrupted his rhythm or decided not to let go of it.
Hello, full toss. Went for the Yorker. Oh, nasty bobble on Harris, who quite rightly turned his head away.
It's actually got a tinge of green on it compared to, it's had a couple of days of rain, hasn't it? It's maybe helped it out slightly.
So you say that and it's fine. I say that and I get mocked. Top edged. And safe. 4 more.
Good short ball there from Greatwood into the wicket. Bit of luck, straight over the keeper's head. 4 more.
So it could be an away playoff, of course, next week for Middlesex with 3rd spot. Where do you least want to go? Lancashire, Hampshire? You can base it on other things other than cricket as well.
Well, I'm thinking as a coach, yeah, which is the best away trip?
That's 4 more. Driven away nicely. Well, what an over that's been. 15 off it.
She bowled quite a decent wide Yorker there, I think. I'm not quite sure how he's jammed it between Point and the 3rd man who was up inside the ring. Bit of frustration for Greatwood.
So finish 3rd, and next Friday could be Old Trafford, Southampton, Chelmsford, or Cardiff, or Headingley.
Let's just win 2 games and come back here next Tuesday or whenever it is, or the week after. How about that?
I'm all over that because I'm double booked next Friday.
Be another opportunity for Murta's Bar actually to make an appearance.
So you're very much hoping for a home semi-final against Yorkshire or Lancashire, basically.
Or maybe a home playoff and then a home no, it doesn't work like that.
No, you can't. If you only get a home semi-final or a home playoff, yeah. So if you get a home playoff, you're an away semi-final, is if you win. So what? So from a Murta's Bar perspective, which is where we've now turned this question, from a Murta's Bar perspective, a home semi-final against Lancashire, Yorkshire?
It's one of the big drinking northern counties to come down, maybe.
You don't want Hampshire.
Bring it by the busload.
You don't want a home semi-final against Hampshire or Glamorgan, I'm going to say.
The Welsh enjoy a drink, so good trip for them.
They turn out a great number, though, do they? At Swalex. How many do they travel by? The Yorkies would travel coach loads. You might have to have an Elland Road corner of Murta's Bar. Mind you, Gus is a lanky, isn't he? Oh, it's down the leg side. And you're both Liverpool fans, so you could have an Anfield Road corner of Murta's Bar for if Lancashire arrive.
That's true. Big game on Monday against United. Oh, just slog one up in the air, please.
Do you mean you're not having fun, Mercer?
Just, yeah, I think everyone's seen enough here. He's one of those annoying tail enders who hangs around.
Oh, down the track and he's gone. It's all over. Hammond Olby's gone for 21. Holman has his best bowling in list A, 4 for 34. Outstanding from him, but outstanding from Middlesex. Bat, ball and in the field today. Barely put a foot wrong. A comprehensive victory here in the end against a Warwickshire side who have been pretty fancied themselves for this one, but 375 was the target. Middlesex win by 128 runs to move level at the top on 10 points with Leicestershire. And you'd imagine Sussex as well looking to wrap up victory today. So it's starting to take shape in the group. Somerset 34 for 3 against Sussex. So it looks as though it'll be Leicestershire, Sussex and Middlesex top on 10 points, with Gloucestershire arriving. A very slim chance really for Gloucestershire to pick up victory and qualify on Sunday, but they'll come looking for that victory nonetheless, Tim Mercer.
Yeah, good win. Just spoke about it before. We're sort of trying to take the other teams games and results out the equation, win 3, and that would sort us a semi-final. So that's 1 out the way, 2 more cup finals to go, as they say, and let's hope we can get there.
Final thought, home playoff will be on a Friday, home semi-final will be on a Tuesday. For Mercer's Bar, Yorkshire on a Friday is going to be the best, surely, so home playoff.
No, home semi-final, let's forget about that. And yeah, that's the plan.
Tim Mercer, thanks very much.
Cheers, Kev.
Lovely having you with us. Well done to your Middlesex boys. It's the bowling coach who won it, I'm sure. But 128, the victory margin, and it is probably the best bowling performance. Certainly the best all-round, most complete performance by Middlesex in this one. So centuries again, Eskenazi and Robson. Best bowling in List A from Luke Holman, with a cracking all-round display here at Hertfordshire. And isn't that a lovely shot of Radlett Cricket Club back on the pavilion where the players will make their way off. Decent crowd packed in for this one. Middlesex putting themselves into a very, very good position for a chance of a run at the knockout stages of this competition. Will it be a home semi-final, a home playoff, an away playoff? They'll certainly hope at this stage now that they will finish in one of those top 3 positions. Warwickshire won't completely be out of it themselves. There's still 2 to play after this. So good luck to them on the road for the next one. Thank you all for your company here at Radlett today. A big win for Middlesex, and actually that partnership at the end there worth 34. It could have even been bigger for Middlesex. 128 the victory margin though, and a huge performance. The second highest List A total for Middlesex posted with the bat. So thanks to all the team here today for this one. From us all, it's a very good night here at Radlett as Middlesex wrap up victory by 128 runs, which puts them up onto 10 points in the group in the One Day Cup, which will put them top for the time being, ahead of Leicestershire. Sussex highly likely by the looks of it to go on and take top spot on net run rate, but we shall find out how that goes. It's Gloucestershire here. John is back for the stream on Sunday morning just before 11 before that final game down at Hove. But from us all here at Radlett, it's a very good night.